Jesus lover was good.
What's up, man?
What's it? It's Chris
Yeah.
already. Yeah, man. Just getting it cracking. You know what I'm saying? Waiting on the gang to jump up in here. I didn't already drop that link out, so they're gonna be on their way up in here. Um, you was here on the last show, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You heard about you heard the Old Testament brothers.
Yeah, I did. I remember them. Them crazy folks.
Did the OT only brothers persuade your stance, or you feel like they crazy?
No, man. I'm standing firm in my faith. Just because you can quote some scripture don't mean you know what you're talking about.
Hmm. Hmm. Alright.
It's
Um.
funny because even the Bible says that the devil knows the Bible too. So I, so I think it's funny
Right.
when people try to use scripture to back up what they believe in. Doesn't make your belief right just because you know a few scripture.
Keon was goody. Keon was good. My boy Keon and Christian too, man. Boy, still you still got some brothers that ain't went renegade and started joining cults and started joining groups and movements and letter gangs. You know what I'm saying? So that's how you know what I'm saying? They goddamn Baptist churches still woke. But have you ever, Chris, was you ever tempted to become a Hebrew Israelite?
Wait, what do you say?
Was you ever tempted to become a Hebrew Israelite?
Huh? No. I've always thought those guys were crazy. I never wanted to be a Hebrew Israelite. I think, like I said, I don't like the Hebrew Israelite belief. I think they're just a different version of the KKK, just with black skin. Only difference is if a Hebrew Israelite could kill a white man and get away with it, they would do it in a heartbeat. So I don't see no difference between those two groups.
Already. Get my get my light right. Would you ever vote to what's goody? Oh, my boy fell off. Okay, my boy fell off, man. Let's go and get to this goddamn. Let's go and bust it wide open. Jesse say he on the way. Because there is nothing that you're going to tell me to substantiate it. I start the discussion like, what is there that allows for us to even come up with a hypothesis? And you're not going to tell me look at nature, because we understand these elements and aspects of nature at this point. So there is no there to even warrant the discussion. We entertain it to illustrate the flaws in reasoning. We often end up in the realm of science because they use God to explain natural phenomena. However, science makes no claim for nor against God. We simply have an explanation for the phenomena that you attribute a God to, and no God is necessary in that natural explanation. So, let me brother.
Yes, in terms of the phenomenon, I was intrigued. In terms of the observations of the phenomenon that we attribute.
Sergio. Got my boy Sergio in the building. Sergio, how we doing, gang? You gotta unmute your mic.
I think I was on mute. Yeah. What up,
Hmm?
man? Just chilling, man. Chilling on it, bro. See what's up, man.
You there, Sergio?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Say it again.
Nah, I was just trying to see what's up, what y'all talking about on here.
Hey, you know I need to talk to you.
Yeah, what up, man? I'm right here, man.
Man, you've been putting that work in, brother. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? I just
I
gotta
know
let you
last time
know.
I was trying to speak, but it's just a whole bunch of people. Sometimes you be having over here like 5, 6 people at the same time, and they all trying to talk, and then I'm trying to say something, and it's like sometimes I can't get a word out. You know what I mean?
You right.
It's always like that. You know what I mean? It's always like that. Sometimes you be having like 7 people like, in the same show, and it's like everybody trying to talk, and it's just like for me to be waiting until they finish talking. It's just, sometimes I just log off, and then I try to come back on when everybody left.
Nah, I ain't. Nah, I don't know. I don't know about you be logging off, man. I don't know about you be logging off. You be going for misery neck.
Yeah, the same with Dwayne, bro. I mean, you already know what happened last time with Dwayne, bro. When he was trying to like
Good.
talk about the three. He was trying to talk about the 3 ladies.
Good. What goes down?
Come on, man. Got big Gooski. Hey, we got Manasseh and Chris in the building.
Who's who versing today?
Oh nah, ain't nobody popped off yet.
Oh nah, yeah.
Ain't nobody popped off yet. It's about to get there. Once Sergio realized Chris a Christian, it's gonna get there.
Sit right here.
Hey, I was having a discussion with Misery. When was it? Today, like earlier. We were talking about because he was talking about the Gentiles couldn't get no salvation, and I went into the book of Zechariah and proved how even the Egyptians were gonna have to keep the feast of tabernacles, the Sukkot. Like they even gonna have to keep the commandments, or else their land is not gonna be blessed. So when I said that, he didn't really say anything.
Hey,
I
mute
hope he
that
gets
goo.
on. We can talk about
Mute
that.
that goo.
Yeah.
Hold on, Sergio. Mute that. All right, say it again, Sergio. My bad.
I said I was having a discussion with Misery, right? And he was talking about how the Gentiles they don't get no salvation, but I got the Dead Sea Scrolls that says that they're allowed to be around the Israelites. You know what I'm saying? It talks about like the priests. It talks about like the priests. They're making an atonement for the Israelites and the Gentile proselytes and the Gentiles. And even in the book of Zechariah, it talks about the Egyptians. It talks about the Egyptians are going to go and keep the Feast of Tabernacles, right? Like they're going to have to go to the land of Israel, leave Egypt, go to the land of Israel, and keep the Most High's days, like keep the days of the Most High. If not, if they don't keep it, their land is not going to be blessed. And it also talks about like the other nations, not only Egypt. It says the Egyptians and the other nations that don't go to Israel to keep the feast of tabernacles, that they're not gonna get blessed. Yeah, so I can show you that in the book of Zechariah. It talks about that.
Are you saying? So you saying you beat up misery already today?
I mean, he was saying other stuff because you already know what he likes to do, bro. He likes to say that if the prophets prophesy something, then that there were false prophets if it didn't come to pass. So he believes that most of the book of Zechariah is already fulfilled. And I don't believe that. I believe that there's still a lot of more prophecies that need to be fulfilled. I don't think they're all fulfilled yet. Like he always likes to say that every single book of the prophets is already fulfilled. So I don't really believe that shit.
Yeah, I think if it was about a year ago, I put my money on misery. But if you in misery debate, I'm putting my money on you, brother.
Shit, I rather just have discussions, bro, because I don't really like to do the work. You know what I mean? I'm lazy, bro. I just like to like study shit. Like, but if it comes to a time that I
Nah,
gotta like, if it gets that serious,
So you
yeah.
can't get off that smooth. Misery gonna call you out. So it ain't like you gonna have a choice.
I mean, shit. If he called me out on if the Gentiles get salvation right now, then I'll take that debate. But if he's talking about like the future times, then I'm not going to debate that shit. I'm talking about like, let's say, if can Gentiles be saved right now? If that's the debate, that would be easy. 'Cause I can easily go into the Torah.
You'll bust his ass.
Yeah, if he's talking about future times, then he'll probably have a point right there. But yeah, I don't believe that Gentiles get salvation in the future. Right now, yeah, they can keep the Torah, they can do what they gotta do. But yeah, even according to Judaism, I can even show like rabbinic texts that show that even the Gentiles are going to be in the world to come. I can even show that. That's easy. Even to show that in the future, I can show that. All right, but I know he's going to try to go to other scriptures and shit. But,
How you feel about that, Chris? Chris talked to Misery before, so Chris already know how Misery coming. Chris, you there?
Yeah.
How you feel about that?
I didn't hear what he said, to be honest. I was doing something.
All right. Hey, Goo, you there?
Yo,
Goo.
shit, I look at it like he said from Zechariah, you know, the Jubilee comes every what? Once in a how often the Jubilee come? Once every 27 years? 77 years?
Where you at, Sergio?
yeah, you talking about like as far as the days? That's what you're talking about? Shit, I don't know about the calendar, so I wouldn't be able to teach you. Martin would be able to probably tell you more about the calendar.
You mentioned the Jubilee or you said tabernacle? You said
Nah,
tabernacle.
I'm
I know you
talking
said
about the book of
tabernacle.
Zechariah, 14 chapter. Hold on, I'm gonna mute out because I'm getting a phone call. Hold on, I'll be back. Hold on.
Look, I look at it like shit. He's quoted from Zechariah, right? So we got to pinpoint if this is prophecy. When is it prophecy, and when is it fulfilled? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they talk about the Gentiles in the New Testament as well, but I look at the Old Testament and they was like, God said, kill all them motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? He said, kill all those wicked nations next to you. He basically said, go in there.
That's a fact.
He said, go in there like Israelite, like the Jews is now, and take over Gaza, take over the goddamn Palestine.
That's a fact.
Kill them. You know what I'm saying? So when is it's a timeline, and that's what everyone argues over.
Wouldn't that be the Gentiles?
It's that time. That's
wouldn't
where.
That be the Gentiles?
What's up?
Wouldn't that be the Gentiles?
Who, the Jews now?
Nah, the who they saying go take their land and stuff.
Yeah, the Gentiles that's the anyone who's not God's chosen people, I guess, and don't follow their customs.
So Sergio, why you saying Jews can? Why you saying Gentiles can get salvation if the Bible is saying to smash the Gentiles and kill your neighbor next door, wipe out the cities?
Because that's what Hitler said. Hitler said that God ain't for one specific people, it's for everybody. God damn it. But was he lying though?
Hitler
But
wrote
was
the
he?
Bible. Hitler wrote the
Nah, I
Bible.
didn't say I didn't say Hitler wrote the Bible. I said that's what Hitler said though. He
All
said
right,
that God
so
ain't
so
just
if Hitler so if Hitler
nah.
ain't write the Bible, you ain't answer my question right. So Sergio, why
Yeah, what up? Yeah,
how
what
do the
happened?
Gentiles have salvation if y'all over there knocking the Gentiles down, brother? That's the question.
I mean, well, y'all gonna have to answer Zechariah 14 and 18. Let me read this real quick, right? It says, and if this is a future prophecy right here, and it hasn't happened, right? It says, and if the family of Egypt go not up, not that have no rain. There shall be
Oh
plague,
shit.
where Yahweh will smite the heathen that come not to keep the feast of tabernacles. So that's saying if the Egyptians in the future times, if they don't go to Jerusalem to, the feast of tabernacles, that they're not going to have no rain in their land. So if Yahweh dealing with these other nations, why are the Egyptians getting cursed in the commandments?
Assalamu alaikum,
Hey,
y'all.
Keon, Jalen, and Jesse, what's good?
Assalamu
What's
alaikum.
good? What's
Assalamu
good?
alaikum.
And then,
What's good, brother?
no, I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna be
Bismillah,
quiet. I'm gonna let it go.
Bismillah.
Y'all got it.
Nah, go ahead. Go ahead. Pop
Nah,
out.
I'm cool because what I'm about to say is that, like, okay, like you said, the Gentiles and all this other shit, but it's like, you know what? I'm gonna keep that to myself. Let me do my research. I'm gonna keep that to myself because, yeah, because like,
Hey, look like Keon was trying to answer my question. Keon, you was trying to answer.
Well, not you were saying. I kind of with the what was the question again? Just so I make sure I got it.
How can the Gentiles get salvation when the Bible say to knock off these people that are non-believers?
Oh, okay. So yeah, I'm a Christian, right? So we that technically, I wouldn't say that all the Old Testament is irrelevant, but everything that was, I guess, established in the Old Testament is now kind of re fulfilled, I guess, through Jesus Christ. So honestly, when it comes to like the details of how to treat, your fellow neighbors or non towels, you know what I mean? That's all through the teachings of Jesus Christ. And Jesus Christ, of course, told us to love our neighbors, whether they're Samaritans or or Christian brothers like yourself. So that's how I answer that.
no bull. That was a great shit. That was a great answer. Because I was
Hey,
about to say,
Sergio
go
gotta
ahead.
be
Hey, bro,
Sergio
but
gotta
check
be
this
licking
out.
his chops.
Hey, bro, because look, we don't believe. Let me tell you why we don't believe in the Christian thought. Because we see as Christians like breaking in Judaism. There's something called avodah sarah, which means foreign worship. So it means you worship in another god. You worship in another ideology that's not Jewish. That has nothing to do with following Hashem, following Yahweh God, following one God, right? So in Judaism, there's people called the Noahites. So they're like the non-Jews that are supposed to keep like 7 laws, and they're supposed to keep 7 commandments. And one of that commandments is don't have gods. So that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, a lot of these Christians, like, if they would just read, like, if they don't really like, they shouldn't even be in Christianity. They should follow Judaism, because it's better for them to, like, because it tells you in the rabbinic text, saying if there's righteous Gentiles or Noahites that want to follow him, that want to worship one God, they're gonna have a share in the world to come. You see what I'm saying? All these other Christians that are following Jesus and all that, following other gods, like, they're not gonna make it. They're gonna go to Gehinnom, which is what you call like the like the valley of like being judged, like the valley of death, bro. Like, you're gonna be judged for doing idol worship in the world to come. So it's called Gehinnom. That's where a lot of idolaters are going these last days. And they don't even realize that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's because
Jesus told
your
you to worship
pretense is
him.
false, brother.
Jesus told you to worship him, bro. He said, pray to me in my name. He said, pray to me in my name. That's what Jesus said. He didn't say God. He said, pray
Well,
to
that's
me in
because
my
it was
name.
a representation of
Everything,
God. I
everything.
mean,
He commanded his disciples to go and pray in his name. He didn't say go pray in the name of Yahweh, in the name of the Elohim. He said, pray in my name,
it says
cast out
pray in
demons in
the
my
name.
name.
It
That
doesn't
is
pray in the name
fulfilled.
of the Father,
It's not
Son, and the
multiple.
Holy Spirit.
All
It
right,
doesn't say
all right,
specifically just Him.
hold up, Sergio. Let
Yeah,
him let him
yeah,
let him get it off. Y'all go back and
yeah,
forth.
yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, because he's rambling because he's look. The only thing that's actually here that is just a misunderstanding. It's not separate worship. It's not idolatry to sit up here and say that you worship Jesus, because again, in the Christian thought, we don't believe Jesus is separated from Yahweh or the God above. He's actually within Him. So it's not a separation of that. That's the same thing I tried to explain the other day. When people set up the misconception basically of of us worshiping Jesus, like we replace God with Jesus. That's just a lack of misunderstanding. That's definitely not what's going on here. And I mean, I don't know how to go no further than that.
Hey,
All right.
I just want to say,
I
brother,
do think Christians,
I
I'm not gonna
totally
lie,
disagree with
Christians
what the brother said, because
definitely
of them
worship
trying to worship
Jesus as
Jesus,
God.
they totally forgot about worshiping the Most High. So you know,
Who?
I've yet to see a Christian pray direct to the Father, or
So
you know what I'm saying,
hold on.
when they pray, whose name are they saying? They're usually saying Jesus. So
So the
Where is
thing
that
is
Christian
that
brother?
That's
it
false.
just it really just depends on where you was raised in. Because with me, I was born in the Church of God, so we prayed directly towards God. It was never like we acknowledged Jesus. We were grateful for the things that He's done, but when we did our prayers, it was straight directly to God. We never prayed, and we never said, "Oh, in Jesus' name, Amen."
Can you
Like we
go
never
to
said that.
can everybody do me that Christian brother that was talking? Can you go to Romans 3:21
But
and can you read that? Yeah, go to Romans 3 and
but
21. I want to
but
show you something.
also I
Yeah.
also seen where Jesus, like I said, I mean, I rock, like I said, if I had to choose, bro, I would rock with with the Christian faith anyway. What? Because the simple fact is that that man Jesus acknowledged everybody, even the ones that were considered Gentiles. He acknowledged. I think it was a point in time when he went and met with some polytheists in Rome, and if I'm not mistaken, his the quote was, "I have never met any type of people who follow the law in Israel like this," or something to that nature. So basically, he met polytheists, and he even said that shit they were more connected to God than the Jew. You know what I'm saying, like to his Jewish counterparts. This is what Jesus is saying. He never condemned Gentiles. He never condemned non. He never did that. He never condemned people who didn't follow in his. You know what I'm saying, follow in his way. He never did that. So yeah, I
Yeah,
agree with
he
what Keon
did. Yeah,
said,
he
bro. It's
did.
like
But
it's a
let me
big
tell you why
it's
he
a
did.
big
Let
misunderstanding.
me
Y'all
tell
got
you
a
why
big
he did. Because all he
misunderstanding.
did,
And then on top of that,
all he did was
go ahead.
criticize the Pharisees. Hold on, bro. All he did was
The,
criticize the Pharisees. That's all he did. Because
I
the
would
Pharisees
definitely
wanted to follow
criticize
the
the
law.
Pharisees, man. Bro. Why y'all got gambling going on in the temple, in a holy temple? Why y'all, you know what I'm saying? Like, why y'all, like, what y'all doing, bro? Like, what are y'all doing? Like, why y'all doing this? Why y'all doing that? Y'all shouldn't be doing this certain stuff in the temple. He kept the law. Y'all see that fucks me up all the time. People be quick to say, "Oh, Jesus didn't keep the law," but the Pharisees didn't keep the law. These niggas, bro, had greed, lust, and all kinds of sins. You know what I'm saying, in their souls, going through these temples, doing all this other stuff. You think God would have appreciated them for doing that?
Kept the law, bro.
I think not.
Hold on. Go to let me read this right quick. Hold on, then I'll get back to you. Hold on. Let me read this right quick. This is from your book, right? And this is the way that I interpret it. So this is Romans. This is from your New Testament, right? I don't subscribe to this. I'm just reading it, just for edification, right? So it says Romans 3:21. But now that the righteousness of Yahweh without the Torah is manifested, being witnessed by the Torah and the prophets. So this is saying that righteousness came at this time, of the time of Jesus, right? But it was without the Torah. So why is it without the Torah? You see what I'm saying? So this is telling you to get away from the Torah, bro. If you read Romans 3 and 21, it says, let me read it again. But now the righteousness of Yahweh without the Torah is manifested. So this is trying to tell you that now you live by faith of some other God and that the Torah is done away. This is what Romans 3 and 21 is saying. It says that righteousness came without the Torah, right? But now that righteousness of God without the Torah is being manifested, being witnessed by the Torah and the prophets. So you see what I'm saying? So this is what I'm trying to tell you, bro. And there's more. Hold on, let me show you more. Hold on. This is Romans 3 and 22. Even the righteousness of Yahweh, which is by faith of Jesus Christ, and upon that believe, for there is no difference. So yeah, bro, it keeps saying all this, right? And then it says Galatians 3:25. But after that, faith is come, emuna is come. We are no longer under the schoolmaster. So the schoolmaster, Paul refers to this as the Torah. So this is telling you that you're no longer under the Torah. This is telling you that now you just live by faith of righteousness of Christ. And that is against the Torah, bro. That's not right.
Hold on.
Blasphemy.
To serve
But again,
that doesn't make any
you're
sense
talking
to
about.
serve those.
Yeah, because
first of
again,
all, Jesus
we're
read
talking
out the
about a
Torah
man who
in the
really,
synagogue.
at
What is he
least,
talking
go
about?
ahead, brother.
So my bad, bro. Sergio, that makes no sense. First of all, if you know anything about Jewish history and Jewish theology, Jesus read the Torah in the synagogue. So he never you're not gonna find a scripture where Jesus said, "I abolished the Torah." He never said that. Jesus actually said, "I don't come to take away from the law. I don't come to add to the law." So how are you gonna
Mhm.
tell me and claim one verse and say that Jesus said that to go away from the Torah? That's you're
I, can
blaspheming. If
can
anything, that makes
can
no
I
sense.
say
This
something?
is what
Can I say
I'm
something?
showing you what his followers. I'm showing you what his followers are writing. Let me show you another one. This is Romans 6:14, right? It says, "For sin
But no,
shall
my
not have
question is,
dominion
Sergio,
over you,
show me a
for you
verse
are
where
not
Jesus
under
himself,
the Torah, but under grace." You see
said
that?
that.
It says you are not under the Torah. Now
Because
you're under
so,
grace.
brother,
I'm asking you a simple
So
question.
because
right there,
again,
Show
man.
me
this is
where.
the misconception. Hold on. This is the misconception that we have. Just because again he's saying that we don't get salvation through the Torah is not also saying that the Torah is done away with. It just means
Do
that
Exactly,
its
not
purpose is not there for our salvation. It's just that simple, bro. Our
bro.
salvation is
So
now
when
through
you
the
wear
death and
Plus,
the Torah,
resurrection
hold on.
of
do
So when
not
Jesus
you're
Christ.
think
wearing
that
the
I
Torah,
came to
I can show
abolish
you
the law,
scriptures.
Torah of the prophets. I did
Sergio,
not come to abolish, but to fulfill. Matthew 5:17.
literally, exactly. And Sergio,
I
I
understand
challenge
that,
you.
but I understand that.
I
I understand
challenge
that.
you
But you
to
gotta
bring the
also
upper
understand
scripture.
wicked Paul. You gotta understand wicked
But
Paul.
also,
Hold
Romans
but
on,
also
wicked
though,
Paul.
but
You
also
gotta
though
understand that
is,
too.
but again, you can't you can't sit there and say that he was against the law when, for one, it
His
clearly
followers
says
were. His
it. Who?
followers were.
No one
Paul.
was against the law.
Paul
No
was.
one was against the
Yeah,
law
he was.
in everything. The
Paul
only
wrote the Torah.
they probably didn't follow the law that the rabbis did, because if I'm not mistaken, a lot of oral traditions were starting to get changed up, if I'm not mistaken. And that's what prompted Jesus to step away from the rabbis, because he started to see, hey, y'all changing up some of the words. That's what he started to realize. That's the reason why he went against the Pharisees, because you guys are using the law to gain financial providence. You know what I'm saying? Gain financial status. So
I'm
again,
gonna ask
who's
you a question,
against the law?
bro.
So
I'm
again,
gonna ask
who's
you a
against
question
the
like
law?
this.
The Pharisees or Jesus?
Do you know who Apostle Paul's teacher was? Do you know who he was learning before he learned from Christ?
I can't. Again, I can really care less, because we talking about who's against the law, Jesus or the Pharisees.
Yeah, but you're talking about Pharisees, right? Check this
That's
out.
what
But
you brought
Paul
up.
was a Pharisee himself, wasn't he? Paul was a Pharisee, correct?
And what happened? He
None of that
followed
stuff
Jesus,
is in the
right?
Torah, whatever happened, bro. No,
But he
none of
followed
that stuff's
Jesus
in the
though, right?
Torah.
Didn't he
Hold on.
follow Jesus?
Let me
yo, Sergio,
just
I hold on. I have a question for you, Sergio.
Paul was
Do
a
you follow the
Pharisee. I
law?
don't think that's true.
Hold on,
Matter of fact, let me
Sergio.
look that up real quick.
Hold on. I have a
yeah,
question, Sergio.
Paul was a Pharisee and he was learning under rabbis. Look, even in
Sergio,
Judaism, Jesus had a
Sergio,
rabbi. In the Talmud,
Sergio.
hold on.
Can you
I'm gonna
answer me
ask
this
you a question.
question?
Hold
Yeah,
on,
he
I'm asking you a
was. He
question.
was a Pharisee. He was.
Yeah, he
Yeah, it
was. Hold
looks
on.
like
And
Acts
then I'm gonna show
23 and
you this,
6.
bro.
Acts
He
23 and
was
6.
learning. He was learning under Gamaliel. Gamaliel is mentioned in the Mishnah in the rabbinic text. So he had a Jewish rabbi, just like Jesus. Jesus had a Jewish rabbi. Obviously, he didn't listen to his rabbi and he created his own doctrine. This is why we believe in Judaism, that he created his own belief and he didn't listen to his rabbi. So this is why he got
so,
casted out,
brother.
bro,
Let
and all
me
that
ask
stuff
you
happened.
this.
In the Talmud, it says that he had
So
5
then, let me ask.
disciples, and those disciples got put to death, just like Jesus, bro.
So
Yeah, I know you had a
Let me
question.
many
ask
Yeah.
you this. Then.
Pharisees were
Since,
sincere and humble.
since you're a law guy, right? Let me ask you this: since you're such a big law guy, when was the last time that you sacrificed a lamb, brother? Like, are you really keeping the law? Like you say, aren't you supposed to be sacrificing a lamb every time that
Bro,
you
I was
sin?
literally gonna ask him that. I was gonna say
Do
that,
you know
Sergio.
about,
Since
hold
you
on,
follow
you
the
talking
law so
about Yom
much,
Kippur? You
what?
talking about Yom
Hold up.
Kippur? Is that what you're talking about? Hold
No,
on, I'm
that's
gonna
not.
answer
No,
you
no, no,
according
no,
to the Torah. Hold on, I'm
no,
answering you
no, no,
according
no.
to the Torah. All right,
That's
hold on.
not Yom Kippur, bro. That's not Yom Kippur. Is different.
Hold
Do
on. All
you?
right.
Do you?
All right. So
Hey,
you
Do,
talking
hey,
about
we
hold on,
don't,
hold on,
sacrifice.
we
You
Sergio.
don't,
talking about
hey, hey,
sacrifice.
we
All
don't,
right,
we
I
don't
got you. I got you.
sacrifice, we don't
Hey,
sacrifice lambs no more. Now we
I,
sacrifice
Hold
grams.
on, Sergio.
Now we
okay.
sacrifice grams.
My question
We
is,
don't sacrifice lambs no
according to the
more.
Torah.
Hold up, real quick. We don't sacrifice lambs no more. Now we sacrifice grams. Now we
Hold
sacrifice
on,
That's
grams.
what I'm talking about.
hold on. According to the Torah, you're supposed to give a sin offering every time you sin. How many times have you sinned, Sergio, in your
I'm gonna
lifetime?
answer you according to the Torah. Hey, I'm gonna answer you according to the Torah. So let me go to Tehillim, and I'm gonna go to Tehillim 69 and 30, and I'm gonna start right there, right? So I'm gonna answer you, right? This is it says, I will praise the name of Elohim with a song, and I will magnify him with thanksgiving. All right, so let me go to the next one, right? This is Tehillim 69 and 31. And it says, this also shall please Yahweh better than an ox or a bullock that has horns and hoofs. So it's Thanksgiving, bro. It's about being in tefillah. It's about being in prayer. See what I'm
That
saying? This
that
is
that's
how
that
you. This is how,
Sergio.
you
That's
heard
not
what
accurate
the
though.
scripture says, bro. You
That's
heard
not
what it says.
accurate, Sergio. Yes, the
Yes, it
scripture
is. That's the
talks
So
about
Torah.
let me get
the
this straight.
That's
scripture the
David.
scripture
Let
talks
me get
about
this straight.
Thanksgiving, Sergio.
You
But
just went to an
but the
outside
scripture
source,
specifically.
I went
outside of
into
the
the
Bible,
Torah. What you mean outside source?
brother.
This is
But
the book of
that's not
Psalms. You
in
don't believe
the
in King
first
David?
5 testaments.
Yo, Sergio,
What book is that
Sergio.
from?
The Torah
Bro, I'm
specifically
reading from the book
talks
of
about sin
Psalms.
offering.
What you talking
There,
about?
you're talking about Thanksgiving.
Psalms is not
Complete
the
two different
Torah.
things. Complete two different things,
Bro,
bro. I'm talking about
that's
sin
King
offering.
David. What are you talking about? That is the
Psalms
king
is
that's
still
going to
not the
return in the
Torah though.
last
The
days.
Torah is
What
the
are you
first
talking
5
about?
books of the
King David is the
What?
king
Genesis,
that's going to
Exodus,
return
Leviticus,
in the
Numbers,
Messianic
Deuteronomy.
era. In the
Sergio,
Messianic era is going to be King David.
all right, cool.
What are
Sergio, I
you
have a
talking
question
about?
for
That's
you.
not the Torah.
Sergio, don't you follow the don't you if you're a so-called Jew, don't you follow the teachings of Moses?
Yeah.
And I also want to point out.
Yeah,
So
Exactly.
yeah.
you're
So
saying that
Exodus,
David didn't
my
give
Exodus,
question
the
is,
Genesis.
sacrificial
Yeah. What
law?
about him?
okay, cool. So what did Moses do for sin offerings?
Yeah, we're talking about. You're talking
The
about
Moses
Moses.
only give
Hold on. You're
thanks for
talking
sin
about at
offerings?
that time. You're talking
No,
about
no,
that
no, no,
time when they had a
don't
mission. Hold on. You're talking about the time that they had a tabernacle, altars, and all that stuff. We don't have that right now, bro. We're not even in the
yeah,
land.
but still there's
Exactly.
certain
That's the
Jews
point,
today
brother.
who still
That's
do
literally
who
the
still
point. So
sacrifice.
how are
So
you
what are you
doing
talking
any
about?
of these freaking? How are you doing any of these of these commandments if you don't even have the temple so that you can do one of the most important commandments, which is the atonement of sin? You're living in sin right now, brother. Like, what are we talking about?
No. What is sin? What is sin? Do you know what is sin?
Oh my goodness, we're not about to do this,
Because
bro.
if you
We're
want
not
to
about
get
to do this.
Kabbalistic, fine. If you really want to get Kabbalistic, what is Sitra Ara? What is that? If you really, I'm gonna ask you
No,
Hebrew
if you
questions.
really want to
You
get
gotta answer.
technical, are you never sinned? Are you telling me you
What
never sinned?
is Sitra Ara? What is it?
I don't know, brother.
What
You
is
tell me.
Kalipa? See what I'm saying? That is the realm of sin, bro. That is the realm of sin in Jewish mysticism, in Jewish
Oh
Kabbalistic
my God,
texts.
this is why I
It
don't
says
like
that
answering you guys' questions
Ara,
because that has
that's the
nothing to
realm
do
of
with
sin.
my question, bro.
Has everything to do with it, bro. Because when you know what is the evil side and what is the good side, this is the whole point of the book of Amos, bro. The book of Amos says, "Follow the good." The
Have
yes are told.
you
Follow
sinned,
and hate.
brother, or are you a perfect? Like you're going into this BS that nobody can. Have you sinned? And if you have sinned, have you sacrificed a lamb for your atonement of that sin?
I haven't sinned. I haven't sinned. I'll probably like
Oh,
smoke a cigarette
okay.
or some shit, but I haven't sinned. No, I haven't sinned. So why would I do that? Nah. Probably
Brother,
a
So you've
cigarette
lying
is
never
is
sinned
considered
a
a
probably
day
sin
in
legal.
your
too,
life.
you know.
I haven't, bro. Since I came to the Torah and I did Shuba, no, I had tattoos and I repented for that already. I mean,
Since you
I
came to the
repented for
Torah,
getting tattoos.
so
Everybody,
you being outside of the Torah is not a sin. Is that not a sin?
I'm not outside the Torah. What are you talking about?
Well, if you came to the Torah, that means that you must have had a point where you were outside the Torah, brother. So come on, man, you got to catch up. So are you telling me before you was inside of
I
the
mean,
Torah
hold on,
or
bro.
in the
Hold
Torah?
on. Check this out, because you trying to say this shit. Hold on. It's kind of like if I ask you, where were you before you were reading the Bible? I mean, what the fuck is that, bro? You see me? You're asking me same shit. It's the same
Brother,
fucking question. I can ask you the same shit.
you
Where were you
are
before you were reading
sinning
the
if
Torah?
you're outside of the
Everybody, hold on.
Bible.
Hold on. Everybody, bro, before their conversion, before they picked up the Bible, picked up the Torah, were obviously in a dark fucking place, bro. Everybody. So what are you talking about? Why are you asking
I
all these
don't
stupid ass
disagree with you,
questions,
but the
brother.
bro?
difference
Rather if you're
is
in a
though
dark place or
the
not, though,
difference
you are
is we're
sinning,
saved
which
by
means that you
grace,
need to
bro.
atone for that,
There
which
is
means
no
you need to go
Exactly.
sin,
sacrifice
bro.
Two
a lamb.
different things.
You're in the round of Kedusha. So if you know anything about Hasidut mysticism, I know that I'm in the round of Kedusha. Kedusha means the realm of holiness in Jewish mysticism. Look it up. So I know I'm in the round of Kedusha.
You
You
know
don't even know the
physical stuff,
difference
but yeah, you
between
can't
Yetzer
answer a
Tov.
simple question.
You
So
don't
you're
even know
telling me
the
that you're
difference
a
between
perfect person.
Yetzer Tov and Yetzer Hara. So you cannot talk to me about wicked or
But you
righteous or none of
can't, a
that,
simple
bro.
question,
You
have
can't
you
talk to me.
sinned? You said no. So that means you're a perfect person, which is absolutely a lie. So now you're sinning again, which means that you need to go get another lamb to sacrifice after you sacrifice for your first sin,
Hold on.
was being outside of
For
the Torah
real?
in the first place.
Hold on, but that's not according to Judaism, because what do Jewish people do on Yom Kippur? They put money over their heads and then they donate it to charity, and that is a way to atone for your sins in Judaism. Go look that shit up.
Is that Bible? What are you? What are you doing?
I'm showing
Is
you
that
Hey,
according
Bible?
Sergio,
to. I'm telling. I already
the Jews
told
in
you.
Israel still
I
sacrifice.
follow
The
Judaism. So if you
Jews in
know
Israel still
anything about
sacrifice.
Judaism, kaparat, right?
Sergio,
Kaparat is a Jewish custom practiced on the eve of Yom Kippur, which involves waving a chicken or money over one's head to atone for sins, right? And the animal is slaughtered and the money is donated to charity. You can use money and you can use chickens, bro, to atone for your sins on Yom Kippur. So yes, all I gotta do is that, bro, and I already did that.
Sergio,
I do
what do
tzedakah,
you have
bro.
to
I
This is
do
say?
not Bible.
charity. So what are you
What
talking
do you have to
about,
say to
bro?
the Jews who are still
Hold up,
sacrificing
Sergio.
in Israel?
Sergio, you got to go back and forth. You can't rant. You got to go back and forth.
Yeah. All right. All right.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
JL
bro.
trying to talk.
Yeah. Go ahead, bro.
My question is,
Yeah.
what do you say to the Jews who are in Israel right now who still believe in sacrificing lambs and cows and doves to the Lord?
And
Would you say they're
if
not
they
Jewish?
want to keep that, yeah, if they want to keep it, they can keep
But yeah, I
it.
can argue that they're more righteous. They're more righteous than you because they're technically upholding the law, and you're doing it daily. Versus you're just doing half of the law. So who's more righteous than the other?
I mean,
Mm.
like I said, bro. Like I said, it's not about who's righteous or not. It's who's keeping the commandments. Like right now, bro, I got my seats on, bro. I got all four of them, white and blue. I got all four of them. I don't
Yeah,
shave
but
my sideburns. I don't shave I don't shave my beard off either, bro. See what I'm saying?
yeah,
I'm
but
keeping the payas law. I'm keeping the beard law, and I didn't eat no pork. I didn't do that. I didn't pollute my
Well, they
temple,
doing
whatever.
all killing the lamb,
So
brother.
I'm doing what I'm supposed
no, but see, I
I ain't,
understand.
I ain't,
I understand where you're
I
coming
ain't
from,
shaving my
Sergio.
sideburns either,
It's
gang.
crazy.
Look,
to.
I understand where you're coming from,
Let's see
Sergio.
later.
But my point is this: you're doing all these things, not eating pork, not shaving your sideburns for what though? What does it equate to? Doesn't it equate to
That
righteousness?
is that is the act. Hold on. That is a mitzvah. A mitzvah is a good deed. Mitzvah is a good deed that you do for Hashem, that you do for
Yeah,
Yahweh.
and in exchange
Yeah.
for what though? What is it exchange for?
For
In the Old Testament,
to have
in
a
the Old
share in the
Testament,
world to
hold on.
come. Yeah. To have a
Exactly.
share. To have a
In the
share
Old
in the
Testament,
world to
it
come.
says,
To
okay,
have a
perfect.
share in the
In
world
the
to come. That's what it's
okay,
about. To
but in
have
the
a
Old
and a
Testament,
share in the Olam
hold on.
Haba. That's what it's about.
Okay,
To have a
Sergio,
share in the world to come. The Olam Haba.
I'm
What is
gonna use
Olam
your
Haba, bro? What is it?
hold on, Sergio, hold on, bro. I'm going to use your Torah. In the Old Testament, it said that a man kept this men kept the law and it was credited unto them to righteousness, like Abraham. Abraham kept the law and God accredited him for righteousness. So my question is, the whole point of every
Hey,
Jew
Jalen, mute that,
and
Jalen.
every Jew is
Gotcha,
they,
gotcha.
they keep the law for it to be rewarded to them as righteousness. The whole point of the end game is righteousness. So the difference is you are trying to make you work your way up to righteousness, but you can never work your way up to be righteous. I don't care how many times you shave your sideburns, how many pork you don't eat. You can never equate righteousness. It's impossible. No man can equate to righteousness. It doesn't
You
make any
can.
sense.
You can.
You can't tell me you
In
can eat,
Judaism, hold on,
stay away from certain things
hold
and
on,
equate righteousness. That
hold
makes
on.
no sense, bro.
So you're saying some nobody after Moses was righteous. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I never said that. I never said that. But I said,
All right then.
but my point
So
is,
it's
it was a work
Judaism.
based
There
system.
are hold on. In Judaism, there's 36 righteous Jews or Siddiqim, right? So yes, there is righteous Jews and they're hidden. You're not gonna see them. There's gonna be hidden Jews that are gonna be doing righteous things, bro. That's what I'm saying. There's righteous Jews everywhere. See what I'm saying? So you can doubt
Yeah,
my and my repentance or whatever. You can doubt that, but it's okay. Like I say, when it comes to the scriptures, bro, like it's all that really matters. It's not about who's the
Well,
holiest and bro. I know I'm not in sin, so I know I'm not doing shit. See what I'm saying? I know my conscience is clean before the Most High, before Yahweh, bro. I know that, bro. I got to answer
but
to Hashem. This is
my
why
my
Deuteronomy
whole hold on, Sergio, real quick,
is
because I
gotta
wanted to
fight
go back
Deuteronomy
with that
28, even
thought.
outside the land. Deuteronomy 28
Man,
says what? You break the Torah, you're gonna get the curses, bro. You follow the Torah, you get the bracha, you get the blessings. That's common sense. You should know that. Everybody here should know that shit, right? If you keep the Torah, you get the blessings. You disobey, you get curses. That's it. It's simple as that. It's Deuteronomy 28. And even the book of Amos talks about it, right? Hate the evil, love the good. What did Isaiah say, right? It says, put away the evil before my eye, before my eyes, right? Put away the evil, make you clean. That is what it's all about. That's why he was tired of them doing sacrifices and stuff, because they wanted them
damn,
to do the right thing. The book of Isaiah, right? See what I'm saying?
yeah. Hey, I just want to say this though, real quick, because I just want to kind of, and this is just my, and this is why I kind of have a problem when it comes to debating religions, because honestly, this is all just what we think, right? This is how we feel. There's really no actually proving it, it's just however it sounds to other people, right? So, but at the end of the day, the differences between Judaism and Christianity, to me, is God literally giving us a get out of jail free card, basically a cheat code for our salvation, in which he at first was having all these laws and all these regulations in which you had to follow. And again, if you didn't, you basically got to cut open a lamb and get rid of some of your livestock, for God to let him know that it was serious, right? So it just, and like, what if you didn't have no lambs? So you just live until sin until you find a lamb? Like, that's the type of kind of crazy stuff you probably had to go through back then. So then he made it simple by sending down his son, manifesting himself through his son, and dying on the cross for our salvation, so that we don't have to do type of laws anymore. He basically upped the price. He basically doubled the percentages of people that can have salvation now. And for some reason, the people in the Judaism faith is like, nah, that sounds stupid. How? Like, now Africans, Asians, Americans now, Native Americans, Mexicans, everybody has the ability to now have salvation through Christ and his death. And I just don't see how that's a bad idea.
I just also wanted to piggyback off what you said. I don't think it's necessarily Jews, but the Zionist movement. Those are the ones that mostly push that bullshit. Like, oh, there's no salvation. You know what I'm saying? Only for for
Nah,
everybody else,
I
only
would
for Jews.
disagree. You know
No,
why?
that's
Because
Judaism whole.
hold on, bro. Hold on.
I've never met, I
Hold
never
on,
met,
bro.
I
We're
never
talking about
met.
Zion. Hold on.
Hold on, brother, because hold on. I've been letting y'all talk this whole time. God
I,
damn,
I,
can I talk?
I fuck with Zionism. Hold on. I fuck with Zionism, but I'm talking about, if you're talking about political Zionism, it's different groups. See, you got religious Zionism. That just means, right? It just means that you believe that the Jewish people should have a land. That's all it really means when you say Zionism. Zionism just means that you believe that the Jewish people should have a home. That's all it really means.
So
That you believe that
so why
that the children of
why
Israel
is the
should be
Star
in
of
the land.
David? So why is
That's
the
all it
Star of
really means.
David not even a real
But
star?
there is
Why is that
political.
not?
Hey,
There's
Why
other
is the
political
Star of
movements.
David?
hey, hold
Yeah.
up. Hey, they should have a land, but they shouldn't take other people's land to have a
And
land.
Nah,
Bro,
exactly.
that
And
was
then on
not their
top of that,
land. Nah, that was not their land, brother. Let me tell you why. Palestine,
damn
what
man.
was called
Hey, let me know
before
when I can talk.
Palestine? It was called Judea. It was never called Palestine. That's not their land. They occupied it
That
somebody's
shit was
land.
not called
It was never
Palestine, boy.
called
That shit was not called.
Palestine.
That
It
was
was
not
called. It
called
was called
Palestine
that.
in the
It was
earliest,
never
in
called
the
Brother, they
earliest,
Palestine.
welcomed the
in the
Europeans in.
earliest, in the
They welcomed them
earliest.
Europeans
Hold on,
in
wait a minute.
during the
Hold on,
Nazi
Jesse. Hold on, Jesse. In
Holocaust.
the
It
earliest
was
of time.
called Judea
No,
in
you want to
ancient
bet?
times. It was called Judea. It was never called
Who
Palestine. It
said?
was called Judea in ancient times.
Who said they welcomed the Europeans in?
The Palestinians welcomed
I think
the
that boy
No, they
Europeans
Allah.
in
didn't, brother.
1947.
They got finessed.
Bro,
They really
They
got
did get
robbed.
finesse. They
Jesse,
when y'all want to
did
talk
get
about,
finesse.
bro,
you got
this is how I
people
know y'all
already
fucking
staying
tripping,
there.
bro.
You got people
Hold on,
already
hold on,
staying there.
bro.
You got a Euro. Hold up, Sergio. You got people already staying there. Arabs. not no damn Judeans. You got Arabs already staying there.
I totally agree with you.
Then a cracker threw a deal to move some Turkish goddamn people from Turkey in.
Correct.
So, brother, they
Nah,
didn't welcome nobody in.
No, but the people who were living there, they welcomed them with open arms, not expecting them to cause mass genocide.
Yeah, of
Because
course. Yeah,
they
they
were talking
did. The
about
exact
living
same way. The
alongside
exact same way the
the Jews.
Africans. The exact same way
Then
the
Jews
Africans
decided
let
they were
the
going to take
Arabs
over
come in.
everything.
The exact same way the Africans let the Arabs come in with open arms,
I
and guess
just
what
think,
happened? They getting
hold
fucked
on,
over.
I just think it's
The way
dumb.
we
Man,
let the Dutch come.
Hold on,
I'm
hold
Hold
gonna
on, wait a
on.
minute.
disagree.
Bro,
You
come
want to
on,
talk
bro. I've
about
been letting your ass
genocide,
talk this whole time.
bro,
Damn. Like,
bro?
damn.
Lord,
It
hey,
All right.
wasn't no
don't
open
get
arms on
sidetracked,
none of
Jalen.
them
We're
situations.
on the topic right now. Let's beat this topic in real quick.
Yeah, Jess, we're gonna
Go
beat this
ahead. Hey,
topic in real
Jalen,
quick.
let Jalen go, then Jesse, you
Nah,
got
I was
next.
just like I said, I was just saying, like, shit. Everybody let somebody in, with open arms, they got fucked over. But my thing is that, bro, that shit is not y'all land. That shit, you know what I'm saying? Like that shit is not, you know what I'm saying, the Turk, you know what I'm saying, these Khazar motherfuckers, that's not their land. Like Sean
Yes,
said,
it
a
is.
white man came in, you know what I'm saying, finesse everybody, and now America been having a fucking
Nah,
parasite on their fucking legs since the 1940s.
Well,
nah,
if
nah, nah,
that's
nah,
the
nah. That's
case,
that's
it's
what
like
you want to
currently,
believe. Let me
it's
tell you
just like
why.
the
saying,
Hold
majority
on,
of the
hold on. There
Jews,
was always. Hold on, hold on. Let me
Hey,
tell you. Let me tell you.
majority
Let
of
Sergio.
me
the
tell you
Hey,
something.
Jews.
Sergio.
Sir,
You know Netin. Hold up. Hey, Sergio, you know Netin Ben Yahoo. That's not his real name.
Yeah, them nigga names like,
Them not,
you know what I'm saying, like
them not
Malowski or
no
Sawowski or
Jews.
some shit. Yeah, them niggas
Hold,
ain't
Them
hold
not
Jews,
no
on,
bro.
bro. Hold on, hold on.
Jews.
This is what I'm trying to tell
and
you.
I was
I'm
just about to
sorry,
say
bro.
Because
the
when y'all want
majority
to
of the
make
I'm
these
gonna
Jews
say
sorry
this.
ass
I'm gonna
arguments,
say this. I'm gonna
were
say this.
converted.
hold
I
on. When
can't
y'all want to
follow.
make these
I
sorry
can't
This
ass
is talking
follow.
about the
statements,
good
let me just
I
say
subject.
can't
something.
follow a religion. I
How
can't
you gonna
follow a
claim a land
religion.
and you
Hold on, wait a
convert
minute.
for
Hold
Hold
80
on,
on,
Jesse.
years?
hold
Hold on,
on,
Jesse.
bro.
No, bro. We've been
Hold
holding on
on,
for you this
bro.
damn
I
time.
can't believe you
Shit,
gonna
let everybody
say
else
that.
talk.
Hold
Let
on,
everybody
bro.
else
I
talk. No,
can't
fuck that.
believe you gonna
Fuck
say
that. Fuck
follow
that. Fuck that.
a
You've been talking this whole
religion
time.
when
You talking
Apostle
this whole
Paul was
time. You've
following
been talking
white
this
folk.
whole
What
time.
the fuck
You've
you
been talking this
about,
whole
bro?
time. Damn, let everybody talk. Bro, I'm not gonna sit here and follow no damn fucking religion, bro. That's for one, there's no salvation for every fucking body. I'm not following a religion of people who got fucking kicked out 100 and fucking times. The fuck I gotta like why?
And
Why?
what? And
How the
what?
fuck? How
If
the fuck
Jalen
can
was
you
to
tell me you
convert,
following
then
the
he'd
law,
have
but
back to Israel.
yet y'all still getting kicked out that bitch? Y'all
What
get kicked out of every fucking
nationality
land
were
y'all
the
go.
Pharisees? What nationality were the Pharisees? What
Again,
nationality?
how many times are y'all gonna keep getting
Answer.
kicked out?
Hey,
How
hold
many
on,
times y'all gonna
bro.
keep getting
Hold
kicked
on,
out?
because y'all want to make
Can we
these
talk about
sorry
the
ass
rape that
arguments
happened in
about.
Man,
Syria?
man,
Hold
brother,
on, bro. Because
you
y'all
is
talk
not
too much.
you is not the same people as them. You're
Hold
Mexican.
on,
Exactly.
hold on, bro.
Oh
Hold
man.
on. When y'all want to make them sorry ass arguments
Oh
about
man,
about the about the Jews being
you're
from
not even the
Khazar
same.
or
You're not
being
even in
white,
the same group.
there was always
You're not even
white
the same.
Jews. Even at the time of the Second Temple, you got the Pharisees. The
We know
Pharisees were
that. We know the
European
Pharisees were
converts.
white as tombs.
The
White on the
Pharisees were
outside, they look
European
beautiful but look dead
converts.
on the inside. Fuck we talking about. We know this.
No, the
We know
Pharisees were
we the
European converts. You didn't
and
know
we
that shit?
know this. We know this. My
Okay,
nigga,
so you
Jesus even
following
said
you
you're white
following
like
that shit.
tombs. Fuck
Hold
we
on,
talking
bro.
about.
Hold on, bro. Because even when y'all want to talk all that shit, especially the New
Bro, we've
Testament
been lit,
believers,
bro.
right?
You keep telling us
They
to
want
hold
to
on,
talk
bro.
all
You're
that
not letting
shit.
nobody
Hey,
talk.
you just admitted that Apostle Paul was a Pharisee. So what does that tell you? That he was white. That
But
answers
at
your
the end
fucking
of the day,
question.
what does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with
It has
anything?
to do with a lot because even your
No,
religion
we
was
do not.
based on Greek and
No, we
Roman
do not. You talking
philosophy.
about Paul? You talking about Paul,
Yes,
the
it
same
is.
Paul that was
Hold on,
killing his own
Jalen.
Your,
Hold
people?
on, let him get it out because I want to beat this
Man, what
topic
you
up.
your
mean? Let him get it
religion
out.
is
I've been
based
trying to talk
on
this
Greek
whole
and
fucking
Roman
time.
All
philosophy,
right, you're
bro.
next, and then after you is me.
Man, I'm cool on it. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. I'm cool. Y'all
No.
got
I
it.
can, your opinion matters. Just let him
Nah,
get
I'm
it
cool.
out,
I'm
and then,
cool. I'm
and then
cool. Y'all
smooth,
got
and
it.
it's me.
You know, all Arabs are
No, hold on. Even
classified
when you want to
as
say that, hold on,
Caucasian,
Jalen,
huh?
bro. Watch this, bro. Hey, hold on, bro. Let me tell him something. Hey, in Judaism, we don't tell people to convert. We don't try to convert people. That's Christian. Christian people do that shit. We don't try to convert people.
I never said nothing about converting. Never said nothing about
And
converting.
you are a convert.
I said follow. I said, you know what I'm saying? If anybody, why
Nah,
would
we
I
don't
want to
even
pick up?
want you to follow
I,
that. We don't even
I'm
want you
not
to
Brother,
okay.
follow
you
that
are a
hold
either.
on,
That's
convert.
We don't
cool.
want
hold
you
That's
to
on.
follow.
bro. For one, here's the entire thing. This
Can
is
I
the
say
thing. This is
something?
the thing. The same Jews,
brothers
The
are
same
converts.
Jews that we talking about, also wrote and created, along with other Romans, Greeks, and Egyptian priests, the Gnostic texts and shit. Them Jews would not agree with the shit that you pushing. I know that for a fact because those Jews even preached that salvation was for everybody.
Hey,
Everybody.
that's what I teach. I teach that. I teach salvation is for everybody. I don't teach that salvation is only for the
You
Jews.
just
So I
said,
don't know why you're saying
did I?
that. Nah,
See, but
I
here's
don't
the
teach
here's the
I,
salvation. You
problem.
didn't hear what I
Let me
just
say
said when
something
I
real
first
quick.
got on. You can ask Wavy. When I first got on, I was making a point how misery is the one that salvation is not for everybody. That's misery. I taught. This is
He
what
ain't
I
no
teach. I
Israelite.
teach that
He
Gentiles
actually
that
Jewish.
keep the Torah, Gentiles that keep the Torah, right, or Noahites that follow the 7 Noahide laws, they have a share in the world to come. So they're gonna be there. They're gonna be in the world. That's what I teach.
so
Judaism teaches that too.
Wait, so
All
Sergio,
Jewish people teach that. Go
Sergio,
ahead.
you do understand that if you go to Israel right now and you claim you're a Jew, ain't no Zionist is gonna accept you. I hope you know that.
they
Respectfully,
gonna beat the shit out, boy.
they will not accept you because they don't believe that. First of all, you're Hispanic. That's already it's an error for a Hispanic person all the
No,
way from.
that's hold on. Hispanic. Hold
No,
on,
no,
bro.
no, 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 no.
Hispanic. Where do they
I
come
already know
from?
what you. I already know what
Hold
you're
on,
gonna say,
bro. Hold on.
Sergio. I know what you're
Hispanics.
gonna
Where do
say,
they come
brother.
from? They're
The
mostly what?
so-called
Spanish and
Hispanic
native,
name.
correct?
Yes, I
Hold on.
know. I
Spanish
know what you're
and
gonna
native,
say.
right? You ever heard of the Sephardic Jews? You ever heard of that?
But Sergio, I'm talking about reality. If you go to Israel
I
right
know, but
now,
I'm telling you, I
no,
actually have
you're not
family
gonna meet a
members from
Jew that's gonna
Spain. I
agree that you're
actually
a
have
Jew.
family
You're
members
not.
from Spain. I actually have family
Sephardic
members
Jews
from
are from
Spain,
Spain,
bro.
brother. They're
Because
not
we're
Native
talking about the
Americans.
crypto Jews. We're talking about the Sephardic Jews.
Sephardics are from Spain.
Aren't most Sephardic Jews in Israel today? The Sephardim, aren't they over there?
Okay, cool. You can argue that, but
All right, all right.
I still stand my ground, Sergio. If you go, matter of fact, I'll buy you a ticket to go to Israel right now. I guarantee you, no Jew's gonna accept that you're a Jew,
I'll
and
take
that's
it.
point blank. Period.
Nah, hold on. I accept that. I accept that. Yeah, you probably right about that. They'll probably say, yeah, you know what I'm saying? We know, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, they're gonna know because I don't speak fluent Hebrew. They're gonna know right away. I understand that. Right? Obviously, I still gotta learn fluent Hebrew. I got a lot of other stuff I
No, it's
still gotta
probably because
learn.
you're Hispanic,
Right?
bro. I guarantee you. I could be a
Nah,
white.
it's
I could
not
be a
about
white guy.
Hispanic because I see many. Hold on, stop, bro. It's not about Hispanic. There's Argentinian people in the land of Israel today. There's people from Argentina. There's all bunch of like African Jews that are there. They all get accepted. You don't. It's not what you think it is. I
See,
talk to people from Israel. I
now
talk
this is
to
the
people from over
problem.
there, bro.
This is the problem. Here's the problem right here. So now we got people from all over the world who are converting to Judaism
Yeah.
and taking claim to a land from people who are really Jews who converted to Muslim, and they're making mass genocide. They're making mass genocide based
What
off the
was the
fact that,
land
that
called before
they feel
Palestine,
like they
bro?
have a
What
claim to
was
the
it
land.
before it was called Palestine? What was it called?
So what? What I'm telling you is the people who were there, regardless of what it was called, the people who were there were the real Jews, and they converted to Muslim.
Nah, they were
So,
never
so
no Muslim.
now that they've stripped that title of Judaism, that gives everybody else a right to kill them and take their
Come on,
lands.
Jesse. That's Loki haram. in,
Nah, that's not right.
In Judaism, they would rather die than convert to Islam. Respectfully, most Jews will rather.
No, what I'm telling you is the people who live in Palestine, they converted to Muslim. You know what I'm saying? Like those people were already there.
No, it ain't no
Like
already there,
they didn't
bro. There
conquer that
is no
land to get there. They were
Palestine. It doesn't
already there.
exist. It doesn't exist. You saying something that don't fucking exist, bro. Let me show you fucking history, bro. Let me read
Y'all
this. Let
took
me
it
read this.
over.
It was named Palestine by the fucking
Y'all took it
Romans.
over. In
It was
1947, it
named
was Palestine.
Palestine by the Romans. You don't fucking know what the fuck you talking about. There is no Palestine. It don't exist. It
Wait,
never
what?
did exist.
Here's the thing, brother. When was it? When was it named
Look, let me
Palestine?
read this real quick. It says, yeah, the area was called. Let me
Don't
read
read
it.
nothing.
Let me
Just tell
read
me
this. I'm gonna
when
read my
was it named
source. Let me read my
Palestine?
source. Right? It says, yeah, the area was called Judea before it was renamed Palestine by the Romans. The name Palestine was applied to the
When was
Roman
it named
province
Palestine?
of Judea. There is no fucking Palestine, bro. Just told you, this
Sergio.
is the
When
land.
was
This is
it
the
Hey,
named
kingdom of
Palestine?
Judah.
hold up. Hey, Sergio, come on, gang. Come on, gang. Check me out. Roll the blunt. Roll the blunt, Sergio. Cause we only hold up,
So it's been
Jesse. Hold up,
Palestine.
Jesse. remember what you about to say. Sergio, roll a blunt. We only 50 minutes. We only 50 minutes into the show. It's gonna be a long night, gang. So roll a blunt.
All right.
I
I'm about
don't
to drink
need you.
some water. I'm about to
You
drink
gonna,
some
Be a
water.
long night.
hey, if you keep it up, Sergio, if you keep it up at this rate, you're gonna lose your voice. So roll a blunt and just relax, gang. Ain't nobody gonna fight you through the screen, gang. Relax. It sounds like you trying to bully my friend Jesse. This my friend in real life. You came and Jalen, my friend in real life. So come on, Sergio. You trying to do the cartel bully on my friend, Sergio. Roll a blunt, gang. Just roll a blunt. We're gonna get through the night. It's gonna be a long show. Roll a blunt, Sergio. All right, Jesse. My bad. I hope you didn't forget what you was about to say.
No, I didn't, Aki. So what I was going to say was it's been Palestine since 5th century BC. You know, so with that being said, it's been Palestine longer than America has been America. You whether you and your ancestors have no way of tracking that you can track your ancestors to 5th century BC. So with that being said, you know, you talking about it being named Palestine by the Romans is irrelevant because it was named Palestine by the Romans by BC, and it's not the people who lived there who named it Palestine. They're the people who
All
just
right,
lived there.
let
They're
me
not the
let me
they're
say
not
this
the
last
Romans.
thing. Let me say this last thing. My boy Sergio, if somebody say something that you think they lying, if somebody say something you think they lying, somebody say something you disagree with, let them get it all the way out. That way, when it's time for you to go, you're gonna have way more than what you really wanted. You know what I'm saying? So let them get it all the way out. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have a good conversation. But like I said though, roll your blunt, Sergio. Roll your blunt. You got the flow.
Yeah. All right.
Jesse, was you
Like
done?
I
My
said.
bad, Jesse. My bad, Jesse.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just going like right now we got it on the screen. You know what I'm saying? It's on the screen. His brother said it wasn't Palestine. Brother, it's been Palestine longer than America's been America. And with that same concept that you're talking, you're saying that Native Americans should have the right to take over America and do away because America is not America. America is whatever the natives would have called it back when they were calling it. So with that being said, everybody who's living in Palestine now, they had no control over the name of what it was. It's just like you
Yeah,
said,
they've
it
been
was
there.
made
They've been there for what, going on 2,000 years.
exactly. Exactly. So now their family's been there for 2,000 years, and all of a sudden we got some reverts, some people who converted to Judaism, who feel like they're the chosen people, and now they feel that they have more right than the land than people who's been there for 2,000 years. How does that make sense?
You should
It
see.
makes a
You
lot
should
of
look
sense,
up
bro.
over the
Tell
years.
you what.
Hey, my bad, Sergio. I'm about to
Hold
let you
on.
go. But Jesse, you should look up on your own time, or if everybody watching, y'all should look up over the years since, let's say, 1910 all the way to today. Look how small Palestine then got. That shit damn near wiped out. But go ahead, Sergio.
Yeah. Like I said, bro. Like who rebuilt the land though? Like when you really wanna answer the question, bro. Palestinians didn't rebuild the land, bro. They didn't rebuild the land. Who rebuilt the land
Get him,
in
Sergio.
1990?
Get him,
Yeah.
Sergio.
Who rebuilt the land? Who put the synagogues up there, bro? What about October 7th, bro? What about all that shit? The kidnapping the Jewish hostages and all that other shit. And y'all the one that started with us, bro. Y'all started with the Jewish people. Y'all started because from what I've been reading, I'm not that learned in Zionism, but I'm still trying to study. You know what I'm saying? Probably know a little bit more about history and shit. But yeah, bro. From the videos that I've been watching and about Zionism and stuff, it's saying that y'all started with them, and then that's why you talk about this genocide or whatever and all that other stuff that you talking about.
Hey,
But I'm saying,
I
who
don't
really
know.
rebuilt
I don't know
Jerusalem,
if
bro? Yeah,
let me say this. I don't know if it's the ancestors telling me this, but something in my head is trying to think of the name of the treaty that brought them Turkey people over there to Israel. and I think it's the Balfour Declaration, but I might be wrong. The ancestors keep saying Balfour Declaration in my head, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, nah, it started from Theodore. Nah, it started from Theodore Hurls. So Theodore Hurls, that was the founder of Zionism. That is his name. Theodore Hurls, he was the one that thought of the idea to stop anti-Semitism in like all these different parts of like Europe where it was happening, right? During that time, right? He was
Nah,
the
nah, I'm talking
founder of,
about nah,
yeah.
Sergio. I'm talking about the treaty or the bill that sent them people over there. That's what I'm talking about. It's like
Yeah, but I'm
this
saying this
cracker.
is the one that started all this. Yeah, this is the guy that started all that stuff. That what you're talking about. Yeah, because he had
Is it
made a
called a
deal,
Belfort?
and then yeah, if you look it up, you can type him up. His name is Theodore Hurst. Hold on, let me show you. Let me show you something. Hold on. Let me read this
Jesse
real quick,
looking up.
right?
Jesse going crazy. Jesse trying to. Jesse, you know Hamas was funded by Israel, gang.
Yep.
Google not gonna
I do know
Google not gonna tell you.
Hamas was indirectly funded by Israel, which is a valid point, being that this brother's talking about October 7th. You know what I'm saying? He's talking about October 7th, and it's Israel who funds Hamas. So with that being said, it sounds like they did an attack on themselves. And let's say this. Let's say Hamas was a real terrorist organization. Even if it was a terrorist organization, that does not this one group does not represent the civilians of Palestine. This is not the Palestinian army. This is a what they would call a terrorist group. What gives them to right to do mass genocide on civilians? They're not even going after Hamas. They're going after innocent civilians.
Well,
I mean,
I
hold
agree.
on, bro. You want to talk about this genocide, right? But let's get biblical. So watch this, bro. What did we do in the land of Canaan when we have to
Yeah, you
inherit the
gonna
land?
win. Biblically, you gonna win. Biblically, you gonna win.
Hold
They
on.
doing what the
So
Bible saying.
so so watch this, bro. This is so easy because look, if you go, let's talk about the Canaanites, okay? So when you deal with the Canaanites, how many nations did we destroy to inherit Eretz Israel, to inherit the land? How many Canaan nations of Canaanites? A lot of them got killed off, hung on trees, all this other shit, kicked them out, killed them. How many Philistines did David kill? A lot of them. So when you want to talk
Hey,
about this genocide shit, that has always happened. Jewish
hey,
people are always known to
hey,
go to war.
Sergio. Hey,
David was
Sergio.
go to war. Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
Sergio. I like the fact that you
yeah.
responded biblically, my boy. That's the best thing you could have did because Jesse got to ride with the Bible being a Muslim. I like how you did that.
All right.
Well, no,
Yeah.
I'm gonna respond to that real quick.
Now, can you pull up the screen, Sean? I got something for him too. This is Revelation 3:9. Behold, I will make them the synagogue of Satan, who say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. Behold,
Ah,
I will make them come and worship at thy feet, and know that I have loved thee. So with that being said, this is a perfect representation of Sergio and
Yeah, that's
his
cool.
people. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't have no real way of showing that they're the Jews. It's just a claim that they have made. Sergio is a convert. But you know what I'm saying? And a majority of those people in those lands are converts as well. So, if you want to rock
Hold on,
biblically speaking,
but
these brothers
you
are
wanna
synagogues of Satan.
hold on, bro. Even when you want to say that, hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna let you. Let me know when I can speak because I don't
you
want to
got
get
the
mad
flow.
because
You got the
sometimes I
flow,
got anger
Sergio.
problem.
You got the flow, Sergio.
All right, brother.
Pay
So
attention
this
to
is what
that
I'm
part where it said those who claim they are
all
Jews
right.
but are
So
not.
yeah, even when you want to say, hold on,
Can I go next?
say I understand that. I understand that, right?
Yeah,
If you
yeah.
want to say that there's converts, that logic, go with that logic that they're converts. This is how I know. During the Second Temple period, shitload of converts, even during the time of so-called Jesus being alive or whatever. there was a lot of fucking converts in Israel. Even in your, what does your own book say? Right? Let me just use your own against you. You go into Revelation. I see you into Revelation, right? But what does your own book say? It says there's neither Jew nor Greek. So what are you doing accepting all these Greeks and allowing them to convert around you, right? So that means there were Jews, even in the New Testament, right? It talks of Grecian Jews. That Apostle Paul was having debate
No,
with
it's you niggas
with
too.
Grecian Jews, and they followed him, right? They even followed. Wasn't Trophimus? He was a proselyte that followed Paul in his mission, in his missions, bro. Whenever he was traveling and shit, right? So his name was Trophimus. Look that shit up. So he was a convert. He was a Greek. His father was a Greek. I can show you all that. Even Timothy. Watch this. Timothy's father was what? A Greek. Timothy's father was a Greek. Look that shit up. He was not a Jew. His mom was Jewish. Yeah, but not his father. His father was a Greek. Even when you want to talk about all this shit about converts, there was always fucking converts in Jerusalem. Always.
All right, hold up, Sergio. Go ahead, Jalen.
Going back now, Jess, you read Revelation, right?
Yeah.
All right, when you was talking about the synagogue of Satan.
And I like to respond after Jalen. Yeah.
All right, bet. So Amos 5:26. You have lifted the shrine of your king and the pedestal of your idols, the star of your God, Rampham. Amos 5:26. Acts 7:43. You took up the tabernacle of Moloch and the star of Rampham and the images you made to worship. Now, can y'all look up the star of Rampham? What is the star of
I
Rampham? The
know what
star of
you're talking
Rampham
about.
is what? A six pointed star. That's the star.
I got it
That
on the screen,
that's the
Sean.
star of Rampham, a six-pointed star with the bull in front. Am I
Yep.
wrong or am I right? What they say in the first one? Show me where in the Bible it says that this is the star attributed to David. There's no star attributed to David. Therefore, that Zionist movement
Oh, bro. Hey,
is
bro.
bullshit. It's bullshit. History
Hold
repeat.
on.
History.
Why do you
Hold on.
want?
I'm
All
not.
right.
Hold on.
So
Come
let's
on.
say you
Come
want
on.
to
I've
use
been. Come
that,
on. Hold
right?
on. Come on. Hold on. I'm
Because
still.
if
Hold on. No.
Zion,
No.
hold on,
I'm not
bro.
holding on,
Because
bro.
if
I'm
Zion
not
war
holding on,
child.
bro. I've been letting you talk this whole
All right.
time,
Yeah, yeah.
bro.
Go
It's like
ahead,
every
bro.
time
Go
that
ahead,
I talk,
bro.
bro. That's what I'm
Go
saying,
ahead,
bro.
bro.
Again, how in the world? So again, where in the Bible do it
Go
say that the
ahead, bro.
6 point
Yeah.
star is attributed to David? Where?
Zion, watch out, not here.
So then on top of that, so now we're going to go back to human laws of nature. That's why I always preach. People need to study human laws of nature. Humans redo the same fucking shit over and over. That's why history repeats itself over and over. Who picked up the 6 point star
That
now?
is no star, bro. There is no star. That's not a
Bro,
star,
there, bro.
bro. There is no
So
star.
so there's
Stars
no
do
star.
not
So if
have
I
stars
so
don't have points. Stars don't have
so
points.
and again and then yeah, okay, so there's no star. So then why in the fuck is the Zionist Jews picking up a 6 point star and then saying that it's the star of David?
Because
Because
like I said, bro.
because you just said before I got off, you're for Zionists and stuff. So
Hey, now,
why did they
hey,
pick it
hey,
up?
No,
Sergio, you
hold
got
on,
the.
bro.
Hold on,
Let
Sergio,
me,
you
hold
got the
on, bro.
star.
That's so easy to
Go ahead.
destroy. Hold on, that's so easy to destroy. Because even if you want to say that, right,
Go
you're
ahead.
gonna have to say the same thing about the Ethiopians. Because if Zion Warchild was on here,
Hey,
he
hold
would
on,
tell
hold
you
on,
that
hold on,
even
hold on,
they
They
hold
were
on, hold on,
stars.
hold on,
hold
hold on,
on,
hold on,
Oh,
hold on, hold on,
hold
hold on,
on,
hold on, hold on, hold up, hold up. One second,
man.
one second, one second, one
Go
second,
ahead,
one
man.
second.
Go ahead.
Listen to me, Sergio.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody know when you
yeah.
come on here. Everybody know when you come on here, you had that 6 point star as your avatar. So
Yeah.
when Jalen asked you that question, you can't just push the blame to the Ethiopians and Uncle Chucky and Zion Warchild. He asked you the question.
And then on top of that,
Yeah.
Chucky was on
But
here. Hold on, wait a
I
minute. Hold on,
believe
wait a
that
minute.
is
Hold on, wait a
That
minute.
just shows that they're
Chucky,
just as wrong as you
hold
are.
on.
Hold on, wait a
I
minute. Because
believe
Chucky
that the
was on here.
breakdown, hold on, that
Chucky
the
was.
breakdown to that, hold on,
I was still
the
talking either way.
breakdown to that is the fruit. So how do you say that in English? Because I'm trying to pronounce it. Hold on, give me a second. Hold on. This
Man,
is
like I
what it
said,
goes.
Chucky
It
was
goes
on
back
here.
to
Chuck,
fruits.
Chucky was on here. I
Hold on.
brought up the 6 point star. Wavy, you was on the
That is,
same channel whenever we was
hold
arguing
on,
with
that
y'all,
is a
and
priestly
Chucky agreed
symbol.
with me. Did he
Okay?
not?
That is a
I
priestly.
don't,
Hold
I
on.
don't remember. I don't remember. But hey, Sergio, listen to me, brother. Listen to me. You don't need a source to answer that question.
I'm going to
You
answer
don't
it.
need
I'm going
a
to answer it.
Bible.
Yeah.
You said
No, I got it. Yeah.
David don't have a star, right?
That's a priestly. It's a priestly
You said
symbol.
David
So it
don't have a
has to do
star,
with
right?
the pomegranate. It has to do with the pomegranate. It's not a star. It's a
Right.
pomegranate. It's a priestly.
So why
It's a
y'all
priestly
pushing that?
symbol.
So why y'all pushing it as David's star, the star of David?
I don't push
Why
that
is
as
that
the
the flag
David
of your
Star. I
country?
never said that shit. I never said.
But
I
you
never
had it
said that shit.
on. But you
That's the
had it as
flag
your
of your
profile
country,
pic.
Look,
Aki.
come on, man. You was just going in.
Hold on.
It,
I'm saying that
like
I believe that that's a priestly symbol. I never said it was a Star of David. I said it's a priestly symbol. You ain't never heard me say it was a Star
a
of David. I
priestly
never said
symbol
that.
for one. Okay, so even then, the priestly symbol wouldn't be a 6 point star. It would be a 5 point star attributed to Solomon. That would be, if any star would be, it would be a 5 point star. So
What
again,
about all right? So what?
where
So what?
Is
When
there
you talk
anywhere
about,
in the Bible? Is there anywhere in the Bible? Hold up. Is there anywhere in the Bible that say worship a 6 point star?
we don't worship that star. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know why you're trying
is
to
there
say that we
anywhere in the
worship it.
Bible
Nobody
that a six
worships that
point
star.
star is attributed to David? Because again, why are
That's a
this line is
priestly.
saying, oh, this
That's a
is
priestly symbol. It has to do with the
show me the priestly,
with the
show
robes of
me,
the high priest. It has to do with the robes
show
of the
me.
high
I,
priest, the
I but look,
pomegranate.
what
Okay,
it said in the Bible? What it said in the
It's in the
Bible?
Torah. It's in the book of Exodus. It's about the priestly the priestly robes, bro. And the high priest wear that
And
shit.
it say
The
it's gonna
golden
be
bells.
6 point stars. It say it's
No,
gonna
it
be a
says
six
it
point
says
star.
the that is the pomegranate. The priest use that shit on their clothes. Yeah,
Huh?
that's what I'm saying. That's what it is. Yeah, it's the pomegranate, that fruit. Yeah, they use that shit on their clothes, bro.
No, hey Sergio. We talking about the 6 point star, not no fruit gang. What you talking about?
Hold on, bro.
that's what
That
he.
is. Hold on. I got you right now.
Watch
I'm
this.
gonna show
Hold
you a
on. Watch
picture.
this. Watch
Hold
this.
on.
Hold on. Wait a minute. The ancient high priest did not wear a 6 point star. There was no 6 point star attributed to them. The Torah, Exodus 28, Leviticus 8, the description of the tabernacle worship, second temple sources, Josephus, and Dead Sea Scrolls. There are no 6 point stars attributed to these high priests.
Hey, Goo. Hey,
The
Goo and
6 point
Jesse
star, the six
and
point star,
and
the
Keon.
Magen David is a much later in Jewish history.
All right,
So again,
hold up.
go ahead.
Hey, Goo, Keon, and Jesse. This nigga Jalen trying to make Sergio drop his flag.
I mean,
Mm.
shoot, that's what I do. You know, say I
So,
come in this bitch,
As
I
he
make
hold
niggas
on.
change
should.
their
It's
name.
so easy.
As Aki
Hold on,
should.
I
It's
come in
so
this
easy,
bitch.
bro. Hold on. Let me put my screen up. I got my screen up. Let me know y'all can see. Look, check this out. I'm gonna put it on my phone.
We
Check this
trying
shit
to
out.
see in the
This is don't
Torah
mess with that. I
where it
believe
say to
in
wear that
shit.
6 point star. That's what we need to see.
Ooh-wee.
This is what it is. This
You
is what
can't
it is.
show us no fruit.
This is the
Go ahead, my bad.
pomegranate, bro. See that shit? That that is 6 point. Don't you see it? It's the same shit. That is the fruit. That is the shem. That is what priest put on, bro. What are you talking about, bro?
So
Where's
you
Amos
saying
at?
a
Where's
fruit?
Amos? Is Amos
Hold
Old
up, so,
Testament or New Testament? I don't
That's
even know.
mentioned in the Torah. The priest put that on, bro, on their clothes and shit.
hold up. So how a fruit go to a 6 point star though, Sergio? That's what we trying to see.
Because there's no hexagon
It's not
anywhere
no
in the
6 point
Torah. There's
star.
no hexagram in the Torah, the Exodus,
Hold on.
but there's no
It's
hexagram
the
in the Torah.
pomegranate. The pomegranate is in the Torah. The
Nah, we talk
pomegranate is in the Torah, bro.
Sergio, hold up, y'all. The Star of David. We're not talking about a pomegranate. When you had that logo on your avatar, that's the Star of
You
David. That ain't no damn
Nah,
fruit,
that's a
Sergio.
pomegranate. That ain't no Star of David. That's the pomegranate. If you
Ah,
go to Exodus 28, hold on. If you go to Exodus 28, let me read this right
y'all hear
quick. Let
this
me read it
shit?
right quick. Hold on. Give me a second.
Exodus 28,
So
33,
you
and
Let me
saying
38.
go to
on your
It's
Exodus.
him.
flag, it's not a hold up. So you saying on your flag, it's not a 6 point star. That's a fruit right there,
Yeah, it's a pomegranate. It's a
Sergio.
priestly symbol. It's a priestly symbol. Yeah, it's not has nothing
Man,
to
you
do
defending these
with
niggas
no
too much.
star. It's not no fucking star, bro. That is a priestly symbol. That is a Kohan symbol, a high priest symbol. Has nothing to do
Bro, I'm looking.
with that, bro. Let me read it. Let me read this right quick. This
Go
is
ahead.
Exodus
Go
28
ahead.
and 34, right? So it says, a golden
Share my screen,
bell
Sean.
and a pomegranate, a golden bell and a pomegranate upon the
Pomegranate.
hem of the robe round about. So this is telling you that the high priest put that on their clothes, bro. That is a
They put the
priestly
pomegranate.
symbol in the Torah.
They put
A
a fruit,
pomegranate.
That's a
A
priestly
a
symbol,
fruit.
pomegranate. A
bro.
Hey, can you share my
pomegranate.
screen, Sean?
This is what you talking about. A
Yeah,
pomegranate. Now what's a pomegranate, Sean? What is
yeah,
that?
yeah. Pomegranate. Yeah.
Sean, pull up a pomegranate.
Hey Sergio, you gotta. Hey Sergio, I don't think you should be doing this. No, the Star of David does not represent a pomegranate.
Like, bro, what are we talking
Bro,
about,
you
bro?
should know
Like,
what
come
I
on, man.
showed on
Not gonna
the
lie, bro.
screen.
Come on,
That shit
bro.
had the same. It looked
Ain't no.
exactly just the
Come
same
on,
as
bro.
the star.
Come on, bro. The Jews don't even say
You
it's
know
the
what the fuck
pomegranate, bro.
I put on the screen? That shit had. Okay, even when you want to say that, hold on. It has 6 points. It has 6 points, bro. It has 6 points. What you showed the fruit. You just saw what the fuck I showed on the screen. What the fuck,
I
bro?
never seen a
Hey,
pomegranate.
look what we
I've
got on the
never seen
screen,
a
homie.
pomegranate look anything like that.
Bro, let me show it again.
Read the
Hold on, let me
screen,
show it
homie.
again. Screen. Put the. I'm gonna show it again,
Nah,
bro.
hey, nah,
Look at this
we
shit,
seen
bro.
what you was showing, Sergio. You was
What are you
showing the
talking about,
leaves,
bro?
right?
Hold
We
on, wait a
seen
minute.
it.
Hold on. Watch this. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on, wavy. Hold on, wavy. Hold on, wavy.
Yeah, this ain't no fucking
The
leaf.
high priest
That's the
garments,
fruit.
the high
This ain't
priest,
no
the
fucking
high
leaf,
priest
bro.
garments,
That's the
the high
fruit.
priest garments was the ephod woven apron
That
with
ain't no
shoulder
fucking.
stones engraved with 12 tribes. Then you got the breastplate of judgment, 12 stones of 12 tribes. You got the robe of ephod with the pomegranates and gold bells on him, white tunic sash, distributed gold forehead plate, holy to Yahweh.
Hey,
There is
mute
no
out, Keon. Hey, Keon, mute out.
There is no, listen, Leviticus
Hey, he
8, Aaron, and
trying
hold
to make
on.
me do the temple, bro.
I ain't
This
do
brother
nothing.
trying to
I ain't
make me
trying to
get
make you
into
do
them.
nothing. I ain't doing nothing. I'm speaking my truth, brother. I ain't trying to do nothing. I'm just saying what I'm saying. There is no, because I went through, like I said, because you said Exodus. There's nothing talking about a 6 point star. I went to Leviticus 8. Nothing talk about a 6 point star. The tabernacle worship, Exodus 25, 31, 35, 40. Nothing about a 6 point star. There's nothing about a 6 point star in the seventh temple, in the second temple. Josephus, there's no 6 point star talked about that. There's nothing even talked about in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So again, what are we talking about? Where's the six
Hey,
point star?
Sergio.
Bro, like I
Hey,
already
Sergio. They
told
say
you.
you was showing.
Hey,
And
Hey,
then on
Sergio,
top
the
of that,
last picture you showed, they say it was a star fruit.
and then on top of that, and
The
then on
last
top of
picture you
that,
showed,
and
nah,
then
Sergio.
on
that was
top of
a
that, with it,
pomegranate. That was a
okay.
pomegranate.
So
That's
Nah,
what the
hey,
why
fuck I've been
Sergio.
okay,
showing on
so
the
Sergio.
screen. And it
Hold
had
up, hold
why
up,
are y'all
Jesse.
attributing why are y'all attributing man?
Relax. Jalen,
Man,
relax.
whatever, bro.
Hey,
Whatever,
Sergio,
bro.
that last picture you
Y'all keep
showed,
letting this
a
nigga.
pomegranate don't got six sides. A pomegranate got six
Yes, it
sides.
does.
That was
I
a
can
star.
show it
That was a
again.
star fruit.
Yes, it does. I can show it again. Bro.
No,
Because
that's the
even Quan
leaves,
would
gang.
tell you
That's the
all that.
leaves around it.
Nah.
Sergio,
Nah,
that's
it
the
ain't no
leaves.
fucking leaf. Oh, for real? Oh,
Hey,
let me show it
share
again.
this,
I'm
Sean.
gonna show you another picture.
Share
Hold
this.
on.
Ah,
No. Fuck all that, bro. What is that, bro? How many fucking points does it have, bro? All that. Fuck what
all right,
y'all talking about.
hold
Put
up.
it
Let me see
on
where
the
you at.
fucking screen. Nah, compare it. You see the fucking screen, bro? Put screen up. I know y'all can see that shit.
That's
Talking about
the
star
leaves,
fruit. Ain't
bro.
no
That's
fucking
the
star fruit,
leaves.
bro.
That ain't the fucking
Nah,
pomegranate.
the
That's
fruit.
leaves.
Yeah. All right. Nah, that ain't no fucking leaves, bro. That is the fruit. That is how it looks. It has 6 points. That is the fruit. That's how it
Brother,
grow like that. That ain't
the
no.
fruit is round, brother. The fruit is not, the fruit is round, brother. You see the fruit? It's like an apple. It's round,
Oh,
right?
this, yeah.
You talking about the
Look,
leaves on it,
look at
right?
the leaf. It looks exactly like star.
I told you, just said
It
it
looks
wasn't a
it
leaf.
looks
You just said
Hey,
it
exactly
share
like.
my
wasn't the
screen,
leaf.
Sean.
You just said it wasn't a leaf, gang. Come on, Sergio.
Bro, that is how the fruit is. That's how
Share
it
my screen,
grows,
Sean.
bro.
Look what I got
I just
highlighted.
showed it.
The leaf, the pomegranate leaf. All right, go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, that's what
So I
I'm
just want to
saying.
point out.
That is what these put on their clothes. That's what the priests put on they fucking clothes. You see what I read on Exodus? Damn, bro, y'all trying to make me go into the temple and shit. I ain't no
Hold up,
Sergio.
Sergio. Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah.
So I just want to point out the Star of David was not created at a single point in time. It evolved as a symbol. The 6-point star was used in various cultures before the appearing of Jewish artifacts in the synagogues in the Middle Ages. It became prominent in the Jewish symbol in the 17th century. Widely adopted by European Jews in the 19th century and was officially adopted by the First Zionist Congress in 1897, becoming the emblem of the
So,
modern state of
so was I
Israel.
wrong? So was I wrong when I said that
And
shit
hold on,
was a
let me
Zionist
just
symbol?
finish real quick, brother. This because this next point is major. So the antiquity, the 6-pointed star, the hexagram, was used as a decorative and possibly magical symbol in many ancient cultures, including the Mesopotamia, India, and ancient synagogues of Israel. So this hexagon, it wasn't really adopted until the between 17th and 19th century, and
I was,
it's associated with magic.
mm. So can I piggyback off what Jesse said? If you go and look up the Sumerian stuff, because we like to tie the Jews to the Babylons and shit like that. Go look at the 6-point star of Inanna, aka Isis. She has a 6-point star.
Was
And y'all
was
deem her to be the
David
mother, and y'all deem her to be the mother of Lucifer because she's
was
associated with
David
Venus. So
was
again,
David born in the 17th century?
fuck no.
Was David born in the 17th century? So y'all just
Adopted by European
threw a flag.
Jews.
Y'all just threw a flag on this man.
Adopted, what you said, Jesse? Adopted
Adopted
by
by
European
European
Jews.
Jews
And what did I
in the
just say?
19th century.
History repeats itself. Did I not? Did I not just say history repeats itself? Because
A
again,
European
because
Jew.
hold on, wait a minute. I want to know something. Book of Amos, what is that? What is the book of Amos? Old Testament or New Testament?
A European Jew.
That is the Old Testament. The Old
Ah,
Testament.
okay, well, I'm going to leave that right there.
Yeah.
Okay, y'all got it.
A European Jew. I thought it was about the bloodline.
Ah, ah.
And something else
Yeah,
Who
I
is
don't
said
know,
you
bro.
gotta?
You
That's
need
a
to go into the
convert. A
temple.
European Jew is a convert. Y'all borrow some for some converts?
right.
What
Right.
happened to the bloodline?
And
And
then,
something else I want to point out is the next line. It says it began to appear more frequently in Jewish contexts, such as on seals, lamps, and books, and was sometimes referred to as the Seal of Solomon. The reason why this is necessary for me to point out is because the Jews believe that Solomon did magic, and they believe that he had a book of magic.
the grimoire.
All right,
Nah, they
Sergio.
get it from that book. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about that book, the Seal of Solomon or whatever. It talks about magic. Nah, that's not it.
All right, Sergio. Hey, get on their ass, Sergio. Turn up.
Yeah, that's not in the scripture. Yeah, they like your homeboys over here trying to make me go into the temple, bro. You know I ain't no fucking Levite, bro.
I never said go to the temple. I said
Trying to
that
make me
I,
go
s-
to
I
the temple.
literally said, hold on, wait a minute. I never said go to the temple. I said that it does not, the 6-point star do not pop up in Exodus, Leviticus, tabernacle worship, the second temple. It don't pop up. Josephus, Dead Sea Scrolls, it don't pop up. There's no 6-point star attributed to David.
I understand that, and I don't deal with symbolism though. So whatever
Oh, I deal with
Israel,
that.
they have a symbol on their flag, whatever. But I don't deal with symbolism. I don't deal with symbol. Yeah.
Hold
Oh,
on,
now
wait a
he
minute, wait a
doesn't
minute,
deal with
hold on,
symbolism,
wait a
brother.
minute,
You
hold
just
on, hold
said
on, hold on,
they were
hold on,
right.
wait a minute.
You were rocking with them a second
Hold
ago.
on, Jesse. How you don't deal with symbolism and you read the Kabbalah? How? You know what I'm saying? Didn't you say that you was Kabbalistic or something like that? How you gonna say you don't rock with symbols, but you read the Kabbalah?
Hold up, you talking about me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You say that you
Nah,
don't
you talking
read.
Oh,
about me.
okay. No,
I
no,
ain't
no.
talking about you,
When I say,
Wavy.
hold
Shut
on.
up.
When I say I study,
Now
I'm really
Wavy being sarcastic. We know we ain't talking about Wavy.
when I talk about like mysticism, I'm talking about like Hasidic mysticism. Like I'm talking about like Breslev, Breslov, you know what I'm saying? Like that type of mysticism. When I'm talking about like the Sohar and like the tree of life and all that, I don't really deal with Sohar like that. Yeah, because I know that's where the Kabbalah comes from. The Kabbalah comes from the Zohar. It was from Moses de Leon, right? From Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. I don't really go into the Zohar like that. I go more into like the Midrash or the Hasidim, texts like that. I don't really go
So
into
you
the
going to
Zohar like that. Yeah, I don't really study the Zohar like
okay.
that. So I really don't. I don't really deal with Zohar that much like that.
If you're not checking out their deals, I am sorry that the middleman has tapped the screen to snag your faves directly from AliExpress. Well, thank you.
Hey, Keon, you got a background.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, because
Hey,
yeah, oh, yeah,
hey Sergio, man, don't
yeah.
let Jesse and Jalen slide, man.
Nah, it's all good, man. They probably got a better point because I don't deal with
So let
symbolism,
me
so it's like
let me ask you
I
this.
believe that the star has
Hold
to
up,
do
hold
with
up, hold
like
up, hold up,
the
hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Let me ask you this: Are we gonna see you with that Star David again?
That's
nah,
the
probably
question.
not.
Good,
Probably not.
good.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't deal with
Yeah.
symbolism, bro. So all that other stuff I say probably consider it what I'm saying, idol worship. You know what I'm saying? All that stuff is just
So
idol worship.
did you stop rocking the Star David before today?
I mean, I got a yarmulke that I put on sometimes, and it has the what I'm saying, that star sometimes, but it's like I don't pray to it, but it's like I don't even wear it. I wear more like my black yarmulke. I have another one. I have another different
Hey,
one that I put on.
check
Yeah.
this out, Sergio. Imagine imagine calling Dwayne or white people Edomites, but the Star David come from the Edomites.
Mm.
I can also say like shit about the cross,
Chapter.
bro. Even when you want to talk about the cross too, the cross, that shit is also a pagan symbol. You know what I'm saying? All that shit too. I mean, isn't that what
And so you must be also claiming
Nah.
that the Edomites are the ones
the
who are
cross is a
taking over
pagan
Israel,
symbol,
right?
bro? In my shit. Come on.
Would you say that it's Edomites taking over Israel?
You said what?
It's crazy. I just had the same
Would
argument
you
with
say
Alpha.
that the Edomites are taking over
Hell
Israel?
yeah.
Nah, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something. When you say the
They
word
come from Turkey.
If you
Esau,
call
according
Dwayne
to
an
the Dead Sea
Edomite,
Scrolls,
you gotta
Esau
rock
just
on
means
that.
let me tell you why I called Dwayne an Edomite. Let me tell you why I said that shit. I'll tell you why I called him that. Because he likes to go in the New Testament. So I believe that anybody that's going to the New Testament is Esau, Rome. Because New Testament symbolizes Rome. Rome. That's all it's about. Is Rome. It's Christianity is it's a Roman religion. So I call anybody that believes in the New Testament, I consider them like Edom. Anybody, not just him. It's really everybody. You can be. It don't matter what color you are. I could call you Esau. It don't really matter. If you believe in the New Testament, I say you Esau. Because in Rose, it calls
Hey yo,
Edom Rome. That is four kingdoms in the book of Daniel, right? It mentions
hey,
Rome, right? It's one of the
hey,
four beasts. You know what I'm saying?
hey, you know what's
Yeah.
so crazy that you say that shit? I was watching a video of a fucking rabbi. I think I still got the video of my shit. He said that our biggest goal is to have the children of Esau and the children of Ishmael go to war. And then whatever is left standing, we gonna come in and wipe them out. So so a rabbi literally said that our entire goal is to manipulate the Christians and the Ishmael and basic Muslims to fight each other. And then then whenever their numbers dwindle and whoever's left standing, we're gonna go through and wipe the rest of them out. You heard what I said. Our
I mean,
goal is to get the Christians and the Muslims to fight. So therefore, hold on. So therefore, that lets me know that you guys. So I'm not saying you guys, but that lets me know that y'all have always that there's been hands played throughout history. We see it with America right now, right? Have we not been seeing shit going on with the Epstein files and all this other shit that's been coming out? You got fucking Israelis, you know what I'm saying, or quote unquote Jews coming out doing things to little kids on the land of America, a Christian nation, and then going back, fleeing back to Israel.
All right,
And
Sergio, you
mind
got to
you,
go back
and
to the
mind you,
temple.
and mind you, and mind you, I'm going to come with a timeline of every single heinous act, all the way from Syria all the way up to now. And I've been
All
working
right,
on it because
Sergio. You got to go back. You got to go back to the temple, Sergio.
Yeah, he's right because there's some rabbis that even in the midrashim, right? Even in the midrash, you'll see how they start calling like Arabic, like it'll say in the midrash. Last time I was reading this was like this week. I was reading the midrash. I was on Genesis midrash and I was reading right, and it said that Ishmael, like he was just a thief. Like it said that he was in the marketplace stealing, and then it says, and it also says that Ishmael was an idolater. So it says that he
Idolatry.
was like that he
You ain't
got
got
an
to worry
idol from
about
the store.
you ain't got to worry about that tonight. Jesse is a Christian tonight.
No, Aki. I'm still
Nah. Fuck all
Muslim.
that.
I'm still
Fuck all
Muslim,
that.
Aki. But
Because at the end
I'm
of the
just
day,
hitting
why?
them.
Because you
I'm hitting them in
people
every
say,
way.
and again, I don't. And again, y'all know I'm not. Me and Jesse argue back and forth all the damn time about this Muslim shit. Why did God stay with Ishmael then? If he was all this, why did the same God stay with Ishmael?
Now look.
Why did he stay with Ishmael? Why did he watch him grow up? Why did he protect him at certain times? See, because Ishmael was
It says
different.
that
Because no, no,
in
no, no, no,
the
no, no.
book
Hold on,
of
hold on, hold
Genesis.
on, hold on. I let you
Yeah,
talk. Wait, let me land my plane.
yeah. All right.
Because Ishmael was protected by God and everything. He was given a great nation, all this other stuff. But then, and yet, you saying idolatry, he was a thief. Yet God never tried to do anything to him. Now, when you go look at Moses, what happened whenever he was going back to Egypt? Didn't God try to kill Moses for no reason? Or am I tripping?
Let me
Oh,
read. Let me read this
Shit.
from the midrash.
oh,
Right?
oh,
I'm about
yeah,
to
Shit.
give my
yeah,
point.
yeah,
Somebody summoned misery.
yeah.
Somebody then
Oh
summoned
shit, that
misery.
nigga misery. Huh? God damn it, we said that nigga name too many times.
Sergio,
Hey,
you
let me get
gotta
this from
get
the
Jalen.
midrash,
Hey
right? I know we're talking about
Sergio,
Muslim.
get
Yeah,
Jalen and Jesse off your ass so you can deal with misery. Cause you know misery been
Go.
listening, he heard his name.
yeah. Shit. Nah, let me go into this midrash real quick, man. Hold on. Give me a second.
But hey, I'm gonna come in because I ain't spoke yet. But what I think is, with the whole Hamas situation, I really think that uh, everybody has the right to defend themselves. You know, I'm not saying Israel is right. And I'm not saying is Palestine is right. But the whole point is people are killing each other, man, for stupid stuff, for landlocked stuff. So, but hey,
Okay.
respectfully, you gotta see. This is the way I see it, though. Israel is surrounded by nations who do not like them because of his historical
Hey,
issues they've had.
misery listening
So,
to you, brother.
like, I feel
Misery
like
is a renegade. Misery is a renegade Christian. Misery would be down with you until you say something. He is a devil's advocate, brother. So
Hey,
you might wanna.
brother Misery is not a Christian. Brother Misery is a full blown mystic now. You seen the Nag Hammadi scriptures? He's a full blown mystic now.
Oh yeah,
Stop
you
playing with
change
my
no,
boy.
misery. You flip
Stop playing
misery.
with my boy.
You
Stop playing
flip.
with my boy.
You flip
Stop
misery.
playing with my boy. I ain't flip
Damn.
Misery shit. Nigga, Misery came into Nazis on his own. I was surprised
Nah,
myself
misery
when
ain't
brother
no
pulled
guy.
up.
Misery is a renegade Christian. I don't know what the hell Jalen talking about. But anyways, brother Chris, I need you to be mindful of your words because misery riding with you until you say something wrong. It's hard to get him. It's hard to get him to be quiet.
no. But what I'm saying is fact, though. I like Israel is surrounded by their enemies, and that's fact, bro. Like most countries around Israel don't get along with Israel, and that's just fact. So, like, I mean,
The
that's all I'm
hell is he
saying.
doing? Y'all seen that pipe? Hey, take that part out. Take that part out. Take that
Hey, can
part
you
out.
share my
All
Yeah.
screen,
right, go ahead.
Sean? Can you share my screen?
Go ahead, brother. Hey, Sergio.
So, I just
Oh
You
want to
gotta
point
shit.
get
out.
Jalen.
Oh shit.
Sergio, you
Oh
gotta
shit.
get Sergio. Hey,
No.
Sergio, you gotta
There,
get Jalen.
there's
Sergio, you gotta
no
get Jalen and Jesse. Hold up, brother. Sergio, you gotta
watch
get
this.
Jalen and Jesse. Hold up, mute out. Sergio, you gotta get Jalen and Jesse
I'm
off
next
your
after
back so
Jesse.
you could deal. So you could deal with misery.
Okay.
Say it again,
So,
Jalen.
I said I'm next after
earlier today,
I'm next after Jesse. I'm next after Jesse.
Sergio was saying that Palestine wasn't a thing. You know what I'm saying? He said that it wasn't a nation.
He said
And
Palestine was fake.
yeah, he said Palestine was fake. So we pointed out earlier that Palestine was Palestine since 5th century BC. So it was Palestine during the time of Christ. I also want to point out that the modern, so I got, and this is what I got on the screen right here. Modern political Zionist was started in 1897 by Theodore Herzl. So with that being said, the point that I'm making here is that
Nah, just read the second sentence.
who organized the first Zionist Congress founded by the World Zionist Organization. This movement was a response to the rising anti-Semitism and in the Dreyfus affair. So, I got to read this too. And its goal was to establish Jewish homeland in the area of Palestine.
The
While the
area
former
of what?
movement, huh?
The
And its
area
goal
of
said
what?
you
was
said at
to
one time
establish
you
Jewish
said at
homeland in
18. Hold on, you
Palestine.
talking about the hold on, Jesse. Hold on, bro. You talking about 1897. All right, now I'm gonna ask you this question. All right, and I doubt you're not gonna answer this shit.
Hold on, let me
So I'm
just
gonna
finish
ask you a
making my
question.
point,
No,
and
you're
then I'll
all
answer
right.
your
Watch this,
question.
bro. All right,
No,
answer
let
Hold
me
on. I
this.
finish
said I
making
Answer
was
my
this.
next.
point,
I
and
said
then
I
I'll
was
You're
answer. I'll
next.
answer
saying
whatever
before
question
that,
you want. Let
Jesse.
me answer. Let me just finish
So
my
you
point,
saying
and I
before
got you, Sergio.
1897? Hold on.
Sergio, I got you. But let me just finish my point, because the point that I was
All
making
right,
was
yeah. All right.
Palestine
Let me know
has
when you're
been
done. Yeah.
Palestine
All right.
since 5th century BC. This is before Christ, and this the Zionist movement started in 1897. So this brother is saying that Palestine wasn't a land, and it's been a land practically 2,000 years before, minus 200 before this Zionist movement even started. So literally,
I
we
and read
have
that
we have
second and read and to hammer your point, read that second sentence and let Jalen go because it's about to be a line.
This movement was a response to the rising
Read that.
anti-Semitism and the Dreyfus affair, and its goal was to establish Jewish homelands in the area of Palestine. So they literally made this movement in 1847, literally about 200 years ago, and now these people think that they have more right to the people who've been there since 5th century BC. Crazy.
All right, let Jalen rock. And then Sergio, you got it, then Misery.
Haha. Harold Rosenthal, 1976, Conservative Monthly Western Front, editor Walter White Jr., 1976. This is a Jewish man. Most Jews do not like to admit, but our God is Lucifer, and we are His chosen people. Mm. I have another one where, um, where's the one? It just went viral too. I had it for like a while. It was when they all was in a synagogue, and they were basically saying that, like, yeah, the genocide that they're doing is fair. They feel like they feel that, like, sacrifices is needed for power. And once I find that video, I'm gonna post it because this video just went viral like 2 weeks ago. But I've had it for 2 months, and I'm gonna find it. It's in my saves. But yeah,
Yeah,
um,
that boy
like I said,
Sergio
yeah, they
say
don't like to.
Sergio say all that fuck shit. Sergio say all that fuck shit is biblical, Jalen.
Yeah.
Bro, this man said this shit in 1976. I'm just okay. So you want to say okay? So you wanted to say it's biblical? Okay, so that's so if you saying that's biblical, then that's letting me know as the type of person I'm in. All I'm hearing is, oh, that's pseudo.
Who was that,
That's
Jalen?
all I'm hearing.
Who
This
was
is
that?
Harold Rosenthal.
Oh nah, he was saying the taking the land and conquering the people and the land and all of that, October
Oh,
7th and
that
all of
hold
that
on.
is
Yeah,
biblical.
What the
no,
hell?
it's not. That shit is not fucking biblical.
What the? Who said
That
that?
shit is not. Who said that? That shit's not biblical because
Yeah. Let me know when I
now you're
speak,
telling me
bro.
now. Hold on, wait a minute. So now you're telling me now That the Bible, okay. All right. So basically, I'm still right. History is repeating itself. That's basically what you're telling me. So again, Star of Rampham, Amos, Acts. If that's the case, then hey, history repeating itself. But go ahead.
Yeah.
Unana.
Even when y'all want to,
We can make the argument
Let's
that
dance.
right?
Let's
that
dance.
Ukraine and Russia.
Hey, bro.
Like
So
we can make
here's
the
the thing,
argument
man. I'm
is
not gonna
just like
talk for that long.
Ukraine and
I'm not
Russia,
gonna talk for
Russia
that
trying to
long.
take over
Listen
Ukraine.
to
Isn't
me
that the
like
same
30
thing?
minutes. I need like 2 minutes. So y'all talking about all this shit,
Yes,
right? About that y'all talking about like the Jewish people, they shouldn't be there, they shouldn't be in the land, all this the original Jews should be there, right? Yeah, and that's cool. But
Mhm.
what if I can show you, right? Jewish people were already there, like even during the time of like, because we talking about Rabbi Akiva, right? Rabbi Akiva
Mhm.
was the founder of Judaism. He is the one that put Judaism together. That is the founder. He lived in the land of Israel and all of his students. So you're gonna say, if you're gonna say that those, right, the people that are there right now, those are a bunch of converts, that you're gonna have to say, I'm telling you, Rabbi Akiva and all his other students, he had a lot of students that wrote a lot of books. So this is what I'm trying to tell you, bro. It's nothing new. So even when you want to say Jerusalem had always converts or what they call Jews of different colors, you know what I'm saying? It's not to be a Jew. There's doesn't necessarily as a fucking a colored Jew. That makes no fucking sense, bro. Like
Okay,
being a Jew
so
has nothing to do with your color. It's about the acts that you do, about the righteousness that you. That's really what it's all about. You know what I'm saying? So we got
it's the
Rabbi
same thing,
Akiva
but
lived in the
but
land
that's
of
the same
Israel.
thing. But that's the same thing you can say about Christianity. It's the same thing. It's about how you do things.
Yeah, but hold
The
on. This
only
is what I'm
difference,
gonna tell Jesse
the only
because Jesse
difference,
was talking about
the
all
only
these,
difference
right?
is that you
Jesse was
go
talking
ahead.
about
Go ahead.
yeah. Jesse was talking about like all the European Jews. But hold on. Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, that were around during 50th century, the 50th century, right? In the Roman province of Judea, right? Even around that time, right? They were in Israel during the time of the Romans were fucking them up during that time. So why are these, why did Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai have to go hide in a cave from the Romans if he was supposedly working with the Romans and all this other shit, right? Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai had to go hide from persecution, right? It's not like what was happening in the fucking New Testament, bro. In the New Testament, y'all were
where
working
are
with
you
the
getting
fucking
this?
Romans and the fucking
Where are you
Greeks.
getting this information? Where are you getting this information about this rabbi, whatever his name is?
You talking about Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai? This is in Jewish history, bro. He was hiding from Roman persecution. He had
Hold
to
on,
go
wait.
hide in a cave.
When you say Jewish history, are you
Yeah.
what are you implying? What, the Talmud?
Nah, I'm talking about the Jews that existed during that time that put together the Mishnah, that put together the Sohar, put together the Jewish text. I'm talking about those
He
Jews,
talking
the
about the 70. He
Midrash.
talking about the
I'm not
70 to
talking about the
500
Talmud.
century.
I'm not Rabbi Akiva. Hold on. I'm talking about Rabbi Akiva's students. I'm talking about like during the time of the Midrash, during the time at that
So
time.
And again, where are you getting this Jewish information, this history that you're talking about? If it's
It
not from the
really happened
Talmud,
during
which is
that
not from the
time.
oral,
You
you're saying
want
that
me to
this is
show
not
you
from
the
the oral
history of where it happened?
tradition.
Nah, it has
Yeah,
nothing to do with the
that's what I'm
oral
saying.
tradition. It's not
Bring
an
out your
oral
source. That's
tradition.
what we're
It's
asking you
not an
for.
oral tradition. It's not an oral tradition, bro. I guarantee you it's not. This is real history that actually happened. Let me show you right now. Hold on, I got you right now. Let me tell you what happened
Okay,
to
then. So
Rabbi Shimon
you
Bar
have a
Yochai.
source that shows that there was Israelites in the. Just read it, not just read it.
Yeah, I'm
Show
gonna
us
show
the
you.
part where it says that this rabbi was in the land of Palestine. Well, no, he was in the land of Palestine. That's what you're going to show
All right,
us.
I'm gonna show you right now. Look. Yeah, he was in the land of Israel during that time.
It's
I'm
going to
gonna
say
show
the
you.
land of
I'm gonna tell you. This is
Palestine.
Rabbi
Or you
Shimon
do what
Bar
you
Yochai.
do. Is it going to say the land of Palestine?
It's going. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you something. It's gonna say Judea because that's what it was called. It was called Judea. It was renamed Palestine by the Romans. I told Jesse that already. It was called Judea at that time.
Brother,
So the
no
time
one,
that it was
brother,
called
no one's here.
Judea.
Brother, so you're talking about biblical thing, right? You're talking about biblical matters right now at this point, right? How the Bible's talking about how the land of Israel, blah, 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 blah.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about. Hold on.
We're talking
I'm
about
talking about the
history
time
now.
that Israel. Hold on.
According
Do
to
you even know the
Rabbi,
history? Do you
to
even know the
prove that
history?
this
Do you even know the history?
lived in the
That
land of
was
Palestine.
Judea. Do you know when it was
Well,
called
brother, that's what
Judea?
I'm asking
Then
you
that's the
for.
time that I'm
I'm
talking
asking you for this source. I'm asking you for this. That whatever you're claiming
Yeah.
that this rabbi lived at whatever time period, I hope it
Can,
will say that he was in the land of
hey,
Palestine, right?
can I also
Judea.
say
Yeah.
something real quick?
Judea. Yes.
Can I also say
Judea.
Not
something real quick?
Judea, brother.
Can I say
Brother,
something real quick?
Okay. So now, no. Now, what I'm gonna ask you is show me one map going in that time period showing that the land of Palestine was called Judea.
Okay, I'm gonna show
Show
you
me
right
any
now.
map.
I got a source that says
Yeah, show me
Palestine
any type
too.
of map.
Hold
Go
on, I
ahead.
got a source that says Palestine too. I have that. Let me read it right quick. Okay, so let me read it real quick, right? It says Rabbi Shimon and his son flee. It says when the Roman governor of Palestine, watch this. When the Roman governor of Palestine sought his head, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai hid in a cave together with his son, Rabbi Elazar. The era of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai was fraught with suffering and trials for the Jewish people. The Romans, under the rule of Hadrian, persecuted Jews wherever they found. They destroyed the Holy Temple ruthlessly and tried to force the surviving Jews to convert to their pagan religions. So this is telling you, even at that
Can
time, the
okay.
Roman governor
So
of Palestine was trying to kill these Jews.
Misery, hold on. Hold on. Wait. Before you go off, I just want to share this real quick. All right. So you said now you were correct, bro. It was called Judea, but this was during the time of the Romans. This was during the time of the Romans. In the beginning of that land, it was called the land of Judah. Then it
Yeah,
changed to
that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Philistia.
yeah.
Hold on, wait a
When
minute.
the Romans went
Then
in
hold on,
there,
wait,
when the,
hold
the
on, bro.
Romans went in there and renamed it Palestine. Yeah,
Hold on.
yeah. Okay.
5th century BCE. This is Greek. It was called Palestine. 63 BCE to 135, the Roman period, it was called Judea. So again, Palestine had already been around. Palestine had already been around. That's how you get Palestine.
Wait,
It's coming from Greek.
wait. That's kind
So
that's kind
We're
of wrong
talking
though. That's
about,
kind of
hold
wrong.
on, we're talking about second
That's
century
wrong.
CE. So whatever second century CE, this was Judea, or whether it was Palestine, it doesn't matter. The point is that
Brother, how can it
this
be? How
Roman
can it be 200?
emperor, of Palestine is persecuting this Jew and making him hide in the cave, bro. And he's running from for the Roman
How
emperor of
now,
Palestine.
Sergio?
This is a real
That's what.
Okay,
story. It has
That's
nothing
kind
to
of
do
wrong though.
with
It
fucking
was
oral
called.
tradition.
It would have been called Canaan,
I'm going to point out
then
two things for
Judea,
you.
then
This
Judah.
proves that the Jews are.
Hold on. I'm gonna point out two things for
This
you.
proves that the Jews were all.
But you didn't hear what I just read, bro. You heard what I said. It says the governor of Palestine was trying to kill this Jew during the 2nd century CE. You just heard what the fuck I said. You heard the fucking story. Anybody can go back and rewind that shit.
Hey, Keon, Hey, Keon, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, I thought you was trying to say something. It sounded like you was breaking up.
He was still in Palestine.
Look, let me read this, right? It says the Roman emperor who sentenced Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai to death was Hadrian. This occurred during the time of the Roman persecution of the Jews, when Rabbi Shimon was found to be criticizing Roman rule. Rabbi Shimon and his son fled and hid in the cave. So whatever the time it was during the time of that emperor, yeah,
He fled in the
Sergio,
hid in the cave in
you was
Palestine.
wrong. Hold up. Sergio, you was
yeah,
wrong about Palestine not being real and Palestine being later changed to that name. You was wrong about that. So whatever time period you talking about, you know what I'm saying? What it got to do
Hold
with
on.
the conversation?
because
Hold on. Like I said,
showing that there were
address
still
two things
Jews
that he
during
was
that
saying.
time, that there were still Jewish people during that time. That's the point that
Let
I'm
me
trying to make. That
address.
there were Jewish
Let
people.
me
Go ahead,
address
When y'all
two
want
things
to,
that you're so.
Hold up, Sergio. Go ahead, Miss.
Again,
I don't think nobody was arguing that there was Jews there at that time. Sergio.
Exactly.
Nobody, who was making?
Hold on, not even that. Hold on, I'm gonna even debunk
We were
his source.
arguing
That's what
for
I'm saying.
that. We were
No,
telling you that there
I'm
were
not even
Jews
gonna
already
debunk
there.
his source though. Exactly, because like when I even told you, I was like, hey, no one's is questioning Jews being in the land around the biblical times, you know, the Romans and stuff like that. But your source says that the Palestine governor around 208, correct?
No, I said 2nd century CE.
Brother, what does CE mean? Do you even know what CE means?
Common era. Common era.
Okay, then. So what does that mean?
I'm gonna read it. Watch this. Let me just get my source.
Hey,
No, brother.
that was a trick question. That was a trick question, Sergio.
But-
you gotta learn what 2nd century CE mean, gang. Yeah, go ahead, Misery. Keep going.
Okay, so even in that time period that you're talking about, regardless if it's talking about 200 BC or 200 AD, the Palestinians weren't in rule of the land of Israel. The Romans didn't lose complete control of the land of Israel until the 4th century AD, brother. And we all know that according to 78 AD through 112 AD, the Romans destroyed the land of Israel and kicked all the Israelites out of the land. So your source would even be going against that prophecy of Josephus, even Josephus's writings about the account of when the Romans took them out of the land. So they couldn't have been around there around 200 BC. Okay. Second point. Now you said
yeah. So yeah. Look. All right.
Okay, hold on. No. Hold on. The second point, back to what we were saying about their you know, how you're trying to say that there was Jews in the land.
Yeah, during the time
the topic was
of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Hold on, I'm just letting you know what I'm reading.
No, brother.
It was
brother,
called Syria Palestine.
Exactly.
Nobody making the point. Nobody making that point. You trying to argue against? So hold up, Sergio.
And again, that's why I say, and again, I just completely just debunked your article because it can't be true because there was no Palestinian rule in the land of Israel around 200 BC or 200 AD. 200 BC would be talking about the Greeks, and 200 AD would definitely be talking about the Romans, not no Palestine. Okay, so your own source goes against history. But going back to the point of the.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but going back to the main point of I forgot who brought up the article. Was it Jalen? Oh no, it was Jesse when he was showing you how Zionism and all that started around 1897, whatever the case may be, and he showed you how the Palestine was back in 2000. We're still, and then I asked you, is your source going to say that around that time period when it was called Palestine that there were Jews in that land?
Yeah, there was Jews whenever it was called Palestine. Yeah, there was Jews when it was called Palestine. Yeah, it was called Syria Palestinia at the time that Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. It was
Bro,
Roman.
he went, brother. Even though Wavy just told you to that, he went right back to it, brother. This is crazy.
And I just want to point out that this only proves that the Jews were already there. So a lot of the Jews who are still there today are the real Jews. They just converted.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I
don't know about that argument, Jesse. I don't know about that one.
I don't know what you're arguing. Even let's say the land, whether the land was called Palestine or not. The fact is this. The fact is this.
Okay, I'll let him go first, and I'll explain to you,
bro. Whether the land was called Palestine or Judea or Syria, Palestinia or whatever, bro. The fact is that there was Jewish people whenever it was called Palestine, Palestinian or whatever. There were still Jewish people there.
Hey,
Sergio.
Hey, Sergio. Nobody making that argument, gang. Nobody making that argument, gang.
Oh well, Jose is because he said that shit never existed. He's saying that Rabbi Shimon's story never fucking existed. That's what he said.
I said that your source is trash because it go against history.
How the fuck trash? This is real fucking history. We actually have the fucking books of this guy being alive.
Because your source said the governor of Palestine around 200 CE. And then when I asked you what CE means, you really don't even know what it actually is talking about. Then I showed you how it's impossible, whether it's talking about 200 BC or 200 AD. And I just use clear history. Any type of anybody knows this history. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It goes against your source. And again, notice you never even quoted your source. Everybody, have you noticed that? All Sergio did was just start reading. When I asked him, hey, first of all, what's this source that you're going to show? And it better say Palestine in it, right? But yet you didn't even quote your source. It's not from the Talmud. Where is it from? Where are you reading from?
Hold on. This is from a Jewish website. Hold on.
Oh, a Jewish website. Okay.
Hold on. Let me read this real quick, bro. Hold on. Let me read it.
Forget about the reading.
So this is right here, right?
When I first jumped on, the brother Jesus Lover was saying, I guess he was asked a question about, I guess, who's in the wrong, Palestine or Israel. And then he was saying that, how Israel's surrounded by their enemies and stuff like that. Listen, if any foreign country or any foreign people was to move into any country, right, and then take over more than half of that country, I'm sorry to say, you're the fucking enemy. You're the problem. And anybody who is backing up Israel, you are backing up white supremacy. And this is one of my biggest issues with Americans that are backing up Israel. And I tell Americans this, because in America, we have a thing called racism, right? And we have white people telling, natives and blacks, hey, we are no longer racist. What our ancestors did in the past, we shouldn't pay for what our ancestors. We're different. We're not racist. We're not like our ancestors. But what did their ancestors do? They went, conquered other people of colors, land, right? And then now they're trying to say, oh, we're separate. But yet, is that not what these white people in Israel are doing to people of color today? But yet you guys want to still convince us that you guys are not racist and still supporting white supremacy?
Can I say something?
Oh, misery. I can use that same exact argument though and say
that shit is a weak argument, bro.
Because
Hold on.
you just said so. Is it fair this misery?
Sergio,
so is it fair to say that Russia and China and North Korea should take over America because America stole the land too. America stole here too. This land didn't belong to Americans.
You're making my point. You're making my point. You're making my point. Nobody said anything about the right of being taken over.
Hold up, misery. Hold up, misery. Hey, Jesus Lover. That's the thing. When it's your turn, you don't really want to ask no questions. You wanna shoot a nigga head. You know what I'm saying? Shoot a nigga in the head. You don't want to ask no questions.
No, I'm just stating the facts though, because I'm trying to understand that argument. I can use that same argument.
Can I say something real quick?
No, brother, you didn't even hear my argument.
Jose,
I just said in America, there's a thing called racism, and I'm telling you how white people are trying to convince people of color that what their ancestors did was wrong, but they themselves are not like their ancestors, meaning land thieves, right? But yet, that's exactly what the state of Israel has done. We see from 1948, the little part of land that they were given to now what is compared to today, which is like 80%. That's like saying, let's say that America would have taken the Jews in back in 1948, and we would have given them the state of New Jersey. But now in 2025, they no longer live in New Jersey. They have now taken over.
You got the whole East Coast.
He said my
Hey, hold up. 1 second. Hold up real quick. Hold up real quick. Hold up. Hey, Sergio, you got mute out. Hey, Chris, it kind of sounded like you agree. Are you in agreement? You and Misery in agreement? Jesus Lover.
agreement in what aspect? Like
Because
what he's saying is
when he
no.
hold
I
up,
don't agree with Misery when he says that because he basically disputed my claim when I said that Israel was surrounded by their enemies, and he said, "Okay, I'm sorry if you take away the land. I'm sorry you're the enemy." Well, I can say that's why I said that's a poor argument because I could say the same thing. America's the enemy of the world then because America took them would try to take over every damn thing. We can make the same argument. America went to Iran and
That's
destroyed
the
Iran and
point.
Iraq and
hey,
came with weapons of mass
That's
destruction
that,
and
that
killed
that's
hold
what
millions
he's
of
up.
people.
making.
He's
That's the
saying
main
that.
point, Chris.
That's nothing, ain't
Hold
it?
up, Jesse. Hold up. Hey, Chris, he's saying that was his point.
I mean,
So
I guess, but I'm
I think
saying
y'all
I
agree.
still stand my ground.
I
So
think
can I
y'all agree.
also
No, I
No.
can
still
I?
But hold
stand
on.
my
Answer
ground
my
that Israel is
question,
still
though. Hold
surrounded
on.
by their
Answer my
enemies. Point
question.
blank
If
period.
if we would have gave
Nah,
Israel the
bro.
state of New
Go
Jersey
ahead,
and
bro.
then they take over the whole East Coast, how would us Americans look at that? Wouldn't we not look at that as a land invasion and that these people are our enemies? Would we not? No one bigger.
I mean,
Would we not, as
that's but
Americans,
misery,
look at these people as an
misery. But
enemy if they did that in the land of in our land?
yeah, I agree, but I disagree
How
sometimes
can you
because that's just
disagree?
you. Hold on, hold on. Let me get my point. Let me get my point across.
Misery. Hold
Let
up.
me get my point
Hey,
across.
Jesus lover.
Let me get my point
Hey,
across.
Jesus lover. If the example that you gave, he's saying that was his point. Show me where y'all disagree, because I think y'all agree. I think he just called you out on a claim
No,
and
no,
made
yeah.
you disagree with
I'm
him.
saying,
I think y'all agree, but show
yeah.
me where y'all disagree.
No. I agree with what he's saying, but at the same, but my counter to that is I'm saying that that's just the history of the world of humans. There's always been divide and conquer. People always trying to triumph over everybody else. Every nation does that, but people try to shed a light on just Israel. That's not fair to just say Israel alone because my family lives in Ireland right now. The Irish people and the British people hate each other till today because the British took over Ireland. Until today, you go to Ireland and talk about British people, they hate British
Yeah.
people. So it's the same thing. Like it's not
So
just, but we're trying to hone in on
so okay,
only
so
Ireland, bro.
do
I
the
mean, hone in
Palestinians have a right to
That's
hate
only Israel, bro.
The
Nah,
Israeli?
fuck all that, bro. Trying to set up a debate, bro. I ain't gonna let
man.
fucking
We ain't trying
misery
to
get
hear
off
you
the
right
hook,
now.
bro.
We ain't hear you. We ain't hear you right now. We
Nah,
trying to
fuck
Man, when
all
you
you
that,
talking
first
all
bro.
this
came on
damn
the show,
time.
you
Misery
said you
trying to
ain't want
talk.
to debate.
Man, bump
No,
all that shit.
basically
Hey,
what
Nah,
wait,
nah,
we,
nah,
hey,
nah,
wait,
nah.
we,
Jesus
hey,
Slover
wait, we,
said
hey,
is
wait,
that
we, hey, wait,
the
we having a
Palestinians have
conversation.
a right
Fuck all
to
that,
hate
And,
bro.
Israel.
and all I want to say, and
I
this
ain't
is what I want
going.
to say.
Nah,
I just
nah,
want to say
nah,
this
nah.
real quick. Look, I just want to say this real quick. I've seen videos of Ethiopian Jews literally in Israeli, and I've seen them get spat on. Spat on. Ethiopian Jews in Israel right now getting spat on. I watched a white man, go over there and they jump and spat on that nigga. I watched the Asian woman go there. Come on,
You want to
spat
know
on that
why? You
woman.
want to know why? You want to know why no one bigger?
They were
Because
preaching the
why?
gospel,
You want to
bro.
know why no one
They
bigger?
were
Because
Christians.
their Talmud teaches them that. The
Exactly,
Talmud teaches that the
95%.
goyim. They teach that the
95%.
goyim.
Because I pulled it up. At a point in time. 95% of their population reads the Babylonian Talmud. Do you know that 2 million or 5 million of them motherfuckers, bro, do not have to work because they get paid off the money that we give them? That's a parasite, my nigga. That is a parasite.
And anybody who is supporting Israel of them bombing Gaza, killing what is it, 40,000 children or 20,000 children, especially for you Christians. I want to love to hear your excuses that day when Christ asks you, "Why did you support these monsters?" I want to know what you Christians
Mhm.
have to say to Christ on that day.
Nah.
Well,
Fuck all that, bro.
I
Why
don't
did you
support the
support
killing
Apostle
of
Paul when he
Christian
broke his
children. I
Hey,
don't
laws?
support
Fuck all
Sergio,
that
Christian.
shit,
Sergio,
bro.
you gonna go, you gonna go after, you gonna go right after Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
I don't support the killing of children. I don't know. I mean, I guess you could say you can. I don't think most Christians will claim they support babies being slaughtered. I don't
Nah,
think
a
that
lot of Christians have
Christians
not. A lot of
Christians.
Christians in America have
Wait,
not been
wait,
jacking that
hold
shit.
on.
So I agree with you on that.
No. Yeah, a lot of Christians don't respect that. The thing is, most Christians are backing Israel because based on biblical teachings, not because they agree that kids should get slaughtered. That's dumb. You're not gonna meet a Christian in the streets that agrees. Oh yeah, go blow up
Brother,
kids.
you
You
just
never
said
hear that.
biblical teachings. What? So is biblical
No,
teachings
they're
that what?
talking
That it's okay to
biblical.
kill kids?
No, hold on, misery. Let me finish. biblical principles that said you bless Israel, you bless, you curse Israel,
Brother,
you curse.
nowhere in the Bible
That
does it
doesn't
say that.
mean. Hold
Nowhere in the
on,
Bible does it say that.
hold on. It
No, it
does say
doesn't.
that.
It's talking to Abraham. What are you talking about?
Where was Abraham
Brother,
from? Was Abraham
Israel,
from Jamaica?
when that thing was said, Israel wasn't even born yet. Wasn't even a thought.
Misery,
Wasn't even a thought in
But my
Abraham's
point is, you
nutsack.
know what I mean.
Wasn't even
Okay,
a
but
thought in
misery.
Abraham's
Okay,
nutsack. Those promises. Hold
okay,
on,
misery.
brother.
I
To
get your
easily answer
point.
your question.
But my
No,
answer
brother.
my
To easily
question.
answer your
Where was
question.
Abraham? Where was Abraham
No,
lineage from?
bro, it wasn't talking about his lineage. It was talking about Abraham himself. Because Abraham at that time, him and his family were nomads. So when the Most High was telling them, wherever you guys go, because we all know that Abraham traveled to many places, that some places that he would go, he would be blessed. And some places that he went to, he got kicked out of the land, and the people of the nations didn't fuck with him, and those people got cursed. Those promises were made to Abraham.
Hey, let me say this.
Nowhere in that
Okay,
scripture does it say anything about his descendants.
Hold up, real quick.
I
Hold up, real quick.
Misery.
Hold up. I got you.
Put me in the
Give me a
queue.
second, but I gotta make sure that misery is not trying to do the goddamn voodoo. Hey, Chris, are you saying you agree with what Israel is doing over there today? Are you saying that, Chris?
No, I'm. That's what I'm trying to explain.
Are you
but
saying
But
that you
look,
support
though.
Israel?
But hold up.
Are you saying that you support Israel?
Hold up. Chris,
let me talk.
hold up. Chris, the more you push back, that's what it sounds like, gang. That's why I think.
No,
It sounds like you support Israel.
I was explaining my point. I was explaining my point of view, just as how Noah Bigger said. Most Christians will not agree that killing innocent kids is right. No Christian will agree with that. You're not going to find one Christian who said that's right. But my point is, I was trying to explain why you get a lot of Christians saying, "Oh, we support Israel," not because people killing kids. They're saying it from a principle of Abraham. That's my whole point. I'm not. And Misery is trying to argue down, but my point is, I never said I support what Israel's doing to Gaza. I never said that.
Just to be clear, that was Sergio that said what's going on is biblical. Is biblical. That was Sergio that said that. Just to be clear. But go ahead, Jesse.
So it does sound like Jesus lover is in support of Israel. And I just want to point out that your scripture also says that he will turn the Jews into a synagogue of Satan. And these people who are in Israel are not the people of the Bible. Those are converts.
Man,
Jesse,
fuck all
no,
that shit, bro.
you're not understanding my
Who
point.
said that shit?
Just like I just explained, I never said I'm in support of Israel. Never did I say that. I just said, I was giving from a point of view. I said what they're doing is wrong, but I was explaining why people like Misery was saying, "Oh, Christians, some Christians support them." I was explaining why
Oh,
the viewpoint of some Christians, not
man,
because
fuck all that,
I
bro.
personally support
Nah,
what Israel is doing. I
fuck
never
all
said
that,
that.
bro.
Hey, damn, hey,
So
Sergio, God damn, go ahead, Sergio, go ahead, bro. You acting like
Nah.
go ahead.
Because I think like Jose been talking hella shit, bro. Because you always want to talk about all this shit about.
Jay, hold up.
Hold on, I think it's crazy, bro. That
Sergio,
Jose.
come on, bro.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I think it's crazy how like Jose wants to say all this shit about them being converts when his whole fucking book, fucking Paul was a fucking convert. Timothy was a fucking convert. Trophimus was a fucking convert. Bro, in your own book it says there's neither Jew nor Greek. Bro, all your fucking followers were converts, bro. What the fuck you talking about, bro?
Show me where Paul was a convert. Paul confessed to be from the tribe of Benjamin, you idiot.
Oh, for real? Let's go to the book of Acts. Watch this. Let's go to the book of Acts.
Go to the book of Romans.
Okay?
How about that? Go to the book of
Nah.
Romans.
I got you. Don't worry. I got you. I'm trying to have an intellectual conversation, bro. I ain't with all that this and shit. So watch. Let me show you, right? I'm gonna show you who was his rabbi, because he learned under Jewish rabbis, bro. I'm gonna show you, bro, how even he said that he was a Pharisee. Pharisees are not Israelites; they're converts. They follow the oral law. They ain't follow the Torah only. They follow the rabbinic text, right? So let's get this in the book of
I
Acts.
thought okay, wait a minute. Okay, hold on, wait a minute. So I thought Jesus, so if that's the case, then they're not, so then what is Jesus then? What is Jesus?
He was
He's a
also
what?
Jewish.
He's
He was also Jewish.
so
According to the
but
rabbinic
you
text, he
just
was also Jewish.
okay.
He was
But you
Jewish.
said that the Pharisees were not what?
There's
Israelites.
I don't know if Jesus was a
They
Pharisee.
weren't
I just know that
Israelites,
he
right?
was
Hold on,
Jewish. The rabbinic
wait a
text.
minute. They weren't
No,
Israelites,
no,
right,
no.
Misery?
Jesus was
That's
Jewish.
what
That's what
he's
you said.
saying.
Hold
Jesus
on.
was Jewish.
That's what
He
he said.
wasn't
Okay,
Israelite. He was
so
Jewish.
again, but Jesus was an Israelite, correct?
Nah, he wasn't
Oh,
Israelite. He was
Correct.
Jewish.
he
He was
was
a
an
Jewish
Israelite
man.
because he was from the line of what? He was from the line of who?
David.
He was
Nah, he
Judah.
didn't come from no David, bro. That's not
He
true. Hold on, let
did.
me read this right quick.
That
Let
no
me
According
no
to the
get
no
this
that
in the
scripture, it
that
book of
says it
Acts.
says
that's
Hold
he
on, let me
that's
came
what
from
read
the
my
line of
Jesus
story.
said.
David.
He came from the
Hold
tribe of
on,
Judah.
bro. Every time I'm having a conversation with Misery. Hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna let both of y'all speak. Hold on, give me a second. So this is Acts 22:3, right? It says, I am verily a man,
I'm next anyway.
which I am a Jew, born in Tarsus, a city of Cilicia, yet brought up in this city in the feet of Gamaliel. All right, so watch this, bro. Now we're gonna see who Gamaliel is,
Hold
right?
on, hey, let
It
me go
says
next,
it says
please.
that
Please let me go
it
next.
says that
Let me go
Paul.
next. I got a cut to prove that a
Hold
Pharisee.
on, hold
I
on.
got
I
an
Watch
do
Israelite
this.
too. I
right
do
here.
too, but hold
I
on,
got an
misery.
Israelite.
Hold on, bro.
I got an Israelite
Wait.
Pharisee right here.
All right, hold
Hold
on.
on,
Let
hold on,
me
hold
hold
on.
on. I
Watch
just
this.
want
Watch
because he
this,
bring up
bro. Hold
Beyonce.
on.
I say because
It
he
says
talking about hold on.
Gamaliel. This is who Apostle Paul learned from, right?
What are you
Apostle
reading
Paul
from?
learned from
Where are
Gamaliel.
you reading
So
from?
let's see. Even when you want to talk all this shit about Jewish shit,
Where
your
are you
whole book is
reading
Jewish.
from?
I was reading from the book of Acts, but now I'm
Okay,
going to
so can
show
I
you
go?
his
Can
teaching.
I go? Oh,
This is his teacher. Let me read it. It says
But he
Gamaliel
said he was
was
born a
prominent
Jew of
first century.
Tarsus.
hold on, Jesse.
Hold
Hold on.
on, give me a second. Give me a second. It says
He didn't say he
Gamaliel
converted.
was the first century. Hold on, was the first century Jewish Pharisee. You see that? A master of Jewish law who sat at the Sanhedrin. He is known in the Christian tradition as a respected teacher who advised the Sanhedrin to not punish the early apostles and the mentor of Saul of Tarsus. Your whole fucking book is based on rabbinical Judaism, bro.
That's crazy.
That's a lie.
Where did
That's a
I didn't
lie.
hear
That's a
nothing,
lie.
brother. I
Hold
didn't
on.
hear
Wait a
nothing
minute.
about
Hold on. No.
Paul
Let me
You didn't hear what the
converting.
fuck
Go
I
ahead,
just
misery.
read.
Let me
Go
Hold
debunk him
ahead,
on,
with the
misery.
New Testament. Let me debunk him with
everybody
the New
go to
Go ahead.
Testament.
Go ahead,
Acts 22:3. Go to
Let
Acts
me
22:3,
brother,
bro.
I am going to debunk your theology of Pharisees not being Israelites. Here is a clear scripture of a Pharisee who was an Israelite. This is from John 3, okay, verse 1. And it says, hold on.
Everybody
There
knows
was
that
a
Pharisees
man,
kept the oral
hold on,
law.
brother, I know it's
Everybody
going to
knows
hurt.
that.
I know it's going to hurt. I know it's going to hurt. There was a man of the Pharisees named Nicodemus, a ruler of the Jews. The same came to Jesus by night. And we all know this. We all know John 3:16. But in John 3:14, look what he tells Nicodemus, this Pharisee. He says, as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so the Son of Man should be lifted up, that whosoever believe in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. No, matter of fact, hold on. So
Bro,
why
first of
did
all,
no.
Nicodemus,
Why did
Jose,
Christ hold on?
hold on.
Why
We
did
staying on
Christ?
topic. We staying on
Why
topic. We
I
staying
am on
on topic.
topic?
Answer
Why
me this
did
question.
Christ
Answer me this
tell
question. Because you just read
Nicodemus the
Nicodemus.
same
Hold
way
on.
our
You just read
ancestor
Nicodemus.
Moses?
So show
Hold
me,
on, man.
show me
Hold
where
on,
the fuck did it
Sergio.
say
Not
that
going.
Nicodemus
Hold
Going
on,
to the
called
next
Sergio.
him
Hold
verse.
Messiah.
on, Sergio.
Nowhere does it say that
You're
Ask
going
Nicodemus
to
ask
called
your
the
him
next
question
Messiah.
after he
verse.
Nowhere
finishes.
does it say that Nicodemus called him
Ask
Messiah.
your
He
question
never
after
called
he
him Messiah.
finishes.
Never. He
Brother,
never
that's not
called
the
Jesus
point.
Messiah.
I never.
Stop
That's not
lying,
my
bro.
claim. That's not my claim, you idiot. My claim is, why did Christ? This is why you need to
Hey,
shut
hey,
up
hold
and
up, hold
listen.
up, hold up, hold up. Hey, Sergio, gang, you gotta mute your mic when somebody else talking.
Thank you.
That's the only way. That's the only way you're gonna be able to hear an argument. This the second time you answering with something nobody done said. Come on, gang, you gotta listen. You just said you want to have a scholastic argument, but come on, you hollering and screaming and shit. You got misery. You can beat this nigga. You got him, but
You
you gotta
can't.
let him get all that pseudo shit out first. Come on,
Exactly.
bro,
Yeah.
don't
Let me get that
crash.
pseudo shit.
All
Let me get
right,
that
all
pseudo
right,
shit.
all right, all right. All right,
All right.
man. Yeah.
So I just proved in verse 1 that this
Light your
Nicodemus
blunt.
was a Pharisee, right? But then Christ is telling Nicodemus The same way our ancestor Moses lifted up that serpent for Israel, the same way must I, Christ, be lifted up. Why did Christ basically called him basically the Moses his ancestor? If Nicodemus
Bro, nowhere
was
in
just
that
of Moses.
text. Oh, you're asking me a question. Hey, Wavy, he's asking me a question, so I'm going to answer it. So don't say that I'm trying to talk over Misery. All right, so I'm trying to answer it. Nowhere in the text, whenever Nicodemus went to see him, he called him a teacher. He said, "You are a teacher sent by God." I believe that, right? But watch this. He never called him Messiah. He never called him the Son of God. He never worshiped him. He never called him the Messiah. Nowhere in the text does it say that. Nowhere in the text does he call Jesus the Messiah. Nowhere. That is the point. So he was not a
I
follower of
agree.
Jesus.
I agree.
All
But
right.
that
All right.
hold on.
Yeah.
No, Sergio. But that's not the point. You said that the Pharisees weren't Israelites. I just showed you a Pharisee who was. That's the
That
point.
doesn't say anything about him being Israel, though. Because
Brother,
look, even when you look at the
Christ is
Pharisees,
an Israelite.
hold
Christ is
on,
an
bro.
Israelite.
Hold on.
Brother, Christ is an Israelite. He's telling another Israelite the same way Moses lifted up the serpent, the same way it must I. He's telling Nicodemus that. Why would he be telling
Even when you want to
Nicodemus
make,
that?
hold on.
Why
This
would
is
he
how I'm
be
about to
telling
destroy you.
Nicodemus that if
I'm
Nicodemus
gonna let you
doesn't
talk and let me know when I can speak. Even when you want to make that, hold on, bro. I appreciate your Christian sermon and the snake in the wilderness. But watch this: the snake, the snake in the pole was actually destroyed during the time of like in the book of Kings. It talks about it being destroyed. So even when you want to make that argument about the snake, it was already destroyed in the Torah, bro.
Silky say, Silky say the teacher.
That's another
Teacher in
topic.
Hebrew.
I
Silky
know.
say teacher in Hebrew mean
He never
more.
was called the Messiah. No, the serpent was
Silky,
destroyed. But it doesn't debunk the fact that I proved that a Pharisee was an Israelite.
It never
And I just
said,
want I
bro.
just
The
want to point
text,
out.
bro.
And
That
I just
is
want to point out.
crazy
All
because
right, let me talk. Let me talk after you.
nowhere in the text does it say that he was an Israelite. Nowhere. Everybody knows that the Pharisees
Is
follow the what?
Moses an
The
Israelite?
oral
Is
law. The
Moses an Israelite?
oral law.
Is Moses an Israelite?
Bro, nowhere in the text does
Was
it say Nicodemus
Moses
was an
an
Israelite.
Hold up.
Israelite?
All right,
Bro,
hold up. Go ahead, Jesse.
So I just wanted to point out that Jesus did not come for the Gentiles. Jesus came specifically for the lost children of Israel. So the people that Jesus were talking to were Israelites.
Exactly.
bro, the Pharisees kept the oral law. They were rabbinic, they were rabbis.
You
They
forgot
were
about the
rabbis.
scripture. No, sir, you forgot about the scripture where Christ says that out of his own mouth. I have only taught in the synagogue where the Jews are. That would be including the Pharisees, sir.
Yeah, Jews, you talking about Jewish people. Because that's
He
what they
said
were. They were
he
Jewish people.
said he did not
Yeah,
come
they
except for
were
the
Jewish
lost children of
people.
Israel.
They were
Exactly.
Jewish people, bro.
Exactly.
Like I told you, if
This is
we can go back
specifically
to what I
Israel.
said in the book of Acts. Because we can go back to what I said in the book of Acts about how
Here are
Apostle
the
Paul,
Israel.
hold on, about Apostle Paul learning under Gamaliel. So he was learning Judaism, rabbinic Judaism.
Can
That
I
was
talk?
his teacher. And
All
even
right.
in the sages, hold on, even let's go to my text. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Let's go to my text. Let's go to my text. Because in Judaism, what does it say about Jesus? It says that he was learning under some rabbi and that he was trying to pray to some idol, and then that rabbi didn't forgive him. I can show you all that stuff. I got to call my parents in a minute, but I want to have a discussion with Misery when I get back. But I got to call my parents like in 5 minutes. But yeah, I'm going to show you what I'm talking about.
Oh man. So he's gonna quote
Go
from
ahead.
he's gonna quote from his Talmud that talks about how Jesus learned from a rabbi. The same
And that
Talmud.
and that's the same Talmud that said that he learned from a rabbi that taught him necromancy or some shit like that.
Not even that. The same Talmud that talks about when doing circumcision, you're supposed to suck. You're supposed to suck on something. You know, like it's crazy.
Mute out, Jesse.
Bro, shit is crazy.
Jesse,
Hold
we
on.
not.
Hey, Misery, you just gonna have to know that the people of the New Testament were Jewish. You just gonna have to get over that because Apostle
No,
Paul kept the oral
your
law.
argument is trash. Your argument is trash
Nah,
because
it
you're saying
ain't.
that yes,
It
it
ain't
is
trash.
because you're saying that the Pharisees, right? They weren't Israelites, and they were converts, and they knew and were teaching the oral law, brother.
Watch
That's
this.
not what
They
the New
Watch
were.
this.
Testament
Watch
says.
this. Watch
It
this.
says that
Watch this.
Christ was arguing
Hey,
them about the
there
Torah.
were multiple groups.
They were
There were
arguing about the Torah, not about the
there
damn Talmud,
there
not
were
about no damn oral
multiple.
Okay,
traditions and things
watch
of that
this,
nature.
bro. You
Hold on.
sure?
Wait a minute.
Hold
Wait a
on.
minute. Wait
Watch
a minute.
this.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Watch
Wait a
this,
minute.
bro.
Wait a minute. Hold
A
on.
quick search.
Hold up, Sergio.
Hold on. This
Hold up,
search.
Sergio.
Hold on.
Man,
Hold up, Sergio. Hold up, Sergio. Go ahead, Jalen.
Yeah,
there were multiple
Yeah, man.
Israelite groups: the Sadducees, the Essenes, the Zealots, and the Pharisees. All were ethnically Israelites. The difference was the only difference was religious interpretation and practices.
Hey, Jesse, mute your mic.
And for
Jesse,
Sergio to even argue the fact that
Jesse,
the Pharisees were
I
not
got you. My
arguing
bad.
about the law is
mute your
ridiculous.
mic. Mute your mic.
That's
We
crazy.
live.
That's crazy for
All
him to
right,
even say that.
Sergio, you got the flow,
Hey,
Sergio.
I got 2 minutes. Wait, let me get 2 minutes, and I'm about to go. I'm about to lock right now. I'm gonna
Go
get two
ahead.
minutes. All right, yeah. So let me read this. This is source, right? It says, yes, the Pharisees. This is the Pharisees goes back to the word perushim, which means the separated ones, because they separated from everybody else, right? So it says, yes, the Pharisees were known for their strict adherence to the oral law. You see that? Oral law. Oral law. That is rabbinic text, bro. So Paul and all those other people from the New Testament, they followed the oral law. That is what they follow at first. All the Pharisees follow the oral law. The only ones that didn't follow it were the Sadducees. The Sadducees came from the priestly lineage. They didn't keep the oral law. The Essenes did not keep the oral law either. The Zealots, they did not keep that either. The only group during the second temple period were the Pharisees that kept oral law. That was the only group that kept the oral traditions, brother. That is where the Jewish people come from. That is their ancestors, according to most scholars, bro.
All
Bro,
right,
you
let
really think
Misery.
that I'm fucking far
All right,
behind in all this
hold
sort of
up.
shit,
We
bro?
good, we
Come
good,
on.
we good. Let Misery respond.
Yeah,
Let Misery respond.
yeah, yeah.
Go ahead, Misery.
Are you done?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Hey, Sergio, you won
Rock
that
it out.
argument. You won that argument, Sergio. You got him. He turned into a robot.
Hold
Appreciate
on.
it.
How did he win that argument when I clearly this is the problem here, right? What Sergio just did was try to use outside source, right?
Facts.
What I
Facts.
did, hold on,
Hey,
what
he
I
told you he
did,
would.
hold on, what I did was use the New Testament. And Sergio can't argue this.
Hey,
The
Misery.
Pharisees continuously throughout the whole New Testament were testing Christ about the law, about the Torah law. What are you talking about? So even the New Testament debunks your weak ass source that you just read. Debunk the New
It is not no
Testament.
weak source.
So when you're telling me, hold on. So when you're telling me that every time the Pharisees stepped up to Christ, what were they arguing about? About the oral law? Yeah.
About the oral
So
law.
when
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Pharisees
yeah.
hold on. So when the Pharisees approach him about adultery, what do we read about adultery from? From the
That's in the
Torah,
Mishnah.
sir.
That's in the Mishnah.
They were
That's in the
trying.
Mishnah.
No. So
That's in the Mishnah.
hold on,
That's in the Mishnah. That's in the Mishnah. Like I said,
brother.
like I said, bro,
Adultery is from the Torah.
Hold on. Watch this. This is so easy to destroy,
I
bro. And
want
I
to
only
go after.
got
I
one
want
minute
to. I
to
want to
do
go
this.
after
Term,
you.
everybody. The adultery is in the Mishnah. It's not in Torah.
I
You
want to
It's
asked
in
go
me
the
a
next.
question. Let
stinking
me
ass
answer.
Mishnah.
You asked me
All
a
right, hold
question.
up, hold up,
I
hold up,
got
hold
one
up, hold
minute.
up, hold up,
I
hold
gotta
up,
call my
hold up, hold
parents.
up. Hold up. If they learned, if they only knew it orally, but they still knew the law, what's the problem?
Sergio's
Bro,
saying that
this is the reason. Wavy,
they weren't
this is
Israelites
the
because
reason.
they were only
Watch this,
teaching
bro.
oral law. That's what he said. They're not
Hold on, bro.
Israelites.
Hold on,
They're
bro.
converts.
Give me a. I only got 2 minutes to talk, and then y'all gonna have all 30 minutes back on in a minute. Hold on, because I only got 1 more minute just to get my point across. So this is what I'm trying to say, bro. Look, like during the time, so even because you telling me Jesus of the law, yes, he argued about the law, and he argued even about the way he was calling out the Pharisees on this shit. He was arguing because they knew that they were adding to the Torah all these because he knew that Pharisees were keeping the oral law, like they were keeping laws that were outside of the Torah. So the reason why I showed Acts, the book of Acts of Gamaliel, is to show you that Gamaliel is mentioned in the Mishnah, in the rabbinic text, and he's also mentioned in the New Testament as being the teacher of Apostle Paul. Your whole fucking New Testament is on Jewish shit, bro. And you don't even know that shit, bro. I'll be back. I'll be back in 30 minutes, man. I'm gonna let you know what I'm saying, Misery get at somebody else, but I'll be back like in 30 minutes. I gotta charge my tablet, I'll be back though. I'll be back up in this
All
moment.
right, hey Keon, whenever you want to talk, you can say something. You good? And Jesse, it look like you at a restaurant, brother. I just want to let you know, brother. Don't be in there eating no bacon, brother.
No, this man funny.
I'm at a halal Mexican restaurant. They actually got halal meats over here.
You know what? I'm going to sleep. I'm about to go tripping.
All right, he go. All right, mute that, Jesse. He go. Jesus lover. All right, hey Chris, man, yeah, man, get on these nigga neck. Get on Misery neck, man. Misery was talking greasy, bro. He tried to put you in the wrong category, man. Get on his top.
This nigga here messy as hell.
Hey, what you
All right,
say?
Jalen, you got smoke too. Jalen,
I
your
don't
ass
got
got smoke too.
I don't
Once
got
he
smoke
get
with
through
nobody.
calling his mama. Once he get through
Wait,
calling his
what?
mama, he about to get on
Man,
your ass.
bro,
Wait, what he
man,
say?
look, man, that nigga don't want shit, bro, because he keep talking about Jesus was going against the law, bro. That nigga, bro, only thing Jesus was doing, bro, was emphasizing on love, mercy, and and intention over ritual compliance. Like, bro, that's all, bro. Like, what's wrong with that? What's wrong? Like, what's wrong with pushing that? Pushing positivity. What's wrong with it? Is there anything wrong with that? Oh, okay. So again, I want to know what his argument was. Like, what did he initially do? Because he never went against the Jewish law. He went against the leaders. That's who he went. He went against the heads because he felt that they weren't honest about a lot of shit. They were doing a lot of shit. They wanted recognition for a lot. Come on, bro. So again, what is his argument? Because Jesus never went against the Jewish law. He never did. That whole time when he was spat with Misery, bro, I'm going through all these shits and everything, bro. He has not once went against the Jewish law at all. All he said was that he emphasized love and mercy and in intention over ritual compliance.
No, his
What's
point
wrong
was
with
about
that,
the
bro?
whole Pharisees thing. That was crazy. How he's
But
saying how the
and then on
Pharisees.
top of that, he said they were Jewish. No, these people were actual Israelites. Actual Israelites. They were just a group. There's a group called Pharisee. You know what I'm saying? Just like how you got a group in Africa, you know what I'm saying? Different groups in Africa, but yet at the end of the day, what are they? What are they? Oh. So again, I just want to know what was his argument. Did your card got him?
Yeah, because like you said, like when you brought up the source, talking about how the force, the sets that you were talking about, how they were all ethnically,
Yeah.
Jews. His source didn't disqualify that. All his source said that out of all those sects that the Pharisees taught the oral law, but nowhere in that source did it say that the Pharisees weren't
But
Israelites.
this will mess me up. What do he subscribe to? Because he kept saying, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, this your whole shit. And I'm like, but what do you subscribe to?
He was basically trying to
Like
say that the New Testament was written by converts. Basically, that's what his point was.
a man, and
Hey,
did I not in hold on.
Keon, you there?
Listen.
Yes, sir.
Hey Keon, do you feel like salvation? You feel like Jesus came for the whole world, or you feel like Jesus came for Israel only?
Well, to me, both. To me, but that's because I think that Israel is anybody that follows Israel is just the nation of God. Like that's literally just all that Israel is. But for you to be a part of God is just to follow His commandments. So that's why I think they kind of confuse when they say Jesus only came for Israel. That's well, duh, yeah, because everyone can be a child of God. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah, that's how you. Yeah, I like that. I like that. That's how you get misery correct. Cause misery one of them niggas that think Jesus only came for Israel.
Of
You know
course
what
you
I'm
did.
saying? So I like
Of
how you
course.
said anybody.
So just like
Anybody
I
said
just read for you, just like I read for you in John 3:16, before John, John, the infamous John 3:16, for God so loved the world that whoever believeth in me, whatever, shall not die and perish. Back in John 3:14, like I said, Christ compares himself to what Moses did in the wilderness with the serpent. And we all know that Moses lifted up the serpent, that whoever amongst Israel was bitten was healed. So Christ is telling you the same way I must be lifted. For what? So that whoever of Israel will be saved, just like our ancestor Moses. And to also back that up, when you go to Isaiah 53, many Christians attest that to be for Christ. It tells you that that suffering servant was only going to be dying for the sins of the Israelites, not the world. So how is it you guys are saying, well, Christ is fulfilling the Old Testament? He's fulfilling the Old Testament. But then when we go to Isaiah 53, he says that he was going to die for the transgressions of my people. That's what Isaiah says. Who is Isaiah's people? Israel.
well, the Israelites, but I mean,
Exactly, brother. And
your
it's
arguments
clear.
your arguments is not really going against what I'm saying though, because what you should be doing is making evidence of what is Israel, because that's
No, no,
what
no, 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 no,
we
no, 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 no.
disagree on.
No. Israel is a nation of people. Just like the Egyptians are a nation of people. Just
A
like
nation
Cush
of
is a
people
nation of people.
connected, but by what though? What are they? Why are they a nation of people? What makes them the nation of people? What connects them?
By being born from the loins of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
See, and that's where we disagree. I don't think there's a blood lineage. See, you're going down this blood lineage. I don't think it's blood lineage at all, because
So
from
the
Abraham.
so wait, this is crazy. So all throughout the Old Testament, what's all this bloodline talk then?
Well, the bloodline came from because his family was beginning of the actual religion itself. But we go down the history. I mean, come on now. We all know the conversions of different people. It didn't just become a bloodline thing. It became who obeyed Christ at the end. I mean, not Christ, but who obeyed God at the end of the day, if that makes sense.
Now you said it right with Christ.
Okay, so when you ask a question, well, who is really Israel? Now we all know that even according to the New Testament, you're not a real Israelite, like you said, unless you're in the faith of Christ. Meaning you can still be a blood Jew, right? But you're not a real Jew according to
Yeah.
Christ, because you have to believe in the Most High and His Son. Okay, that's all it's talking about.
Mhm.
But nationality wise, that person is still a Jew by blood. Okay, but again, back to Isaiah 53, nowhere in that chapter does it emphasize anything about him dying for the sins of the other nations, the Goyim, the heathen, the convert, or any of that.
No, that's a fact.
He's
That's a
dying
fact.
for the
Yeah,
sins
because
of
these
my
are people
people.
that don't obey Christ. These are the people that don't obey the word of
That's not what
God.
it's saying.
So
But it's not saying about it has nothing about saying about obeying anybody in Isaiah 53.
yeah, but you got to use your common sense, brother. Like you can't.
It's
Okay, now you're being a little. That's cognitive dissonance is what they say. I think it's called. You got to be kind of common sense. If everything is based off of if you obey or disobey the commandments of Christ, then obviously when they say Israel, they're that's what they're putting the standard upon. It's not again. It's not about the lineage thing. It's not because even with the lineage stuff, sure you follow at least a little bit of the Deuteronomy curses or whatever the case may be. You guys are the lineage, quote unquote, of Abraham, and yet you are cursed and put under this 400-year curse in which you're being enslaved because of what? Because of your disobedience, not because you're a bloodline Jew or because you're, I don't know, not a bloodline Jew. It's because you have not obeyed the commandments of God.
Brother, the commandments of God were given to the nation of Israel. The Most High made a covenant with Moses with the nation of Israel, regardless if they were believers or not. And we all know that they weren't all believers because when Moses went up to the mountain and came down, they were Aaron and them were building a damn golden calf, even though they witnessed the Exodus. Okay, but they were still saved as a nation because that's what salvation is. It is being saved from the hands of your enemies. How can my enemies be hand in hand with my salvation? That doesn't make any sense. But then you guys want to talk about, well, it's about believers or whatever. But that's not what the Old Testament says when the Most High is punishing. When you go to a book like Amos, I always say this all the time. Amos, even in the New Testament, we see the Most High saying he is going to punish nations. Nowhere in Amos does he say that he's separating good people or bad people or believers or non-believers before he's destroying these nations. He just clearly says in Amos, I'm going to destroy Edom for 2 to 3 transgressions, Elam, Moab, Ammon. We read in the book of Revelations, Luke chapter 168 about what salvation is and how it was a promise that was made to our ancestor or bloodline, Abraham, Isaac, and even the promises made to King David that we should be saved from the hands of our enemies, which we see transpire all throughout the Old Testament. Also, we went through the curse, the Babylonians, the Most High rescued us from the Babylonian captivity, put Ezra in charge. Same thing with the Greek and the Roman.
Well, again, I agree
nations,
with everything.
It's about nations.
I agree with everything you're saying but still, that conclusion is ignoring a big piece. Because I'm a Christian, so again, this is all something that is all prescribed just in the testaments of what Jesus tells us. That's where I go by and have the authority of. So you going into the Old Testament that tells us about the nations. Yes, this is the point in which Jesus was kind of arguing against, is that we're doing all this stuff, and yet for some reason the inner man that we have within ourselves is not yet cleansed for salvation. So let me just say this real quick, because this is in Mark 16. So I'm gonna just go to the scriptures. This is why we believe what we believe. At Mark 16, starting at verse 12, and we're gonna go to verse 16, I think it is. It says, after that he appeared in another form to 2 of them as they walked and went into the country. And they went and told it the residue neither believed died them. Afterward he appeared unto the 11 as they sat. So this is before he goes up to heaven. Set, ate at meat, and unbraided them with their belief and hardness of heart. And he said unto them, go ye into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature. That is why I say this is what our mission is. It's not just for quote unquote a bloodline lineage, because every creature includes even bears, bro. The bear started just confessing the word of God. He has salvation, and that's just, it is what it is. That's that. So we can talk about the Old Testament, but there's a whole nother story that we gotta, infer about, if that makes sense.
Hold on, brother. Give me a few minutes. I'm gonna show you everything that you just read in Mark in the book of the Apocrypha. Okay, because this is where it's come from. The reason why the gospel has to be preached to all nations, because Israelites were in all nations. So yes, I can agree that yes, the Gentiles are going to hear the word too, but it's still for Israel. And I'm going to find it for you in the Apocrypha, brother. Hold on.
I don't know what going to the Apocrypha. What do you mean by going to the? What do you want to show me by going to the Apocrypha?
Exactly what I just said. That the Most High said He's going to scatter us throughout the whole nation, all throughout the whole nations, and preach the word. Basically, He's going to make us hear the word in all nations. That's what Mark is talking about.
Okay. Yeah, facts. Yeah, but I think you mean all nations of the 12. Or are you talking about like the 12 tribes?
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about the 12 tribes that are supposed to be scattered in these nations. This is why the gospel has to be preached to all nations. So if an Israelite's in the Eastern Hemisphere or the Western Hemisphere, he's going to be able to hear the word.
Okay. Well, that's just okay. I don't
How else?
know about that. But
How
I'll
else?
let you look it up.
How else is an Israelite that was scattered to the Eastern or Western Hemisphere going to hear the gospel? How?
Sorry.
That's why
Because
Christ is
again,
commanding his disciples, hey, even though I've never taught in the synagogues where you Jews at, and I've always been teaching around you guys and how I'm here only for Israel, the new mission is now we're going to preach this gospel to all nations,
so
baptizing
explain
them,
the every creature part.
baptizing them. Yeah, brother,
You're talking about the world, but every creature is you're just trying to explain something for I guess a different translation
brother,
for world, meaning Israel.
I even
creature.
with you. I said even the Gentiles are going to hear it. Yeah, I agree that the Gentiles are going to hear it because this word, every creature is going to hear this word. But the reason for this word to who's supposed to be waking up is supposed to be waking up the scattered Israelites that are among them, not the heathen.
I mean, either way, because
you want to talk about these converts in the Old Testament, right?
Yeah.
Do you know the difference about how these converts are supposed to be treated?
The different? No. What do you mean now? Yeah.
They're supposed to be basically treated as basically slaves and as property. Yes, they could partake in our feast days, certain days like Passover and stuff like that, whatever the case may be. They can partake in those things, but if you read, matter of fact, go to you have your Bible with you. Go to Leviticus 25.
So wait, how did the converts supposedly become Pharisees and become?
They don't.
Like
That's what I'm saying. That's why they don't. That's why I was disagreeing with Sergio.
They literally do. They became
I don't believe
the
Pharisees were converts.
Oh man, brother. Okay, go ahead. My bad. What was you said? Go to Leviticus what?
25.
You know, a lot of your arguments is just I don't believe, and that's not really a good. Like you can't just be like I don't believe, and then like I mean, what the hell? Like what do you believe? Like so everything is just about what you believe in and what you don't believe in. Like we got to go by some type of basis here, like some type of standard. You know what I mean? But you said
Brother,
Leviticus 20 and 20.
Brother, I've been quoting scripture and what the scripture's been saying about it.
Yeah, but you can't quote scripture. Okay, you're right. Okay, Leviticus 20.
Like I said, if I'm making a point saying, hey, books like Amos, Isaiah, it's when Most High talking about punishing nations, he's not talking about separating good people and bad people. You would have to agree with that. Nowhere in those chapters do we when a perfect example, Isaiah, what is it, 60, when it says that whichever nation rises up against me in that day, I will utterly destroy. Nowhere does it say, well, before I do that, I'm going to take my you believers with me. I'm going to take you converts with me. I'm going to take you good people who are not sinners with me. Nowhere is it stating these things.
That's not true.
Always talking about punishing the whole nation. Just like when the Most High punished all the Egyptians when he during Passover, right? He killed the firstborn out of every Egyptian's firstborn. He didn't have pity. There was no Egyptians that were spared from that. You see what I'm saying? But are you telling me that every single Egyptian was wicked? That they were all just a bunch of heathens and wicked people and not just good people? I'm very sure there probably were. I'm very sure there were Egyptians who never stole, who never killed. So, but why were their child sacrificed for the Israelites for Passover? You see what I'm saying? Because why? Because when the Most High punishes nations, he punishes them all, brother. Just like when he punishes Israel, he punishes them all and puts them all under the curse and takes them and puts them out of the land and scatters them. No one was saved from that.
You see what I'm saying? That's kind of, I don't agree with that, Misery, and I'm gonna tell you why. When God was when he was about to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, he gave Sodom and Gomorrah multiple chances to repent, and they didn't repent. If they would relent, that's why when Abraham was talking to God, Abraham asked God multiple times, "Hey, what if there's one? What if there's two? What if there's three? What if there's four? What if there's five? What if there's 10?" Well, he asked multiple times, and God said, "If there is one person, I will spare the whole city." So that contradicts what you're saying, because if there was actually one righteous person in the land, God will spare the whole nation, and that's fact.
Also, he did Noah in the flood. In the flood, he destroyed the whole
How does
world.
that? Oh,
Like,
that's
what are you
crazy.
talking about?
How does that debunk me when the whole, even though he was asking that question to God, God already knew the answer. He already knew that there was not one righteous person in that city. And what happened to that city? They all got it.
Yeah, but there's something called free will, misery. If they would have freely, just like the people of Nineveh, perfect example. People of Nineveh, when he was supposed to destroy the whole nation of Nineveh, what happened? When the prophet went and preached to the people of Nineveh, they actually repented. So it's the same thing. I can say, okay, God knew that they were not going to repent, but they actually did repent because it's called free will, and He gave them the choice to repent, and He spared them. So why didn't God go ahead and kill up? And funny fact, just like what you're arguing, the prophet was actually mad that God
Brother,
didn't
nowhere,
destroy.
brother.
Hold on,
You're not even
let me
addressing my
finish my
argument.
point. Let me finish my point,
I'm
misery.
asking you to show me where he's separating good people and bad people. You're not giving me any examples of that.
I'll give you an example. Rahab, Rahab was part of the people of Jericho. Wasn't she a citizen of Jericho? She was born in Jericho, and why didn't God let her get killed? Because she was from that bloodline. Technically, if you're gonna state, oh, God's gonna kill all the nation, He should have killed Rahab too. By law, He should have killed her, but He spared her. Why?
Because the Lord,
Noah.
because the Lord shows mercy. The Lord can show mercy to anybody.
But that's my point, though.
He can even go against his own law, just like he did with King David.
Misery, we're agreeing on the same thing. That you're pretty much confirming what I'm saying. My whole point is just to say what you're saying. I understand what you mean in terms of biblical law. I get what you're saying, but my whole point is that there are many instances in the Bible and in the Torah where
No, but
God
I'm
has
not talking
spared a
about.
person.
Hold on. I'm not just talking about the law. I was specifically talking about the prophets and about Isaiah, books like Isaiah, Amos, and Joel, and things of that nature. When we see where the Most High is punishing these nations, there is no separation.
But I know,
These are
but I'm
prophetic.
saying,
These were prophetic sayings that, of course, in my opinion, which were already transpired, but the whole nation got it.
but in one breath as well, I can also say in many of the prophets' scriptures in the Old Testament, God has given many nations many chances to repent. Many times. We can even talk about Egypt. He also he also relented from destroying Egypt at one point because he said, "Don't forget Egypt are your brethren," because of the line of what's his name, was it Jacob or I forgot his name, whatever, one of those guys, because he had descendants who came from Egypt who he mixed and had wives with. So I get what you're saying, but you're still proving my point. The more that God can change His mind and things, it's still you're still agreeing with me to disagree. Basically, you're saying the same thing I'm saying. Just I don't know where we're conflicting at. I'm trying to understand where we're getting the divide from.
Yeah. Let me bring up the point about the difference about the converse that y'all talking about in the Torah, right? When you go to Leviticus 25, we see there's two different strangers, right? Talks about how this if your brother wax poor. Let me get to it. Mm, Here it is. This is Leviticus 25 and 38. He says, "I am the Lord your God, which brought you forth out of the land of Egypt to give you the land of Canaan to be your God. And if thy brother that dwelleth with thee be waxen poor and be sold unto thee, thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bondservant, but as a hired servant and as a sojourner. He shall be with thee, and he shall serve thee unto the year of Jubilee. And then shall he depart from thee, both he and his children with him, and shall return unto his own family, and unto the possessions of his fathers shall he return. For they are my servants, which I brought out of the land of Egypt, and should not be sold as bondmen. Thou shalt not rule over him with rigor, but shalt fear thy God. Both thy bondmen and the bondmaids, which you shall have, shall wait. No, hold on. So my fault. I'm gonna stop right there. So everything I just read for you is talking about this one stranger. If he waxes poor, you can't. sell him as a slave or have him as a slave, but as a hired servant, and he could only serve you for the year of Jubilee, which is 7 years, and then you have to release him back to his family or whatever the case may be. Now look at the difference between that stranger and this one. This is verse 44. He says, both thy bondman and thy bondmaid, which you shall have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you. Of them you shall buy as bondmen and bondmaids. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that sojourn among you, of them you shall buy, and of their families that are with you, which they shall beget in your land, and they shall be your possession. And you shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondmen forever. But over your brethren, the children of Israel, which is the first stranger, you shall not rule over him with rigor.
All right, hold up. Hey, Sergio be on here. Sergio be on here like he handling some business, but he got the headphones in. So as soon as he hears something he don't like, he hold on. He don't even know how many people on the panel. Sergio don't be tuned in to the screen. Sergio be hearing, and he be ready to pop a nigga head off about what he heard. But Keon and Chris, y'all got the flow, man. Go ahead and put Misery out. Sergio did a good job today.
Man, so thanks for the quick, but what's your point?
Misery already woozy.
Not understanding your point.
My point is that this is a law about how you're supposed to treat the converts. There are two different converts that just discussed that what I just read. One is an actual Israelite sojourner, which we just the end of the chapter I just read solidified that you can't treat them. You can only make them serve as a hired servant for 7 years. You can't treat them with rigor or any of that stuff. But the other stranger that dwells in your land, you're supposed to pass them down as basically slaves, pass them down to your children forever as bondmen and bondmaids. That is the converts, brother. They're basically like second-class citizens in the land of Israel.
I mean, I guess. I mean, I still not understanding. So you're basically saying that there's two different classes of Jews. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, there are two classes of what you would talk as you guys would say strangers, right? These other nations that want to that are basically living in the land and obviously are going to cleave to our God, right? The first stranger is an actual Israelite stranger. The second one is what you would call somebody from another nation. So these converts were treated as second-class citizens and as a possession to the Israelites.
Okay, I feel like that was every nation though back then. I don't think that was just synonymous to the Israelites. The Amorites did it. The Philistines did it. They all did it. Whenever they plunder and capture people, when they plunder or they capture people or they get slaves, they make you force you to join their religion or serve their gods.
Exactly.
They all did it, not just the Israelites. That was everyone.
Exactly, and we're talking about these converts, right? Like you just said. So if they're dwelling in the land of Israel, these converts have to be following their laws, right?
Yeah.
And if you're my possession, and in my household we work, we do the Torah in this household, what would my slave be doing, or my convert be doing?
I mean, I guess he'll be a Jew or
exactly.
convert to
And my point is that according to the Torah, converts were basically like a second-class citizen in the land. But when you hear Christians, they try to make, and even some Jews, because I don't believe that even Jews believe in converts, and tell you the truth, because most Jews in the land of Israel don't even believe in converts. But according to this, it's saying that in that time period, that these converts were treated as second-class citizen and as a possession. So whatever my lineage was, I will pass these grandchildren, whatever the case may be. You see what I'm saying? It was never an equality with the converts. They were never equal with Israel. So I would tell a person who wants to make the argument, well, there were plenty of converts in the Old Testament. Yeah, I agree. There were, but they were treated as second-class citizens. And they were treated as a possession.
Hey, seem like Jesus level having some connection problems. He gonna come back on. Ooh.
Yeah, your connection keeps going on and off. Like right now, I thought my connection went out.
There you go.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I dropped off. My thing was tripping.
There you go. You got the flow, brother. Misery fighting, man. He on y'all top a little bit.
Well, like I said, I guess we could agree to disagree. I agree with what Misery saying in terms of his history. But I mean, I don't want to say I agree with that part. But nevertheless, I stay focused on the New Testament. And Jesus, my Messiah, what his teachings are. He taught there are no Jews, there are neither Jews nor Gentiles. So that's what I'm taking from what I'm running with. Now, obviously, if you're gonna quote the Old Testament, of course, Old Testament, the Jews had to stick up their butt. They thought they were better than everybody else. Of course, there was first class citizens, second class citizens, that's fact. I'm not disputing that, but I'm standing my ground, my belief, and what Jesus taught. That's where I lay my stake at.
All right, Keon, you want in on that?
No, I agree.
I'd love to read a scripture.
I much agree with brother, but yeah, because I ain't gonna lie to you, man. That's the only problem with this whole thing, and I think it's a different, deeper reasoning why a lot of times where I feel like Misery just kind of is ignoring a lot of things, a lot of words is just put into it. It's because the white man symbol. You know what I mean? Like we want to go against what the white man's done, so it's just like we'll just be like, that's the white man's book, so it must mean Israel, not Earth, even though it says Earth, But that's the only thing that I got against it. It's like we try to ignore what's in our faces, and it's like I'm not slow, bro. Like if it says something else, I would think they would say something else, But who knows?
Understood. Yeah, man, my boy be flim-flamming a little bit. Shit, Sergio back. Somebody called Jalen. Sergio back.
What up, man?
That's good.
I that Muslim brother who was on here at one time who debated me, he never came back.
Jesse.
You see, you running them off. Yeah, you trying
I think
to
it
say
was
you ran them
Jesse's
off.
friend. Yeah, he never came back.
Where you at, Sergio?
I'm right here. What y'all over here talking about?
Who was talking about Misery?
what were we talking about? Oh yeah, we were talking about the Pharisees, right? That's where we left off. That's what we were talking about.
Yeah. Sergio, will the Jew converts be slaves in heaven to the real Israelites?
You saying be a Jew? You saying will be a Jew convert and a slave to heaven? I mean,
Will
in
the
Judaism,
hold up, brother, hold up.
yeah.
No, that's not what I said. Will the converts
Be
be
treated.
slaves in heaven to the real Jews?
No one said that.
Well, I'll say, I'll say
What the hell?
like the
You said a second
non-Jews.
class citizen, a
Yeah, they
slave?
would
That's
be
what you
treated like
said.
a second class citizen. Don't African
I'll have to
Americans,
ask.
don't
Hold on.
Mexicans say that,
I
that
want to
that
see
you
what
guys feel like
misery.
you
Hey,
guys would be
hey,
treated like
hey,
second class citizens?
Keon and Chris, didn't he say a slave?
I said second class citizen.
Basically, shit.
Didn't he say like a slave?
Man, yeah, basically, man. Yeah, come on, man.
Brother, how did how that's just crazy. I said
Hey,
that
Chris.
they would be
Hey,
treated like a
Chris.
second class citizen, and in the land that they would still have to do all of our feast days, and in my household that they would have to worship Yahweh. What are you talking about? How is that slavery?
Hey, Chris.
Man, are they
Let me
serving
mute your
you?
mic.
Go ahead, man.
Let me mute your mic, Chris. Didn't he say they basically would be slaves like slaves? Didn't Misery say that?
To be fair, I really, I mean, I was going in and out, but I did hear maybe talk about slavery, about the 7 year bond and stuff. But I don't know about the other part.
Oh, he ain't here. He ain't here.
Serving the year of Jubilee.
Yeah, yeah, I didn't hear the other part about them being slaves in heaven. I don't know about that part.
Yeah, that's basically what he
Yeah, talking about
that's what he said, and he
no idea,
said like slaves.
brother. But we talk about heaven, right? You just said you asked Sergio, are they going to be slaves in heaven, basically, to the Israelites?
You
Yeah.
Leviticus
heard that,
Hey,
25 is
Sergio?
misery.
talking about
What is your what are your views on Gentiles being slaves in the kingdom? Do you believe that they're going to be slaves, or you believe that there's not going to be no slaves?
That's what we talk about, Misery, or no?
we can talk about that.
I said,
I know,
is that
but
what we was already talking about?
what was his question though? What was he talking
I
about?
was
I know
just
he don't got a
pointing.
question, but what was
I
he
was
saying?
pointing out, Sergio. I was pointing out the book of Leviticus 25 about the difference about how the Israelite convert, the difference between the Israelite convert and the heathen convert, and how the heathen convert are supposed to be uh, passed down as a possession through your family line for forever, right? According to Leviticus 25.
Yeah, there
Oh,
is.
I heard you wrong
There's
then.
heathen yeah,
Hold
there's
up. So
heathen.
what will the hold up? So what will the other convert be treated like?
Again, I already told you, you can't treat them with rigor. You have to set them free after the year of jubilees, and you can't treat them like a slave. You have to treat them like a hired servant.
And that was the for the who
For the Israelite stranger.
and for the heathen stranger, it was like a slave.
Basically, yes, they were. It was basically like a slave because of what people would consider slavery, but in my mind, is not because, like I gave you the examples. When they're in the land, they have to follow our laws, and not only that, in my household, they would have to follow Torah, and I don't see that as
You still a
slavery.
slave,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah,
And
I
I
agree
don't
with
see that
that.
as
Yeah,
slavery.
I agree with
I don't
Man,
see
you
that as
crazy.
slavery.
Yeah, I agree with
You
that.
crazy.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with it. Yeah, no disagreement to that. Yeah, no disagreement.
You agree with that shit, Sergio?
Yeah, because look, you have Gentiles, right? Like you got Gentiles that they, saying that they gotta, like, let's say if they were in your land, right? Like Misery was saying, right? Yeah, they gotta keep the commandments. They gotta respect, the God of Abraham. They gotta worship. They got, like, they don't have to worship him, but they're still gonna have to respect him if they want their land to be blessed.
Misery say they gotta worship him in the house. In his house.
Hold on, hold on,
They ain't got no choice.
hold on, Sir Sergio. According to Leviticus 24, hold on, wait, hey, Sergio. According to Leviticus
Yeah,
24, when that stranger blasphemed the name of the Lord, what happened to him?
he got put to death. Yeah.
There you go. See, that's that. Yes, they have to
Yeah, yeah,
worship.
yeah. You can say that because like I said in the like I was this is why I got on. I think you weren't here earlier, but I was talking about the book of Zechariah, right? And then and then it was talking about how the Egyptians are gonna have to go to the land of Israel, right? And they're gonna have to keep the Feast of Tabernacles, the Sukkot, right? The Feast of Booths, right? They're gonna have to keep that, right? So if they don't go to go keep it, that their land is just going to get like cursed, and all the other Gentiles that don't keep that law, don't keep that mitzvot, don't keep that commandment, that they're going to get like a plague or something bad's going to happen to them, right? So yeah, I can see what you're talking about as other nations worshiping Yahweh. Yeah, I could agree to that. Yeah, if they kind of have to do. Yeah.
Hold up, I don't think. Hold up, Sergio. So you saying when you get to heaven, you gonna have some slaves, Sergio?
I mean, I wouldn't say about going to heaven. I say going to the world to come, which is like the world to come is just me saying.
All right. So who would those people be if you could guess as far as races?
I mean, the Israelites are the ones that are going to get the kingdom. The Israelites are going to get the kingdom, and we know that we're going to
Hey
have like,
Sergio, that ain't what I. Hey Sergio, that ain't what I asked you. That ain't what
yeah,
I asked you, gang. But hold up, I got the Jehovah Witness here.
yeah. What was it that you asked? Because I didn't understand what are you talking about. You said, is there going to be slaves in the kingdom? That was the question. Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, he went to go to the door real quick. There you go.
Hey Sergio, you said I said you gonna have slaves in heaven, and you start saying it's gonna be another name playing semantics and word games, mumbo jumbo, Spanish and English. So then I said name the races of these slaves if you could guess. Name the races of these slaves you think you're gonna have in heaven if you can guess.
I mean, I know that there's gonna be like, because I know that like in the book of Isaiah or somewhere, it talks about how the oppressors, like the people that are oppressing the Israelites, like they are gonna be the ones that are gonna have to be like in slavery for what they did to the real Israelites. So I know that they're, you know what I'm
In
saying?
heaven, why
Yeah,
they
in the
going to
kingdom,
heaven if they
in the
did
kingdom.
wrong?
They ain't going to heaven. They going to the world to come for
All right,
judgment.
so
That is
then,
the
all right,
idea of
so
the
then
Holy
answer
Spirit.
my goddamn question correctly. I
Yeah,
asked you if you gonna have slaves in heaven, you agree to that shit. So if you gonna have slaves
not
in the
in the
afterlife,
heaven. Not in. I believe
all
like
right, in
yeah,
the afterlife,
yeah,
English,
afterlife.
Spanish, tomato,
Yeah, yeah,
tomato,
yeah. There is gonna
slam
be slaves
cartwheel.
because the
Hold up,
people that
tomato,
oppress.
tomato. Hold up,
Yeah,
English, Spanish,
yeah.
English. Listen, if you gonna have slaves in the afterlife, if you could guess what race will your slaves be?
I mean, I would have to say like, yeah, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't
Whatever
know.
nation
I wouldn't know how to
survives.
say that. I wouldn't know how to answer
Whatever
that. I
nation
wouldn't know how to
survives.
answer that. I wouldn't say black. I wouldn't say white. I wouldn't say
Well,
native. I
Sergio,
wouldn't say none of that.
You know
Yeah.
The Hebrew Israelites, they say it's gonna be the white people kissing their feet, brother.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really believe that like slaves in the kingdom have like a race or
Man, come
or
on,
anything.
Sergio, man. You think it's gonna
Yeah,
be
I'm not
Esau
like other people,
and the
bro. Nah,
Canaanite?
I'm not like other people because I don't like to push racism, bro. So if I say white, black, or somebody else, bro, like nah, that's like I don't do that shit. I don't put colorism on a future slave. I don't do that shit, bro. It could be anybody from any fucking nation that try to like, you know what I'm saying, destroy the children of Israel or put us in captivity and shit like that. You see
Nah,
what I'm
you
saying?
said nah. We talking about heaven. You keep going to something else, but
Yeah, I know, because you're talking about the future. You're talking about the end times. You're talking about the Messianic era, like during the time that the Messiah is supposed to come back. During that time, I know what you're talking. I know what the Hebrew Israelites teach. The Hebrew Israelites teach.
why you keep saying it's gonna be the people that did us wrong? No, it's gonna be all the people that converted before they died or when Christ
It's
came back.
gonna be. Hold on. It's gonna be the people that try to like. Well, what I believe anybody that's an Israelite or like what they call a Hebrew, anybody that's trying to like fight us or trying to stop us from being a nation, like Psalms 83 says. So Psalms
Man, hey,
83 says
misery,
the nations are there. The nations are
misery.
listed there. Esau,
All right, hold up.
Amalek, Tyre, all the nations are there that King David had. That is the crafty counsel.
All
So
right, hold up.
yeah,
All right,
yeah.
hold up, man. You keep going. Hold up, bro. You keep going somewhere else. Cause I know for a fact these crafty councils not going to heaven. You keep going somewhere else. Hold up, misery. Now, brother, who you think the race is gonna be of the slaves you gonna have in heaven, brother?
You can hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
All nation, whatever nation survives, bro. That's who. Whatever that day.
So basically, whatever nation bow down.
So we got slaves in heaven now.
Yep.
Hey, Goo, this shit
And they
getting
still
wicked,
they
Goo.
still following this shit. It's crazy as fuck.
This shit getting wicked, Goo. They just said the heathen,
This shit getting so wicked.
the heathen convert. Hey, Goo, the heathen convert go be a second class citizen, aka a slave in heaven. Do you hear that? Why the fuck would I convert? Ah,
I don't agree with that.
I done heard
Bro,
it all, boy.
That's not
everybody,
Christian.
bro, check this out. Check this out. Everybody's trying to kick who out of America. Everybody trying to kick out Mexicans, right? Everybody's still there, right? All the other nations are still there. Everybody trying to kick out my people away from Texas, away from Arizona, away from Cal. Everybody trying to get our people out. So the people that doing that shit to my people, they're the ones that gonna get that fucking payback, bro. I don't give a fuck what race you from. If you doing that shit, you kicking somebody out of their land and shit, getting them far away from their families and shit, making them cross illegally back to their
and
land, then they gonna
Sergio, the
gonna get
Bible
that.
ain't talking about America, gang.
Nah, yes it is. Yes it is.
You know
Second
damn
Ezra.
well it is,
Brothers.
Wavy.
Second
You know
chapter
damn well it
13.
is,
Yes
Wavy.
it is.
You know
Yes it is.
damn well it
Second
is.
Ezra chapter 13 talks about the land of the Americas being Arsaria, where the 10 tribes went to. So yeah, bro, like that is in the Torah. Even according to the Jewish Encyclopedia, it says that Arsarid is the Americas. Even according to the Jewish Encyclopedia, bro.
I thought it was talking about Rome because that's who the Jews had to beef with, not America. If anything, they had a beef with the Romans.
Nah, I mean, whatever fucking nation, like I said, bro, whatever fucking nation is trying to like kick all our people out of fucking America, all this other shit, calling us all these names and shit, wetback
Why you
terrorists.
saying hold up? I thought we were talking about the Bible. Why you keep saying our people?
Because I'm standing up for my nation, bro. I've got to fight for Mexico too, bro. Like I believe there's still Israelites here. You know what I'm saying? I believe there's Israelites in Texas, America,
You sound
all
like
over, all over, bro. Mexican
you
people are
sound like
all
a
over the
black
world,
Hebrew
bro.
Israelite, Sergio.
Hey, it don't fucking matter, bro. I can
I
like
was gonna
talk
say
to
that. I was like, bro,
I
Sergio, you
can
low key
talk
sound
to
like
you
a
shit, and
Mexican
I can
Hebrew
also
Israelite. Ain't
talk
no
like
different.
I can also be a Hebrew Israelite, bro. I believe in the same shit. My doctrine is like a mixture of like Judaism and even like native, like talk about native
Oh,
Indian shit. That's how my doctrine. I don't have one fucking specific doctrine that I fucking teach.
hey,
So
hey,
sometimes I might
Sergio.
sound like a Hebrew Israelite when I
Hey,
talk.
Sergio. We got a comment for you. Respond to this, gang.
So all non-Africans that make it into
Hold up.
Africa will
Oh, my
be,
bad. Go ahead. My bad.
yeah. This is from Chuck, right? He says all non-Africans that make it into Africa will be their gods. Yeah, I don't know what.
So he basically saying the slaves in heaven will be all non-Africans.
No. So that's not true because you also got in the Dead Sea Scrolls. You see, you got so we're fighting against the Philistines in the Dead Sea Scrolls. In the future end times, you got this war that's going to happen where the Akkad is going to have to fight the Philistines. So the Philistines are black according to the Torah in the book of Genesis. So we're going to fight the Philistines. We're going to fight the remnant of the
Hey,
Canaanites.
hey, if Mexicans can be Israelites, then Black people can be Philistines. Black people can be Israelites. We can just start freestyling then, huh?
Well, even the Chinese, they could be the Chinese Hebrew Israelites at this point.
The
They're
Chinese
people
could
that
read the
claim.
Bible and say this is my people. That's my book. That's what you just did, Sergio.
They still got islands
It's
though
not
that haven't been reached with the
even,
Bible.
Facts.
bro. Even when you
So
want to
not all
say that shit,
nations
right?
have been
Even
able
when
to
you want to say
receive the
that shit,
Bible.
right, bro? It's not our fault that the book was given to us, to my people, bro. It's not my fault that the book was given to the Mexican people, even at their birth. Most Mexican people, when they're like children, when they're born, what happens to them? They go to a Catholic baptism. So even like right, that's how I started. I started as a Catholic. Then when I grew up, I was like following Christianity or whatever, and then now I'm in
Y'all heard
Judaism,
him.
right? So it's like,
Y'all heard him.
so even
He's
this, bro,
Catholic.
check this out. All Hispanic people, all of them since they're young, they're taught about respecting God. Everybody knows that shit, bro. It's not a religion that we had to like. We were all fucking lost and shit. It's something that we always respected in the Hispanic families and shit like that. We always been like that, bro. All our people always been like that. See what I'm
I
saying?
feel
It
like
was
that,
not something that was
Sergio. I feel
forced on
like
us. It's
that's
something that
8
we already
billion.
knew. Even when you
That's
talk
like
about the natives and shit, they always had gods and shit that they prayed to. We were always like a spiritual people. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, but that's not synonymous to Mexican people or Hispanic people. That's like literally 6 billion people of the world or a race to honor God. That's nothing to do with me, Mexican.
Yeah, but
And
who's
and,
out
and
here
I and I
teaching
wanted
it the
to say,
most though? Who's mostly
and I
teaching the Bible the most? You mostly see like blacks, and then you mostly see Hispanics doing that shit. So that's how I know there's still gonna be some remnant of so-called blacks that are gonna be Hebrews. It's like there's gonna be some remnant of Mexicans that's
Believe
gonna be
that.
Hebrews.
see,
You know
but
what I'm
here's the
saying?
here's the problem. Here's the problem, Sergio. You know,
Yeah.
Judaism is not really a religion that you convert to like that, brother. It's a bloodline, the Hebrew Israelites. This is a bloodline, and you know, you just admitted coming from Catholicism. So
Yeah.
like, how are you claiming a bloodline all of a sudden? Like you just recognized who you are. Now,
I don't
now,
have to, bro. Let me tell you why. I don't have to claim no fucking bloodline. Let me tell you why, bro. Because all that stuff. Let me tell you why. Because Second Ezra's destroy all that shit. I'm not saying I'm an Israelite. The Torah is saying that. Second Ezra's. You got Deuteronomy 28. The curses that happened to the native Indians about the buffalo being slaughtered is in the Torah, bro. It's
Alright,
in
hold
the
up, hold
Torah
up, hold
about the
up, hold up,
buffalo
hold
being
up, hold
slaughtered.
up, hold up. My grandma ain't never read Mexico in the Bible, brother.
Bro,
and,
Arsarid,
and, and
like I
here and
said.
here's the thing, brother. Here's the
Russia
thing.
is not in the Bible. Russia is not in the Bible. Guyana is not in the Bible. Zimbabwe is
You
not in the
damn
Bible.
right. They
England is
not
not,
saying they
England is not in the
Israelites.
Bible. What is that point?
They not
What
saying
point
they
was that,
Israelites.
And that's the point.
brother?
And think about
There
this.
is no brother.
And
Hold on,
think about
brother.
this.
There are no
There
nations,
is
brother.
a
Brother, no,
whole
hold on.
genocide going
No,
on.
forget about the Israelites. Forget about the Israelites. There are no nations going by any of the real biblical nations. You don't see the nation of Cush around. You don't see Mizraim, a nation of Mizraim. Where's the country of Mizraim? Where's the country of Cush?
That's the whole point, Aki.
Elam. Where's the country of Moab?
That's
The country of, these are the biblical nations. We don't see the biblical nations anywhere on the planet today.
But that's the whole point,
Alright, hold up.
Aki. We got a whole group of people dying of genocide because some people then converted to Judaism and think that they're the people of the Bible, and there ain't no proof to prove it.
Exactly. I agree with you.
Don't say reverted now.
Hey,
Reverted
Well,
sounds
this,
like
well,
hey,
this,
hold on.
I didn't
Hey,
mean to say reverted. I meant to say
hey,
converted.
Jesse, let me tell you something, right?
I was gonna say
Let's
Jessica. That's
agree.
what Muslims
Let's
say.
agree that there could be some converts in the land. But what about the Sephardic Jews that are over there? Because we know our people were taken up to Spain, and the
Brother,
Spanish man. What did the Spanish man do to the
Wait,
native Indian woman?
this spe-
They,
historically,
right? He
I've
got
never
her
I've
pregnant.
never
Aki,
read where
Hold
nobody
Mexicans were
is
on.
taken
tracking their
captive.
lineage.
The
Nobody is
Spanish
tracking their
man
lineage
came
to the
over
people
here, and
of the
what did he
Bible.
do? Hold on, bro. Hold on. The Spanish man came over here to the Americas and shit. What did he do to the native Indian? Start getting her pregnant and shit, trying to like pollute the seed and shit. right? So
But
yeah,
what I'm
there's
saying
still,
Let's
is,
get to the root.
bro.
Hold on. Let's get to the root. No, hold on.
what I'm
Let's get to
saying
the
is
root.
that everybody is doing the
Hold
same
on.
thing you're doing. So
Oh, no, brother.
nobody's tracking their
Nobody's
lineage to
doing
the
the same
people of
thing.
the Bible.
Bro,
Hold
the
on.
Torah
Hold
says
on,
it.
brother.
Second
Hold
Esdras
on.
13. When you,
Hold on.
bro,
Hold on,
stop.
Sergio. Wait.
Y'all don't
Hold
fit
on,
none of
Sergio.
the fucking
Sergio.
curses, bro. Stop. We're the only ones
Brother,
that fit the fucking
everybody
curses. We're
fits
getting
Hold
everybody
on,
feels like they fit
Sergio.
under the curses of the Bible.
Hold on. Okay, let's get off of that. Hold on. Let's get off the curses. Like I said, let's get off of that, right? Let's get off the curses in the Bible for a second, right? The reason why Sergio is saying what he is saying, because even though he's quoting Second Ezra and stuff like that, but historically, it's what's been going on. The problem is this, and I brought it out in many debates around the 15, 16, 1700s. The Christian community and the Jewish community had a big problem, okay? And the problem was the discovery of the Americas. So what other people did was try to attack the Bible, basically telling the Jews and the Christians, if you guys cannot reconcile who these, not only who these people are, but what land this is, right? This is when these theologies going back to the 15, this is why you have Christians in the 15, 16, 1700s writing books claiming that the Native Americans were the 10 lost tribes. The same thing with the Jews. Not only that, but brother, there is a religion that specifically teaches that the Native Americans are Israelites. What religion am I talking about, brother Jesse?
Yeah, and even
Hold
Jewish
on, no,
rabbis
just
teach
that.
that.
No,
Because
no,
you
wait,
got
Sergio. Let Jesse
Manasseh Ben
let
No,
Jesse
just
answer
to
that.
add to that.
The
Just to
Hebrew
add to that,
Israelites.
do you even guys saying
No,
that?
no. What
Yeah, saying
brother, what religion started teaching that Native Americans are Israelites? There's only one religion on the planet that teaches an ethnicity, brother,
Hebrew
and that is
Israelites.
Mormon. No, Mormonism, brother.
Brother,
Mormonism.
no one respects Mormonism. That's a
brother. There
brother.
are brother. It's not about brother. That's not my point of view. No one
Look.
respects Jews, brother. You don't respect Christians. That's not the argument.
No. But
About
what I'm
respect
saying
or
is,
anything. Brother, there
I'm
is
Muslim.
only one religion.
I'm Muslim.
Brother, hold on.
And
Hold on. There's only one religion on the planet that teaches another race of people that are Israelites. There is no religion teaching that black people are Israelites. There is no religion that has came out in 1817, whatever the case may be, teaching Asians are Israelites. There are no religions teaching that. There is no book teaching that. Now you can say that people are trying to claim these things, but Mormonism, they have a book, brother, called the Book of Mormon that teaches the history of the Israelites over here in the Americas.
Brother, but let me explain something.
Hold on, just to add to that.
You are not a Mormon.
Hey, hold on, give me a second, bro. Just put the Mormon. Hold on, bro.
Hold on, man. Let me respond to him. If you believe that you're if you believe so much in what the Mormons were saying, you'd be Mormon. You're not a Mormon. I'm not a Mormon. The last book that I follow is the Quran. And the Mormon book came after that. So with that being said, like, the Mormon book means nothing to us.
Who says I don't read from the Book of Mormon?
Oh, you're a Mormon now.
Do you even know? Hold on. And again, and this is the misconception about this whole thing. You know, people say, "Oh, well, even though it's a Christian sect, whatever you want to call it, but their book teaches basically Northern Kingdom history." When you first open the Book of Mormon, it starts off with the genealogy of Nephi, which goes back all the way to Ephraim. Okay, and then it starts talking about the story about how they were in the Americas and how the brothers were warring with each other and how the kingdom split between what's it called, Nephites against Lamanites, and they were brothers. Okay, warring with each other for centuries. That's basically what that book is about. And of course, it starts talking about Christ also. Of course, you know what I mean. But that's what it is. And I do read from the book. Now, just like I told everybody, I always read from all these books, whether it's Enoch, Jubilees, the Torah. I eat the meat, spit out the bones in every book. The second Ezra tells us.
Hey, Jesse, I can even show you Jewish rabbis saying that natives are Israel. You got Manasseh Ben Israel who wrote that book, right? The what was
But you're
that book
arguing
called?
for Native
The
Americans, and you're
Hope
not
of
Native
Israel.
American. You have Spanish descent.
I'm native. Hold on, I'm native, bro.
Oh
I only
shit,
got Spanish. Hold on, I only got some Spanish lineage on my father's side, but on my mother's side, I'm mostly native. So I'm mostly native on my mother's
Man,
side, even
y'all
on my
everything
father's
but
side.
what y'all is, man. God, yeah.
So yeah, bro. Even Jewish rabbis teach that native Indians are Hebrews. That natives are Hebrews. Man, you got Manasseh ben Israel teach that shit.
brother.
Go look it
These
up.
are theories. These are theories. They're
Ain't
not
no fucking
facts.
theory. They were speaking Hebrew. The Hebrew language is similar to the native Indian language. I made a post
Brother,
about that,
what Indian what Indian was speaking Hebrew? They had their own language.
bro.
And
Brother, I
they
brought up
had
this
many
information.
languages.
I brought up the information
The
many
Native
times
Americans
of a
weren't speaking one
linguistic
language.
scholar. Brother, I already brought up many times of linguistic scholars on Wavy's channel that tell you that the language families of Mesoamerica all ties in with Egyptian and Shemitic languages.
Hey, Misery. Jesse trying to piss you off. All right, Jesse, put your seatbelt on, brother.
I'm getting out the car. I'm getting out of the car now.
Man, that was a lot of beeping.
That right there lets me know, yeah, type shit.
I'm just, I just can't understand for the life of me how there's different sects
bro.
of
That shit
different
is fucking
groups.
crazy because
I
even
feel like
these rabbis like
there's
communists
there are Hebrew
saying this
blacks,
shit.
there are Hebrew Mexicans, there are Hebrew
Rabbis
everything. Everybody tries to claim Hebrew. Like, I think it's a little bit kind of
Everybody
wild,
wants to claim Hebrew,
a little bit
and
wild to me.
nobody is Hebrew factually.
I don't claim Hebrew. Let's go ahead and keep that. Let's go ahead and make that clear. I don't
But
claim
I'm
Hebrew.
saying all peoples, brother. All peoples try to put their try to tie themselves to being the Hebrews, and nobody has it factual. And our boy Misery, he's Mormon. You know what I'm saying? This is new information to us.
Misery ain't no
I didn't know
damn
you were
Mormon.
Mormon, Aki.
Misery,
That
I ain't gonna
Misery is
lie.
far from a
I have
Mormon.
no clue what you are. Some
I
days
know.
I
Hold
think
on, hold on. And again,
you're
that's why
Jewish.
I told him I read all books, brother. I read books,
But you
brother.
don't
I
respect the
read the Quran.
Quran.
Hold on, brother. I read
How
the
you got more
Quran.
respect
Doesn't
on
mean
the
I
Mormon
believe.
book?
Hold on. Doesn't mean I'm a, I even told you I read the Quran. Doesn't make me a believer of a Quran. I read the 14 tablets of Enki, which is the Samaritan tablets. It doesn't mean that I worship Samaritan writings. I just study all books.
Thank you.
And the only reason I point out the Book of Mormon to you guys was to point out how that is the only religion that is 5-6 million deep that teach an ethnicity of being Israelites. White people made a religion teaching that these people are Israelites. That has never been done nowhere else on the planet.
But the point is, sir,
Nowhere
the
else.
point is, brother, it's irrelevant because nobody on this call is Mormon. So that means
Brother,
nobody on this call
brother,
respects that text.
that's not my point. Regardless if you're a Mormon believer or not,
that he
you
said,
still have
hey Jesse,
Brother,
Jesse,
what I'm saying is, I would have had
Jesse,
more respect on
Jesse,
it. I would have had more
Jesse,
respect for it if you would have
Jesse,
said you were Mormon.
Jesse,
I mean,
Jesse. The point,
but
You
Jesse,
don't
he's
even
not
believe in the
saying.
book.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, Jesse.
I
Hey,
mean,
Jesse.
shit. I
The
mean,
point.
you don't gotta believe in the book,
Hey,
bro,
bro,
just to read it.
No, but I'm
bro.
saying
Hold on, bro.
if you're gonna bring this information to the table as like proof,
Mhm.
you have to at least believe in it. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, it's pointless. Like
You don't,
you're bringing up a
you
book.
don't have to believe. No, you don't. No, you
Yo,
don't. No,
brother,
you don't.
my whole
No,
point.
you don't.
Hold
No,
on.
you don't.
Y'all
Hold
missed
on.
my whole point. Hold on,
Go ahead.
y'all missed my whole point. Hold on. That was just my last point. I was giving you guys many
hmm
examples of how the Christians, how the Jews, and even the Mormons came up with the theologies and wrote over 50 books. This is why even Sergio quoted one of the books from the Jews, which is the Hope of Israel. They had a dilemma. Who are these people and according to the Bible? So this is why many Christians, not just Mormons, Ethan Smith was not a Mormon. Thurgood was not a Mormon. All of these Christian, these Christian, they were Baptists. They were all different types of Christians. They all came to the conclusion that the Native Americans were Israelites and wrote books about it. Christians,
Hey,
Jews,
man.
and Mormons.
I just want to say
So
I don't
first of
know
all,
who it was. I
The
don't know
brother,
who it was. Oh, go
the
ahead. Go
brother.
ahead. Whoever was talking, go ahead.
I was going to say the brother doesn't even believe in the Mormon scriptures, and
Bro,
he's
you
using it
don't
as
have
his
to
proof.
believe in the scriptures, Jesse. You don't have to,
But
bro.
but what I'm
That's like
saying
what.
is, why
Hold on, wait a
even
minute. Hold
bring
on,
it
wait a minute.
up?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's just
Because
like you
it's either
telling
true
me.
or false,
That's
and
just like
if
you.
you
That's
don't
just like
believe
you
in it,
telling
it
me.
doesn't make
That's
no
just
sense
like
to
you
bring it
telling
up.
me. That's just like you telling me that all our arguments that we always had when I always say, oh, the Old Testament, you know what I'm saying, is based, you know what I'm saying, has a lot of similarities or came from the old Sumerian and Babylonian text as far as in the story goes.
That's what you believe.
I don't believe in the text.
But you believe that it came from the old Sumerian.
I say that it could be a possibility
Well, that's
because at
your
the end of the,
belief.
because at the end of the day, yes, of course, that's my belief. You know what I'm saying? That is a possibility. Yes, I believe that. Yes,
All right. But what I'm saying is, you have you. That's what you believe.
but that
So
doesn't
so
mean, Jesse, that I'm on my knees praying. You know what I'm saying? Praying to Enlil or Inky. That doesn't mean that.
no no
That's what
no.
you
Right.
But
always. That's what you
That's
always
what I'm
messed up. You
saying.
know about I'm saying about
This how
certain
you
people
get,
because just
bro.
because you read different books does not make you. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Just
A
like I
believer in
said,
not
just
now.
like saying this, right? Just like this, bro. Let's say if I get something from the Talmud, does that mean that I agree with every single fucking rabbi? No. I don't agree with every single what the fuck they write. Just because I take
Hold on.
from different texts or different
Watch
rabbis
this.
doesn't mean that I agree with every
Hold
single
on.
fucking thing those
Watch this.
rabbis are
Watch this.
saying,
Watch
bro.
this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Hold on. Wait. How many religions have you gone through? How many
Two,
religions and isms? Huh?
two. I was a Christian, a
Mm-hmm.
Rasta. Then I went back to
Mm-hmm.
Christianity, and I
Mm-hmm. So
became an
going back, that's
atheist.
three. Okay. So
Nah,
you
nah,
went back,
nah.
but
Atheist ain't a religion.
I'm not saying that. I'm
Nah,
talking about. I was talking about.
a Loki is a religion.
I was talking about
So
you. I was talking about you going back to Christian. But what I'm saying is that you read those, you believed in them, and then at the end of the day, you stopped believing. You get what I'm saying? But let me ask you a question. How many other books have you read since then, since being an atheist? How many other books have you read?
Hey, Jesse know you wrong, man. But
I
I think I think what Jesse was trying to say is, and he said it already. He was basically just trying to say, why are you bringing up them books when nobody on the panel is dead? So you know we don't respect it. That's how Jesse was trying to say.
he said what? Man,
The
Jesse
fuck?
was just trying to say, as misery, why you bringing up that Mormon book if nobody on the
man,
panel is
I need
dead?
brother Morpheus. I need brother Morpheus back on here, man. We need to get him back on here. You know what I'm saying? So he, you know what I'm saying? So Jesse can understand that. You know what I'm saying? That his Quran is a lie. We
All
need
right,
brother.
Asiatic 777 says you cannot make a covenant with angels. That's for you, Jesse.
Jesse, where you at?
I think I think Jesse
I think
dropped.
he's still
Oh,
up.
Yeah. Assalamu
Yeah,
alaikum. Jesse dropped off. Jesse is at a restaurant. The real Hebrews phenotype is Asians. The bottomless pit is located in the land of Israel. Asiatic 777 going off, man.
The bottomless pit is located in the land of Israel. Talking about the hell mouth? That's what we referring to.
This for misery.
80% of the book of Jesus are not accepted as real books. Of course. Of course. Of course. Of course. But damn, what is that 80%? Could it be Gnosticism? Could it be?
those are 80% of people who don't know what they're talking about.
There you go. Hey, we got Jesus love on the panel. So Asiatic 777, you can't be doing Jesus lover like that, man. He gonna stand up, gang.
There's factual proof
Mm.
and evidence that Jesus existed. This is fact. This is not fiction.
Oh, yeah,
This is
we are.
actual
Yeah,
fact.
yeah. It's in the Roman. What's the name? The Roman is in that scroll thing. Who wrote that down? It was from the account of one of them soldiers,
So,
right?
you know how you
Yeah.
debunk all that about he never existed? Just go to the damn Talmud. why would the enemies who don't believe, right? If it's about not existing, why would the Jewish people write in their Talmud that he did actually exist, that he was a false rabbi, and that his mom was a whore, and things of that nature? They don't even believe. They don't believe in his faith,
In the
but
Talmud, it
they
says
at
that he
least
had
acknowledge him.
in the Talmud it says that he had 5 disciples. That's what it says. It says that he had 5 disciples. He said one of the disciples
But you see
was
what I'm saying? You
Matthias,
see what I'm saying,
Matthew.
right? The Talmud
In the
doesn't
Talmud, it
deny
also
Christ,
says
right?
in the Talmud it also says that he had a disciple named Matthew. In the Hebrew, it's Mattai. So it even tells you in the Talmud he had 5 disciples. Yeah.
The funny thing
So
is,
so I'm
Sergio,
right,
you
right? Your Talmud teaches that Jesus existed, right?
Yeah,
He was a
yeah,
real
yeah, yeah.
person.
I always
There you
told people this shit that he really
You don't even
is.
need. That's
I'm
what I'm
not
saying. You
like
don't
the
even need
Yakad.
Christianity.
I'm not
You don't
like the
even need
Yakad that be out
Christianity.
here saying that he's just the idol and all this other shit. I don't teach that shit. I don't teach that.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Like when people make the argument, oh, he never existed. Like, and why would the Jews that have nothing to do with
Right?
Christianity
Why would
at
they
least
make
admit?
all these different
Jalen, mute that.
stories about it?
Jalen, mute that.
Exactly.
Jalen, mute that. Sound like you at the airport. I got you.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But even
yeah, yeah,
even
yeah. So
Jalen,
even when they want to say that he didn't exist, like I said, I believe that he was a Jewish, like he was just a Jewish rabbi. That's what I believe. I don't worship him, but I just believe that he was just a Jewish rabbi. That's what I believe. I just don't follow him, but I believe that he was just a Jewish rabbi. That's what I teach. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. So does Judah Naz.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So even when they want to say that shit, right? When they want to say, "Oh no, he's just the idol. He's just the idol. He's just that shit doesn't even make no sense, bro. Yeah. It's just a sorry ass argument, bro. People be saying shit like that. I mean, yeah, it's like in Judaism, yeah, it's forbidden to do that shit, and it's idolatry if you do that shit. But I'm saying, an idol is like
To do what?
like
Oh.
like to follow other gods and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's say if you pray in the name of another god, like I know in the New Testament it tells you go pray in the name of Jesus. You're not supposed to do that according to the Torah. You're not supposed to pray in the name of other gods. Shit like that.
Misery pray in the name of Jesus.
I'm sure he don't. I'm sure he probably prayed to the Father only and shit. I don't know. I don't know if he prays to Jesus or not. But
I really don't pray a lot, bro.
Y'all heard that? Hey, we got this nigga on live. Hey, what is this? Hey, Uncle Chucky, you heard that? Misery say he don't pray, so Misery don't repent, Uncle Chucky.
I didn't say I don't pray.
You
I
heard
said I
that?
don't pray a lot.
Uncle Chucky,
That's what I said.
you heard that, Uncle Chucky? You heard that,
That's
Jesse?
crazy.
Misery say he don't pray, so he don't repent, brother. This
He-
brother.
What do I tell my parents?
He's a Mormon, Aki.
nah.
He's a Mormon.
I don't think he a Mormon, bro. You can
bro.
read certain books.
You
Doesn't mean you can read certain books. Doesn't make you a fucking Mormon and shit. It's just the information, bro.
No, but what I'm saying is, this brother. See, y'all believe that the Native Americans are the Hebrew Israelites, and
Bro,
your
even
way.
Jewish people
Hold
taught
on,
that
brother.
shit.
Hold
Even Jewish
on.
people teach that shit.
Hold on. And y'all's way of pulling, bringing that argument to life is by quoting the Mormon Bible, and you don't even believe in it. It's crazy.
Brother, I said Christian. Brother, I said Christian. I said Christian books and even Jewish books. What are you talking about, Jesse? Why are you just fascinated with the Book of Mormon? You're just fixed
Because that's the one
you're
you
just
said,
fiction
right?
on
You said it was the Mormon Bible that you
No,
got that
no, I
information.
didn't, brother. We said even the Jews, and I even said the hopes of Israel. That is the name of that book.
I get sucked in. I'll probably go all night.
They say that the
Okay,
Native
then I even
Americans are
mentioned
Hebrew
some
Israelites.
Christian. Hold on, I even mentioned some Christians like Ethan Smith and Thurgood and other Christians.
All right.
I even named them by name, brother.
Who's specifically saying, and what book are y'all getting this information that the Native Americans are Hebrew Israelites?
I got you, brother. I got you. I got it right here. I
Bro, I got the books too. I got the Jewish Hebrew right here.
To all scripture.
I got the book. Yeah, like I said, brother, we have over brother. There's like at least like I would say like 45. There's like at least 45 books that we can pull that says that these Christians and these Jews were teaching that we were Israelites.
Just kind of loves this game.
But my problem with that misery is that like I feel like for every group of people,
Mute that, Jesse.
for every group of people, they can claim that they're Hebrew.
Brother, this is not this is not natives claiming it. This is Christians claiming another people to be this. There is no other movement on earth, like you said, like you were saying earlier. Oh, you got Chinese that are claiming that they're Israelites. You got these people claiming that they're Israelites, right? Yeah, they're making these claims, but nobody is teaching that. Hey, yes, those Chinese. You don't see white people, black people saying yes, those Chinese people are Israelites. You don't see that. What we're demonstrating is these Christians, these Jews, whether they're white, whether they're Sephardic or Moors, whatever the case may be, that were over here in the Americas, were saying that these people are the Israelites. We've never seen that nowhere in history of one race of people claiming another race of people to be the Israelites. You would think the white man would say, "Where are the Israelites?" You would think the Christians or the Jews, "Hey, where are the Israelites?" And teaching that. No, they weren't teaching
The
that.
Jews do
They
claim
weren't teaching
the,
that.
the Jews do some Jews do claim that the Igbos are descendants of Israel as well, from Nigeria, from the east. They claim that the Igbos are rightful
Brother,
That's a
descendants.
lie. That's a lie, bro. Because you even got Jewish rabbis who don't even agree that the Ethiopians are Jews. You got Jewish rabbis that'll tell you that Ethiopians are not even Israelites. You even got Jewish
and even
rabbis who tell you that
point out
that Ethiopians are not even Israelites. You'll got Jewish rabbis that say that shit. That's a lie, bro.
Hey,
Okay,
Wavy.
but yeah,
Salam
Sergio,
alaikum, baby.
but you also get
Brother Muhammad.
Jewish
Salam
rabbis who
alaikum.
would say
Peace be
that
upon
Native
y'all.
Americans are not Jews either. So it's the same thing.
No, but you have, like I said, bro, you got all these, all right, so look, you got the Christians, you got the Jewish rabbis saying it, you got a whole bunch of other nations saying that we're the Israelites, bro. So, like, the information is right there. So, why the fuck you gonna deny that shit?
Okay, wait. Okay,
And
okay.
even the
Hold on.
language, even the language.
Let me hold on, real quick.
Misery.
Real quick.
Let
Like
me
I said,
respond. Let
it's
me
a book.
respond real quick, Misery. And I'll let you go. Wavy. So I'm understanding from Sergio. I just threw him a curveball. I don't know if you caught this. I just asked Sergio a question. The Igbos, which happen to be black people, I just said that the rabbis who claim that the black African, West African people are Jews. Sergio said, "Oh hell no, that's not true. That's not true." But Sergio is upholding his own end that Mexicans and Native Americans are supposed to be the Jews. So now I'm actually confirming what your suspicion, Wavy, when you said who is going to be the slaves in heaven. I'm almost certain that people who think like Sergio think black people are going to be the slaves, because I feel like this is synonymous. Sergio and your other friend, the other guy who claimed I was the
So
Edomite
you
or
talking
whatever the hell
about
he was talking about.
Igbo and all this other shit. Those are Hamites, bro. Those are Hamites.
You just claim my
Those are
point, bro.
Hamites. They converted to Judaism. They converted to the ways of Israel. They're converts. I know it hurts, bro, but you guys
Sergio,
are a
you
bunch of fucking
converted to
converts, bro.
Judaism.
And on my channel, we used to bring out this information all the time. Books going back to the
You
15,
converted to
1600s.
Judaism.
Hold
I'm
on,
pretty sure some
hold
of
on.
these
No,
people
no,
that
no.
you claim to be
Claiming
Hamites can
that
probably
those
track their lineage
Africans
closer to
that
the
hold
Jews
on,
than you can.
Start using Greek mythology against that.
Bro,
they will show
that's
you.
that's
Like
that's
I
the
said, we could pull out
stupid,
books from
bro.
the 15th, 16th century of all of those scholars in Africa telling you that they were converts, brother.
You're a new Jew.
But
Bro,
but
misery, but
you were
misery,
asking for a book, right?
misery. But
Hold on, real
let's be
quick.
logical though.
You still have to
Go
You're a
ahead.
respond.
second degree Jew, Sergio.
Hold on. Now again, this is from a book that this is from a Jewish man. His name was Meir Kirschlian, right? That's the guy right there. As you clearly see, he's a Jew. Okay. He is also quoted in the Jewish Encyclopedia for a statement of where Arzrith is, and he claims that it's over here in the Americas. It's the same Jew in the Jewish Encyclopedia. But in this book, it's called Christopher Columbus and the Participation of the Jews in the Spanish and Portuguese Discoveries. Okay. Now, in this book on page 96, I want to read you a couple of people who were believing these theories, like I'm saying. And back in the 1600s, watch this. And it says Montezino, who possessed the manuscript of Luis Lopez, the learned bishop of Quito, was convinced that the Peruvians were of Jewish origin. The view of Ronald and of Giorgio Garcia that the Aboriginals of America were descendants of Jews was maintained with many arguments in one and in the same year in 1650. independently by the Englishman Thorogood and by the Portuguese Jew Manasseh ben Israel. And afterward assumed the name Aaron Levi, informed Manasseh that he mingled in South America with Jews of the 10 tribes. Manasseh's book attracted much attention as it was translated in Latin, Spanish, Dutch, English, Italian, and Hebrew. Again, going back to the 1600s, brothers. This is why I keep telling you, you guys have to understand the argument. The Jews and the Christians had a dilemma because they, for centuries, were teaching the Bible over there in the Eastern Hemisphere. The question then became, well, if your Bible is true, why haven't you guys ever taught about these people? And not only that, who are these people, these natives? This is why we can read these books going back to the 16, 15, 17, 1800s of Christians, Jews, Mormons, all teaching this because they had to answer that question.
But
who are these?
I get what you're
these
saying,
lost
Misery.
people?
But this is my problem here with I could care less if the book was written in the first century. My issue is this: Black people have always been taken out, omitted from certain manuscripts. They've always been taken out of certain books. Always been blotted out from history. It's to me. I think it's a disservice to tell me that there's no books written and say that Black people are descendants of Israel, but Mexicans or the white people are descendants of Israel. That sounds crazy to me.
I know, but I just read it for
like
you.
a disservice.
But I just read it for you. But that's what, even though you might say it sounds crazy, but brother, that's what they were teaching.
But
This is why
it doesn't make it right,
in their
bro.
Jewish encyclopedia, brother. It's even in the Jewish encyclopedia, not only about Arzareth, but it tells you that even talks about the Native American, about the how you talk about the land bridge or the Bering Strait, and that the people that crossed the Bering Strait were Israelites. Yeah. This is all in the Jewish encyclopedia. The Jews know this information, brother. This is what we're trying to tell you.
I get it, but
the Christians know
I
it.
get what you're saying. But like I told Sergio, in the same breath, you can go to Israel right now and find a group of Jews who believe that Africans, that the descendants of the Igbos, are real Jews. You can actually find those people who believe that. In the same breath, you can find the same people who believe natives are.
At this point,
I
hold on. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why, bro. Let me tell you why. At this point, look. Recently, this is what happened in Israel. Recently, bro. Some India Jews just recently got there. Like a whole bunch of them just recently got to Israel. You're gonna tell me that every single one of those was a fucking Israelite? No, bro. You see what I'm trying to tell you, bro? They're allowing every single motherfucker to go in there, bro. If you just convert to Judaism and follow whatever the fuck you want, like what they want, and be subject to the system and shit, and sell your soul, they letting any motherfucker go in Israel and do what the fuck they want to do, right? So this is what I'm saying, bro. Listen to the point that I'm trying to tell you. This is, bro. The Israelites are supposed to be in captivity.
Hold up. We got the elder in the building. We got the Rastafari. Warai in the building.
Oh yeah, he definitely not gonna agree with you. Hold on. Let me summarize the Chucky real quick. So Chucky, Sergio is claiming that no Black people. I just gave him a point how in Israel some rabbis believe that the Igbo tribe or the Africans are descendants of the Israelites. So he's disputing that and saying no, they're converts. They're not original Jews, but Native Americans are the ones who are original Jews. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. How are you gonna push that your supposed people are Jews? You can't even claim it. You're just assuming. But the Black people, oh no, those are definitely, they're 100% converts. How can you claim that? That makes no sense. And I like to be logical here. This is basic geography, right? The Middle East is closer to Africa than it is closer to the Americas. So I get the whole thing with the Bering Strait, but this is logical, right? Why would I walk thousands of miles the other way when I can easily, if I want to separate myself and go to a closer land, to be closer to the holy city, I would go to Africa. That doesn't make any sense. Why would I get
Bro,
on a boat and
bro,
sail to
nobody,
America? That's dumb to me. Like,
Hold
come
up,
on,
bro,
hold up.
that's
nobody,
common sense.
nobody knows where the
Sergio,
10 tribes.
Sergio, mute your mic. Sergio, mute up. It's on Uncle Chucky. We're giving it to Uncle Chucky. Uncle Chucky about to go.
I mean, they all know. I mean, they all know Africa birthed all nations and all people. So I mean, besides that, I don't mean how. That's why I told them earlier when they was talking about who is going to be in heaven. That's they was talking about who is going to be in heaven or who's going to be enslaved. There ain't going to be no slaves and nothing like. Yeah, there are going to be levels because it's going to be a government. It's going to be a kingdom. Well, yeah, y'all talking about the non-Africans, man. You feel me? That's what all y'all are. I can sit out here and talk about this.
And to
Of Israel are black people. Only black people are the children of Israel, not Native Americans, not Europeans, not none of other Africans.
Brother, you're a cursed Canaanite. Stop it, bro. You're a cursed Canaanite, bro.
I know you're
Stop
gonna
it.
get
That's what the Bible
because I'm here to speak the truth, demon. So you're gonna get
You're a cursed Canaanite.
you're all mutations of haplogroups of the African man, and y'all know it. You feel me?
hold on. Let me misery. This is an honest question, right? I'm going back.
All humanity is mutations of the haplogroups of the original African man. The original African man, which is us right now, the African Americans and those still in Africa, just basically the black people who are still considered African. We are the children of Israel. We are children of Israel. We are the people that they call Jews sometimes. They call Jews sometimes. That's why y'all are confused. We are those people. It's not none of these people who are claiming to be us.
Okay, so I have a question. Misery. This is an
You are
honest
the
question.
children of Ham,
So
bro. You are the children of
didn't
Ham.
Jacob from
That's your
this is
belief.
Old Testament? Didn't
You
Jacob
are
have kids with
you
Egyptian
come from
women?
Cush. You come from Cush. You come from Mizraim. You come from Put. You come from Canaan. That's your lineage according to the Torah.
Misery. Didn't Jacob have kids with Egyptian women?
Israel, not only that, all Israel started off by mixing.
But that's my point
and
exactly.
hold on, hold on, and you're making our point even more beautiful, because there are only two nations on the earth that are known as mixed people: the so-called what you call Hispanic natives and the so-called Arab. Okay, those are the only two races of people on this planet that people call mixed people. But you just admitted that Israel started up mixing. But Africans, that's why they're Africans, because they're a race of people. That's why they're white people who are a race of people, Asians, and things of that nature. Okay, who are pure bloods. That's why they're pure bloods. That's why they're white. That's why they're African. That's why they're Asian, and things of that nature. But Arabs and us are mixed people. And we all, like you just admitted, we see that all throughout the
asked you
Torah,
a
not
question
just
of
with Abraham, not just with that, but all the 12 tribes mixed. And Israel became a nation in Egypt by mixing with other slaves from other
got you
nations.
perfect. So
They are a mixed
Bro,
people.
historically, you do
hold
know.
on,
Hold on.
Now, sir, now I'm sorry to say, I look like a mixed person. Chucky don't.
Misery. To your point. To your point. Have you seen it? Have you seen it? Have you seen it? The drawings of Egyptian people. I've never seen a drawing of an
Yeah,
Egyptian who's
yeah.
white.
You know what? They actually look kind of like Mexicans and
That's
Native
not true, bro.
Americans
Stop it.
or Asians.
Stop it.
the
Yes,
Asian
they
Beni
do.
Hassan. Yeah,
Egyptian.
if you
Yes,
look at
they
the
do.
Beni
They
Hassan,
certainly ain't black people.
Stop it, bro.
They
bro,
certainly ain't
Stop
black
it.
people.
No.
Yo,
hey,
brother, the
Jesus,
Kushite,
Jesus
brother, the
lover,
Kushite dynasty
Jesus
didn't
lover.
come
Have
until
you
like
seen
25th
I'm
dynasty.
not
Jesus
saying
lover? Have you
they're like
seen,
looking like black people, but I'm saying, bro,
bro? Have
they
you
look
seen the
more
Beni Hassan?
black
The
than a mixed
Beni
person,
Hassan.
and that's
Hold on.
fine.
Have you seen the Beni Hassan? Have you seen the Beni Hassan? The walls of Egypt. They look like my color. They look like so-called Hispanic.
Then that's cap,
Go
bro.
look at the Beni Hassan. I can show you right
That's
now
straight
on
up
my
cap.
phone. I can show you how they look.
Number one, what misery say don't matter.
I can show you them painting over them on my phone too.
I was about to say I could show you the paint on my phone. They look like brothers. I don't know what you're talking about.
Like I said, I don't listen to these men and this bullshit talk about these light skinned people was in Africa, man. I ain't even listen to none of that bullshit. They can keep on putting that bullshit in their fucking brains if they want to. But like I said, man, we all in Africa. Everybody, black people having black people, children of black people. Everybody's black, man. So I don't know what you're talking about, misery. I don't know what point you were trying to make about mixing. Yeah, we were mixing tribes of black people. So what are you talking about?
Wait, Misery,
Brother,
I have a funny question. So in the book of Genesis, it talked about how God made Adam name all the animals, right? If we want to throw that card, where do you find most animals in the world today? You don't find an elephant in America. You don't find a freaking lion originally in
don't find,
America.
hold on, brother. You
Most
don't
of
find
the animals that you
elephant, brother.
find that
You
he
don't find
named, hold on,
elephants, brother. You don't find elephants. You don't find zebras. You don't find muskrats. You don't find the most popular African animals nowhere in the Bible. Where are the elephants? Where are the rhinos? Where are the muskrats? Where are these animals that are in Africa? These are the most
okay, but to your point, hold on, Misery,
animals in Africa, and there's
Misery.
no mention
To
not
your
once in the biblical scriptures.
okay, but Misery, to your point though, let's be logical. Most animals, and this is scientific. Most animals are in Africa. This is science. This is not like something I'm making up. It's science, bro. You find more animals in Africa, and it's fact.
Animals, man. It's not a
literally
guy.
fact.
He see the misery. He see the animals. He live in real life. I don't know what stupid shit he act like. The animals ain't real because they're not in the Bible. Like you don't see them in
Stop it, Misery. You're really like it's actual fact, bro. This has don't move away religion for a second. This is actual factual science. Majority of the animals live in Africa, and it's fact. This is not like something I'm making up. It's literally fact.
And let's say that that's true, brother. Let's say that's true. Okay, that's cool. But the Bible doesn't mention any of these African animals.
No, Misery. I'm not saying it mentions it.
Proving that the Most High had no knowledge of no damn Africa. Because we don't see no damn rhinos, we don't see elephants, we don't see none of the most popular African animals in the Bible. Nowhere.
So Misery.
Nowhere.
When Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are traveling up and down Africa, hold on, tell me, Misery.
But then when you read about animals like, but then when you read about animals like the quail and I already showed you all these things that only exist in the Americas or originated in the Americas. That's in your Bible. So when the Most High fed the children of Israel quail, I already showed you quail originates from the Americas. So out of every place on the planet, you're telling me the
I hope
Most
you
High
know there's
fed
quail
these
in
children
Africa, right?
a meat source that comes from the Americas. When the Most High plagued the land of Israel with the cankerworm and the palmer worm, those two insects only exist in the Americas. Those two insects do not exist nowhere in the Eastern Hemisphere.
Misery. Did you just claim that there are no quail in Africa?
No, I didn't say that. I said, brother, quail originated in the Americas.
They're birds, Misery. They move around. What are you talking about?
Hold on. In time,
what are you talking about?
In time, they migrated to the other continents, but it originates in the Americas. Now, back to my point about the
keyword migration, though. Birds migrate. This is a natural thing they do.
Exactly, but that migration came in later. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Misery, that's a bad argument. How can you prove for a
fact? Okay, that's a bad argument.
Okay,
fine. Okay, no, brother, that's a bad argument. Fine. Debunk the palmer worm and cankerworm. In Joel chapter 1, when the Most High said he's going to plague the land of Israel with these two insects to eat up the crops, those two insects only exist in the Americas. Debunk that. Debunk that.
I can, because that's a lot.
That's cap. That's actually cap.
If you look up palmer worm, if you look up palmer worm,
brother, we already had to. Chucky, I kicked your ass on this debate.
Hold up, Misery.
I already defeated you on this debate. Shut your mouth.
Hey, hold up.
We already had this debate. Is it over here in the Americas and Ethiopia? And I spanked you.
Misery, let him get it out. Let him get it out.
You should be quiet. You got slaughtered on that pole.
Misery, hold up. Hold up, Misery. Let him get it out. Hold up. Hey,
that's crazy.
Chris, Misery, hold up. Hey, Chris and Chucky, y'all talking at the same time, so it's drowning out both of y'all, but one of y'all got the flow.
I just want to say I already debunked that like he's going crazy about our debate right now, because I already showed everybody that the word palmer worm is a general statement for any worm that is hairy. So any worm that is hairy, or any caterpillar that is hairy can be called a palmer worm. So when the Bible uses that word palmer worm, it is a general statement. There's not an actual palmer worm that it means. And he knows that already. That's why he's going crazy and he doesn't want me to talk, because I've already debunk that bullshit.
Yeah, brother. Just like Ethiopia doesn't have no oak trees and pine trees and everything. So oak tree is not an oak tree according to this client. A palmer worm is not a palmer worm. An oak tree, no. A pine tree, no. You know why? You know why you demons have to say that? Because the Bible debunks your wicked doctrine, sir. And everybody saw that in the debate. When you hold on, sir, you already had the opportunity. You had the opportunity to prove your case. Brother, you had the opportunity to prove your case to the people, and the people all agreed with me in that debate. Not one person voted for you, Chucky. Not one. And there were 10 people that voted. You had 10 judges, and all of them vote. Well, 6 of them voted for me, and 4 said it was a tie. Nobody said that you won. You couldn't prove anything. Because what I did was show these plant life and animal life that never existed over there in Africa. And you cried about
Misery. Let me rebut that. I give you the canker worm. Now, the Bible talks about when the Lord sent the plagues to Egypt with the locusts who ate up the crops. Locusts don't exist. They don't originate in North America. They originate where? In Africa. So I can use the same exact argument and say the same thing.
That's crazy.
So we're not getting nowhere.
Brother, there's locusts, brother. There's locusts all over the Americas.
Brother.
There has been two incidences. Brother, there have been 2 incidences just in South America recently. They recently, I believe, like it was like almost a 10. It was like
Misery, you're not letting me land my point, though. You're not letting me land my point. My point is the Bible says swarming locusts is a specific type of breed. They don't exist in North America. They started in, go look it up. This is actual. Go look it up on your phone right now. It's actual fact. It's Africa.
Brother, look up cankerworm. Look up palmer worm. And then I find it funny that you're not doing this. At the end of the day, you guys can't debunk it. These insects only exist in the Americas.
Okay, but Misery, okay, cool. You get the warm part, but I'm saying debunk the swarming locusts that originate from Africa. Same thing.
Chris, you need to understand.
We're going on the circle.
Pull the scripture. Jesus lover. Pull up that scripture.
We're going in the circle, Misery.
Look, pull up the scripture. I'm going to look it up. I'll look it up right now. I'll look it up right now.
Misery does not follow the Bible. You need to understand that, Chris. You feel me? Misery doing his own.
I don't remember reading a specific species of locust.
He think all the journeying Abraham and Isaac and Jacob is doing, that they're journeying up and down in fucking America, and they're not in Africa. So Misery, he does not follow the Bible. So y'all have to understand when y'all hear these motherfuckers talking and they just talking shit.
I follow the Bible perfect. I follow the Bible perfectly.
They on their own shit, though.
Just like even in the New
Testament. Ethiopia, all throughout the Bible, Egypt and Ethiopia, Abraham and Isaac and Jacob is going up and down throughout Egypt and Ethiopia. That's not in Africa. That's what you're telling me.
No, what I would tell you is that when we see Christ, when we see scriptures like in Matthew and Mark, and we see Christ walking through the cornfields, and we see Christ and it says cornfields.
Talking about answer the question. Answer the question.
Brother, I already showed you how Ethiopia is not even Ethiopia. Ethiopia is over here in South America. I showed you the scripture. I showed you the scripture where it says, what is Ethiopia known for? What is it known for? For their topaz. For their topaz. And the most place where the topaz exists on the planet is in South America. Africa, Ethiopia, minimal, very small. They're not known for their
misery.
Ethiopia is not known for their topaz.
Misery. I'm trying to have a logical.
He doesn't want to answer the question plainly. He wants to talk a bunch of shit. I don't want him to answer the question plainly. So Egypt and Ethiopia is not in Africa.
No, it's not. Egypt and Kush is over here in the Americas. And I showed you in the debate how Kush is over here in South America. That's what I did in that debate.
Okay. Hold on, Misery. So Misery, hold on. We need. I'm coming back to this locust thing that I have a beef with. So the locust thing I'm talking about, it's in Exodus, I believe 1:10, where it talks about swarming. It doesn't say a breed, it says swarming locusts. Keyword swarming locusts, right? Okay. Now go on Google and type in swarming locusts in America. It will tell you they went extinct. They literally went extinct in America. So they cannot be from America. Originally, it says it originates in Africa. So
brother, you just said they went. Brother, you just said they went extinct, brother. Yeah. What does that mean? What does that mean? Hold on.
Misery, let me get my point across.
Hold on.
Let me
in ancient
get my
times,
point
they were
across,
here then.
Misery. Hold on. Yes, you can claim that, but they died off because of cold weather. Key word.
When
Africa is hot.
when
Locusts
was
like warm weather.
that locust when
Oh my
extinct?
God,
What does
misery.
it
Are
say?
you gonna let me finish my point? Then you can go, bro. I'll let you talk. I'm saying, locusts originally like warmer weather and warmer conditions. This is fact. This is basic science. Why the heck would locusts want to live in the Americas? It makes no sense. It's been cold over here for the past Lord knows how long. It doesn't make sense biologically. Just be fact. I'm being factual with you, bro.
Brother, there are many things in history, in U.S. history, of locusts not only in North America and in South America. Brother, you can look it up. There have been plenty of instances of locusts over here in the Americas eating up crops.
But my point is though that they don't locusts do not like cold weather in general,
Chris,
and
brother,
it's just not possible for them to be in the Americas. That's why they went extinct. My exact point.
Brother, I live in the Americas, and it gets you have places like Arizona, California, all these different places that temperatures rise to like 100, 110. What are you talking about?
Okay, Misery. Good point. So where was Jerusalem then?
I already told you, in Utah. Right there next
That's
to right
cap.
there by
Stop it.
California.
Stop it.
Hold on.
Stop
Right
it.
there next to California, and it's in a desert where it's nice and hot.
No. It gets freezing cold in the desert. It does get freezing cold in the desert of Utah.
Hold on. And the scripture says that the land of Israel gets cold. That it says that what was it in the book of Solomon's? It says that in the time of first fruits there was already snow on the mountains of Jerusalem. And
that's a mountain. There's snow in a mountain in Africa right now.
Hold on. According to first fruits, what time? Anywhere from September to October. Not December, not January,
Misery.
not
That's
February.
kind of a weak argument, though. You just said the snow on the
not.
mountain
No,
in Lesotho.
you know why it's not a weak argument?
You know why it's not a weak argument? There's snow on the mountain.
Utah, hold on. Utah is one of the only places that in that time, in September, October, they're already experiencing snow and things of that nature. You don't see, hold on. In Jerusalem that you guys claim today, or in Ethiopia, which you guys claim today, nowhere do they have snowfall falling in the time of first fruits, which is in September, October. Nowhere in the Middle East and nowhere in Africa.
All right, good point, Misery.
America.
Hold on, Misery. Good point, great point. Do you know the country that's called Lesotho in Southern Africa? Go look it up. Lesotho in Southern Africa, it snows. The month you just claimed, they have the highest peaks of snow, which is funny. You just claimed that, and it's where in Africa. So what are you talking about,
brother? I said Ethiopia, and I said what they call Jerusalem.
No. Wait. Not in Africa.
This was clown shit. I said Ethiopia, and you saw me even point down to this guy because that's what I'm talking to, and I said the land of Jerusalem. In the time of in Jerusalem and Ethiopia, in the time of September and October, there is no snowfall. They're not suffering winter.
Yeah, but I'm playing the devil's advocate.
Okay, then, but the land of Utah does that. Now, if you want to make
you're missing my point, though,
if you want to make the claim that South Africa could be Israel, that would be easily debunked. Because, like I said, I do this all the time. Because there was no bears nowhere in South Africa. But yet the scriptures talks about Elijah when they were making fun of him, bald head. There was a bear that came out the forest and killed the children. Well, there are no bears in South Africa. Never have been. Not in prehistoric times, not today. There are no bears. So that would be easily to debunk that. And not only that, to also debunk that, the time where King Solomon sent out his fleet that took him a year and a half to get to this place, and a year and a half to come back. And what did they come back with? Peacocks and baboons. Where do peacocks and baboons come from? South America and Asia.
So there are no peacocks and baboons in Africa?
Huh?
Misery? There's no peacocks and baboons indigenous to Africa?
That's my point. They are, brother. That's my point. Hold on, brother. That's my point. There are peacocks and baboons in South Africa, right? But
Israel has to be far away from that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Because Solomon sent a fleet that took a year and a half to go to this place in South Africa to get these peacocks and baboons. And it took them a year and a half to travel back to wherever Solomon in the land of Israel was to get these peacocks and baboons. So what did I just prove? That the land of Israel cannot be nowhere in South Africa.
Well, you can't use that argument either because you said it took a year. Okay, it took a year.
A year and a half.
Year and a half. That could imply multiple things. They had boats.
Yes.
Anything could have happened back then. You can't just hell.
Brother, you're right. But you know, whether they have boats, whether they were walking, it still took them 3 years.
Let me ground my point. Okay, cool. You can use that argument of it took a year and a half. Okay, I live in Texas, right? I live in Texas right now. Back in the day, it would probably take you a year and a half on a freaking horseback to get out of Texas. What are you talking about?
It would not take you no damn year to get out of Texas. What are you talking about?
Do you know how long it takes to get out of Texas right now, driving?
Yeah. I could walk, brother. I already did this. I think it takes. I believe it takes 48 days or something like that to walk from the east coast of America all the way to the west coast of America. What are you talking about? I believe it's like 48 days or 100 days.
But have you ever done it, bro?
6 months, and it certainly don't take a year to do that.
Misery. My point is it's case by case basis, bro.
Hold on. It didn't say that they walked. It said that he sent their fleet, which are ships. So it took a year and a half to get to this place. A year and a half. So it took 3 years for Solomon to wait to get these things. 3 years he had to wait. So the land of Israel can't be nowhere in South America because that's where baboons are from. Baboons are not from Europe. Baboons are not from Asia. Baboons are not from Australia. Baboons are from South Africa.
South Africa. There's baboons in Nigeria. That's not South. That's West Africa. So what are you talking about?
Oh my God, bro. Central and South Africa. How about that? Central and South Africa.
Chris.
If there are no baboons in North Africa.
We're gonna keep on talking.
You see what I'm saying? This is crazy.
Chris, you need to understand.
I don't believe I think that is historically incorrect to say that Jerusalem is in America and Utah. That's damn near blasphemy to say that. No scholar will agree with that. On both sides.
There are many
talking to somebody.
Even Mormons. I know a group of Mormons who don't even agree that Jerusalem is in Utah. I can get me a handful of Mormons.
Brother, do you know that? Hold on. So if what you're saying is true, and you think I'm making this up, whatever. Have you ever been to Utah?
I've never been to Utah.
Have you ever researched the landmarkings of Utah? It's all named after the Bible, brother. All of their mountains are named after biblical. All the biblical mountains. Hold on.
Okay, but I can say the Pilgrims did it. I can say that. I can say.
Brother, regardless of who did it or not.
Who did it or not? Man, what are you talking about? They just regardless who did it or not. They have named these lands after the biblical place. Okay. That's fine. I know they did that, but how you gonna say you're gonna take away the real ancient places and say this is the real place that these Europeans just newly named?
But Misery, my whole point is though, like I know at least 85% to 95% Mormons will disagree with the theory that Jerusalem is in Utah. Although Utah's a holy city for Mormons, majority of Mormons will not agree with that theory. Like they won't. I've never heard a Mormon tell me Jerusalem is in Utah. I've never heard that.
Brother, all Mormons believe that the America is the promised land. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, true. But I've never heard a Mormon tell me they believe Utah is Jerusalem. I've never heard that.
Brother, what's the promised land?
It's just like saying Zion, bro. They believe the mountains of Zion.
Okay, and what is Zion? And where is Zion?
They don't believe it's Jerusalem. I've never heard a Mormon tell me it's Jerusalem.
Brother, you're playing semantics. You're saying, well, they're not actually saying Jerusalem, but they're saying the promised land.
Misery,
what does the promised land mean?
Okay, Misery, what we need to do is bring a Mormon up here on the panel and ask them that question. I guarantee you they will not say they believe it's in Utah. I guarantee you. I've had many Mormon friends my whole entire high school life. I've never heard my Mormon friend tell me I believe that Jerusalem is in Utah. I've never heard that. I've never heard that. This is the first for me.
Well, it don't even have to be a Mormon. I don't even know why you even bring up Mormons. I don't care what the Mormons think. You know what I'm saying? Like there are many people that believe this. This is why they named these landmarks after that. It wasn't the Mormons who did that. You see what I'm saying? So why would you bring? So why would I care about Mormons believing that? It wasn't the Mormons that were naming these landmarks after the Bible.
So you're saying Native Americans named it after the Bible?
Nah, the Mormons did that.
You heard Chucky. He basically just went against you, debunked Chucky.
I know.
You just said the Mormons don't believe that, but Chucky just said it was the Mormons who did it.
I said the Mormons came through and named all that shit. What?
You see that? Jesus lover, he's telling you that the Mormons the one who named the landmarkings.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna say with the Bible, I don't agree with that. I don't agree that Native Americans went ahead and named stuff. Native Americans historically were not. I guess we can argue that they're Jewish or not Jewish, but historically, Native Americans will not. They worship multiple gods, and they still do worship multiple gods. So I've never heard of like that. That's a theory to me.
Brother, what was Israel cursed to do? They were cursed to worship other gods.
But we're talking, but
this is all in the book of Hosea. This is in the book of Jeremiah.
But misery, we're talking about the origination of what God wanted. He wanted to worship one God.
I'm gonna make a very beautiful point. I want to make a very because we're talking about how the Israelites got a bill of divorcement because they went and worshiped other gods and their cultures, right? These other cultures, these other people's cultures, right? Now, when we look at the world today, especially in the Eastern Hemisphere, everybody has their culture. And their cultures go back thousands of years. Whether we talk about African culture, you have Africans that have cultures going back thousands of years. You have Asians who have their culture, Japanese, Russians, whatever. All these different people have their own specific cultures, okay? But why is it when you look at Native American culture, just like you said, not only do they worship multiple gods, but you can find Native Americans doing Hamitic practices and Shemitic practices over here in the Americas, meaning not only worshiping the gods, but also building monuments and pyramids and these structures that also come from the other side of the world. I can show you places over here with natives that go back to Indonesia, which is over there by Australia, East India, Middle East, Africa, and things of that nature, of cultures that were being practiced over here also. That would match the biblical description of what happened to the Israelites, especially the Northern Kingdom, how they went whoring after the other nations. We don't see that with any other culture over there on the Eastern Hemisphere. They have their own culture. You go to Japan, they have the way they dress, they have the way they make their houses, they have whatever. Then you have China, they have their little, dragons, whatever the case may be. These people have their stuff. They're not, you don't go to China and you don't see China practicing cultures from Zeus and African or all these. There's a big mixture of cultures. It's not like that.
But it's misery. It's the same thing. I'm gonna go to Africa because I'm versed in my continent. I can throw the same argument right back at you. You can go to Africa. Do you know how big Africa is? I can take you to Africa right now, and you can find many different religions whom worshipped for thousands of years, similar to the same gods they worshipped in Egypt, same gods they worshipped in the Nordic times. It's the same thing. Just to even further my point, you want to take it all the way back to certain stuff like saints, worship of the saints and stuff, and all this other stuff that people believe in. They took that from Africa and brought it to the north, to the Americas. And where did they get that from? Africa. And it's the same thing. I can throw the same thing at you too. There's
no, you really can't. Like I said, they have their own culture, and they've been sticking to their own culture. So Africa is big. I agree with you. You have different specific tribes in Africa. I don't know how many tribes you guys have over there. I'm probably sure you have thousands of tribes. I don't know, but let's say we're talking about the Zulus or whatever, a specific tribe, right? They have their own culture. The Zulus do not practice many different cultures in Africa. They have their own culture. Now, the next tribe next door might practice a different one. The ones in North Africa might practice. That's not the argument. We're mentioning people, right,
that they're basically being influenced. Just like I was saying, the difference is like when you read scriptures like Hosea, where it says that the Israelites were sacrificing on the temples and how they were eating flesh, right? On the temples, sacrificing to these heathen gods, right? We can clearly see that in the Mayan and the Aztecan culture. Do we not?
That's misery.
Temples doing human sacrifices, eating or taking the bite of the heart and things of that nature. Now,
that's actually a beautiful argument. Now let me tell you about my tribe. This is my direct bloodline, my father's tribe and my tribe, the Igbos. To your point, the Igbos is a big tribe. It's one of the biggest tribes in Nigeria, right? Within the Igbos, there are different Igbo sects that practice different things. To your point, and to what you just said, there are different sects that believe in sacrificing to certain idols. It's human sacrifices, eating flesh. There's even some groups of Igbos within the Igbos who trace back all the way to Egypt and worship certain Egyptian gods, Samaritan gods. Like, what are you talking about? You can even research my tribe right now and find certain people within the Igbo tribe who worship certain Greek gods and Greek statues. So am I going to sit here and claim that okay, my tribe is the original Jews too? Because I could throw the same argument you're throwing at me too. There's certain tribes I can show you pictures of that certain deities look at the same deities they worship in North America. So what is the argument here? I'm not understanding.
Chris,
this is my tribe, bro. I grew up in Nigeria up until like 12 years old. I understand my tribe. So I've seen. I'm not reading books. I've lived it. Two different things. So I'm giving you facts, bro. Not something I read.
Brother, you're not showing me facts. You're actually evading what I'm saying and everything.
I'll show you facts, bro.
There's a big difference. No. There's a big difference. The difference between you and me is that I can show it. I can show you temples and pictures of natives actually in drawings of nature of natives doing this going back centuries ago. You cannot do that, sir. Hold on. Wait. And then when I start talking about these monuments, the specific ways that they built temples and whatever the case they were building, we can find these other structures over there in the Eastern Hemisphere. You cannot do the same thing. Now,
you can't find pyramids.
The only thing
in
that
Africa?
The only thing that I do agree with what you were saying is the religious side. How you said how the Igbos and within the tribes they all have different beliefs. That's what you said. Beliefs of this and that and of the Greeks, right? But in the land of Igbo, you're not going to find Greek buildings. You're not going to find Greek buildings over there.
What Greek buildings do you find in North America that was built by the Mayans?
Africa. We taught the Greeks.
Hold on. What Greek building do you find built by the Mayans?
Brother, that was just something. I was just mentioning Greeks. It don't matter. I just mentioned it. Forget about the Greeks. Like I said, I was saying like monuments in Indonesia or East India or whatever the case may be, right? These heathen nations, right? They're building these structures like the other heathens. No, Igbo, I'm very sure you guys have your own culture. You guys might have different beliefs, but I'm very sure you guys have your own culture. Certain way you guys dress, certain ways you guys build your monuments or buildings and things of that nature. What you guys don't do is build things like how the Greeks build it, how the Chinese build it, how the Australians build their structures. You're not going to find that at Igbo. But you will find these structures over here in the Americas, the same exact ones. But how is it that the people that were over here were making the same exact monuments from the people from the other side of the world?
Because they're one of the youngest races. Because they're one of the youngest races to come on Earth. So they learn from all the other people, all the other cultures that were already there.
Brother, the Brazilian
so they had a combination of all the other cultures that were already on Earth.
The Brazilian culture.
The Greeks were already here. The Egyptians were already here. Everybody were already here. That's why they have all of that shit.
That's crazy. South America,
misery. Is that cultural shit you try to say when you try to say y'all have a mix of cultures? But the truth is, It's
So what?
us
We're
black
new.
people.
How
It's
are
us
we
black
new,
people.
brother? How are
It's
we
us black.
new when
It's
our
us.
civilization is the
Yeah,
second oldest on the planet?
you
How are
crazy
we
as hell.
new when
You better go
our
to DNA. You better
civilization
go to DNA
is
with that
the
bullshit.
second
You better go to DNA,
oldest
boy.
on the
You better go to
planet?
DNA. Y'all ain't no
What you're
second.
Misery,
saying is
misery. I have a
nonsense.
question for you.
Y'all
So
ain't no
so
second
what is
oldest.
your response to multiple scientists who say life started in Africa?
He know
Brother,
that, man.
brother,
And no, hold on,
brother,
misery. And
that's
this
a
is
theory.
fact,
Hold on.
dude,
First of all,
too.
that's a theory. That's a
It's,
theory.
it's not a theory.
Yeah,
Multiple
yes, it
scientists
is.
have
That's a
agreed on
theory.
this.
That's a theory. Yes,
Multiple
it
scientists
is.
have
That's
agreed
a
on this.
theory.
DNA proves it.
No,
DNA
it
proves
doesn't.
it.
DNA
It's a
does
fact.
not prove
It's a
it.
fact.
DNA
It's not a
does
theory.
not prove
It
that.
was a
It
theory.
is
It was
a
a theory.
theory.
Stop
Hey,
putting
brother,
that
you don't
bullshit.
even
Because it was
believe
a
in
theory.
DNA.
It
What are
was a
you
theory.
talking
It was
about?
a theory.
Brother,
It was a
you don't
theory
believe
before
in
DNA.
DNA.
Yeah, get
Maybe.
to
Does he
screaming
believe in
now. Get to
DNA?
screaming. Get to screaming. Because it was a theory before DNA.
Hold
Before the
on.
people could prove it.
Wavy.
But
Does
since
Chucky
DNA has come
believe
about,
in
since
DNA?
DNA has come about, DNA
Hold
has
on.
proved it. It is
Chuck,
a
hold
fact
on.
now that
Wavy
all
was
human
there.
beings come out of Africa.
Wavy
So
was
stop the
there.
bullshit like you don't know
Wavy
about it's a
was
theory.
there.
Stop that bullshit.
Sir,
It's
you
fact.
do not believe in DNA.
You
That
do
came
not
out of
believe
your
in
own
DNA.
mouth.
It's
You
fact.
said
It's fact.
DNA is of the
It's
devil,
fact.
the white man's
It's fact.
Hold
tool.
on, Wavy.
That
Wavy.
is
Can I share
saying verbatim.
my
That is
screen
verbatim of what
Go
you
ahead.
and
said.
show misery?
DNA is of
Yeah,
the
show it.
devil and it is the white man's tool. So you don't. So why are you trying to use DNA to try to back up the African theory? Your clown shoes. You would agree with anything that
Whatever
agrees
you
with
say,
your
sir,
nonsense.
it's a
You
fact
would go
now.
against your
Ain't
own
no theory no
beliefs,
more.
sir. You would
It
go
was a
against your
theory
own
before. It's
beliefs
a fact
just to
now.
try to make a point.
And it's also a fact by
That's
DNA
clown
that
shoes.
you're one of the young
That's
Native
clown
Americans
shoes.
are
You
one
don't
of
even
the
believe in
youngest
DNA.
races on the planet. That's what DNA proves as well. You're one of the youngest races on the planet. So all the bullshit you're talking, Native American, why we have all that bullshit? Yeah, I done studied a little bit of DNA, man. I done traced it back in the little
Now
migration
you.
of
Oh,
DNA.
you hear Wavy. Now he believes
You
it.
came,
Now he
you
believes
came
it.
over just like
I
you
don't
said. You
care,
said
bro.
yourself. You came over the Iberian Peninsula. Like everybody was already in the East, though. The East was already cultured, living for thousands of years before you ever appeared in the fucking Americas. That's why you came over with all that culture already. So don't be impressed.
You talk about we came here with all of that culture, but yet
Yep.
where was all of that culture in Africa and Egypt? You're just making my
What?
point
It
about
started in Africa.
how
It
we
started
fit
in
the
Africa.
biblical
It started
narrative
in
of
Africa,
what
sir.
happened to the children of Israel.
It started in
You're
Africa.
basically just agreed with it.
You're talking children of Israel, man. It started in
And
Africa.
hold on. And you said that, oh, you natives are new people, right? New people.
Yeah.
Bro, Israelites are new people. The
No, they're not.
Egyptians, yes, it did. The Egyptians existed way before Israel. The Canaanites existed before Israel. All of these nations existed before Israel ever became a nation. Israel became a nation in the land of, hold on, Israel became a nation in the land of Egypt. But yet, who sold Joseph to the Egyptians? There was a slave trade already going on with the Moab, it was Ishmael. Ishmael already had his own nation. These nations already existed way before Israel. So even if you're trying to say, well, Israel came later, oh, you Native Americans came later, again, you are proving my point.
No,
Israel is not an ancient original
Yo, Wavy.
nation
Can I
like
share
the
my screen
Egyptians,
screen
like
real quick?
Cush, like all of the rest.
You
They
laughing?
came
Yeah,
later on.
like I said, I done studied DNA a little bit. So like I
Everything
said,
that came out your mouth
you're
backs
wrong
up
on
my
that part.
theory.
You're wrong on that part because that's why you have even after the flood, you have Noah who still come from the original people, and you have his 3 sons. So it's one of the sons that basically
Israel came out way after Noah. Way
kept your
after Noah.
original. Can I talk, demon? I know you're hyped, dog, because I'm here. You're mad, I know. Relax. You feel me? Well, one of the original African bloodlines were kept intact. You feel me? That's who we are. And there was an African bloodline that got spread into Europe and created all the other races. So I
Yo,
mean, I already seen the
yo,
DNA,
misery.
and Native Americans is way down on the line, misery. You wait, little
Misery.
man.
So if I show you pyramids that are ancient pyramids in Igbo land, this look damn near similar to
Chris,
the ones in
Chris, before you go on, brother. Chris, before you go on, brother, let me just let you know this while you're trying to explain shit to misery. You're trying to explain something to somebody who doesn't even believe Ethiopia and Egypt is in Africa. So that lets you know right there, he doesn't know nothing about Africa. He doesn't care about Africa. He just talks shit. That's why everything you say, you be like, what he's talking about, because he knows nothing about Africa. He doesn't care about Africa, brother. So for you to sit
Brother,
down there
you've
and be
never been to
trying to
Africa,
explain
you
something to him, it doesn't
faker.
even make any
You
sense.
have never even been to Africa, you faker.
Okay, you don't know
Misery.
shit about Africa either. You have never stepped foot in it.
Misery,
Jesus
hold on.
lover can speak upon Africa because he lives there. You, sir, you live
Misery.
in my land, sir. You live in my land, sir. You live in the land of milk and honey. You love America. Sorry, you love America. So all this Pan Africa shit, brother, you're a faker. You love America. You love where you live. You love this land. If you didn't, your ass would have went back to your motherland, like you claim. You are a faker, sir. You already know where the land of milk and honey is. It's over here. That's why your spirit will not allow you to leave this place.
Misery, I have a presentation. So there are pyramids in West Africa in Nigeria, in the Igbo land, which are just as old as the pyramids in Egypt, actually.
Yeah.
So
And
they look oddly similar to the ones in Egypt. So you're saying that there are no monuments, but I'm not understanding. So if I show you proof of this, with that, I don't know if that's not going to change your mind, but I can show it to you.
Yeah, it would change my mind if you could do it more than just showing pyramids. How about that? Like I said, hold on. You just told me that. Well, there were pyramids over in West and South Africa, but there were pyramids over here. Brother. First of all, your pyramids are trash, and you have way more pyramids over here in the Americas than anywhere else on the planet. Mesoamerica itself has over 1,000. Hold on, has over 1,000 pyramids. Do you know? Hold on. Do you know what number 2 is on the planet? Do you know what number 2 is on the planet of making pyramids? It is actually in Asia, in China, with only 200. Did you hear what I said? 1,000 compared to number 2 on the planet, China, with only 200. Africa is not even Africa. I don't believe Africa isn't even in the top 10 of having pyramids.
Hold on. That's not actually true. Sudan has the most pyramids in the world.
What I just mentioned is only in Central America. We all know that there were pyramids or mound builders, what we call mound builders, all over North America. There's thousands of that stretching from North America to Canada.
Where was the first pyramid built?
You have pyramids in South America. Again, the most pyramids on the planet by far.
Misery.
Remotely close.
Where was the first one built? Where was the first one built, Misery? Where was the first
Misery,
pyramid?
I wanna take you up on that challenge. So go on Google right now and type what country in the world has the most pyramids. I guarantee you it's not China. I didn't
say that.
And it's in Africa too, which is funny.
No, it's not. Okay, let's
look it up. It's in Africa. It's in Sudan.
Let's look it up. All right, come on. I'm looking it up right now.
It's literally in Sudan.
You guys are clown shoes. You guys are clown shoes with this. Watch this. But this is crazy.
You don't know nothing about Africa.
It's in Sudan, bro.
Talking out of your ass.
In the ancient land of Kush, which is located in Sudan, which is funny.
I told you, Ethiopia.
Let me know when you find it, bro. It's literally Sudan, bro, with over 220 plus.
I don't know what he's talking about, man. It comes from Ethiopia, where everything started. What are you talking about? Stop talking out your ass. You don't know nothing about Africa, Native American.
Misery ain't that hard, bro. Come on now, I know you see it. It's literally right there. 200 plus.
Yeah, like he don't see it.
In Sudan, and that's fact.
Not fiction.
Hold on.
That fiction ass shit you talking.
Hold on.
Yeah. It's taking that long to read. Ethiopia.
I'm gonna read it for you right now. 14 most amazing step pyramids of the world. Number 14.
We're looking for pyramids. Why are you looking up step pyramids and most amazing step pyramids?
Yes.
What are you talking?
Yes, step pyramid, bro. A pyramid. Hold on, brother. A step pyramid is a pyramid. You fucking idiot. That's why it's called a step. That's why. Hold on, sir. That's why it's called a step pyramid. Hold on. Let's read it. I know it hurts.
Who got the most pyramids in the world?
I know it hurts. 14.
And you a devil, boy. You know I'm here. That's why you can't lie no more when I'm here, you fucking devil. Look up pyramids, devil.
It's in Egypt.
Liar, I know.
It's in Egypt. Number 13 is in Hold on. It's
lying
in
ass. Now you're looking at step pyramids. Now it's step pyramids, not just pyramids. It's step pyramids now.
brother. It's a pyramid, brother. A pyramid is a
You're
pyramid.
looking up a specific type of pyramid now. Yeah, fucking lying ass devils, boy.
Lying ass boy. Lying ass boy. A pyramid is a
lying
pyramid.
ass devil,
A
boy.
pyramid
That's
is
why
a
you. That's why you get
pyramid.
mad every time
A
you see me.
pyramid is a
You can't talk
pyramid.
them shit when
And
I'm here.
again, the most pyramids, step pyramids, or pyramids, whatever you want to call it, exist in the Americas by far. Okay.
That's not true.
You know he's lying. You know he's lying. That's what's so funny. You know he's
You
lying.
just
He's like
looked
a
it
little
up, bro.
boy.
I guarantee you it's in Sudan, man. This is fact.
Hold on.
The ancient, and it literally says on Google, the most ancient pyramids are located in the ancient land of Kush, which is not today's Sudan, with over 255 plus.
Ethiopia, read it and weep, like I first said. I'll be laughing at y'all like them fucking lies gonna move me. I know what the truth is. I just laugh at y'all. You could never run away from Africa, boy. You no matter how much
Misery. Maybe me and you need to do a debate. I think I'm well versed in Africa than most people.
they're never gonna get away from Africa, man. That's where everything started. I don't know what the hell they thinking. They think they're gonna run away from the truth. That's
Okay. Anyways, like I said, in Mesoamerica, the total number of step pyramids combined it equals 365. Okay. Hold on. Let me see how many pyramids over here in North America.
World. Look, it comes up. I don't even have to type it all. It comes up automatically. I don't know what's taking him so long. It says Sudan has the most pyramids in the world, with approximately 255 ancient pyramids built by the kingdom of Kush. Of Kush. So, just like I said, all these people come from my kingdom and got knowledge from my culture, and they're just copycats. So I don't know what he bigging up his goddamn chest about. That shit is not impressing me.
I didn't even have to look that up. I didn't have to look that up, Misery. I just knew it was Sudan. Like I said, I'm well versed in Africa, bro. Like we could go for
brother. Hold on. And this is what I said. I said when I didn't. This is, again, you guys are clearly saying that it was just pyramids, brother. I not only did I say I said pyramids, mounds, and things of that nature. Meaning step pyramids. Hold on. So hold on.
How about
No.
next time you come in here,
This is why. Hold on. This is
what
I said. Hold on. I said mounds, pyramids. Okay, mounds are mounds. Pyramids can mean pyramids or step pyramids. That's why I was making that argument. All of those three things that I mentioned, most of those things exist over here in the Americas.
Misery, how about this? How about
The
this?
United States has 35,
I come on here,
and Mexico has 20, and South America has another 20. They need 50. There's 35 in the United States, 20 in Mexico, and 20 in South America.
What?
Pyramids.
There you go. Step pyramids. See, that's what I'm saying, brother. When I say pyramids, it means all type of pyramids. When I say mounds, that's what it is.
Oh, it's so funny, man.
That's what I'm saying. But yeah, I showed you that in Mesoamerica, there's over 300 and something step pyramids. That's just in that one location. That's more than in Africa.
Misery, how about this? Next time I come on here, I'm on my phone, so it's kind of hard, but I'm gonna make you a PowerPoint just to show you, and I'll present all this stuff to you because I'm telling you, there's more stuff than meets the eye, and especially people who don't really understand the vastness. People don't understand that Africa drawn on the map is not. Even scientists have proved it that Africa is like 5 times bigger of what we see on the map. So the drawing, the depiction of it, is not even how big it is. It's literally bigger than that. So for someone to claim that Africa doesn't have like all these things you're claiming, I guarantee you I can make a PowerPoint and show it to you. Like and I'll do it. I'll do it next time. Just to give you some, I guess, some more. And if I bring all this up to you, I don't want to hear you trying to throw my facts out the window either.
I'm fine, because you know what? I already have videos that I did years ago on this specific topic, and I will go back to it. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
and
that's fine.
I will dismantle all your shit, like I said, because I've done this before plenty of times. And again, the History Channel agrees with me. That's all I'm saying, and that's what's gonna kill you.
History what? So what came?
History Channel though?
Who
The
had the
History
first?
Channel, the History Channel, where you have geologists, archaeologists, linguistics, professionals, people that are not you, not me, not Chucky, because we don't have any PhDs in this field that we're talking about. This is what I'm saying. No. You know what the difference between me? Hold on. The difference between me and you brothers. The difference between me and you brothers. I have done classes on this. I have brought all this information, and this is not my channel. But if it was, I would have been like, if this was one of my classes, I would have been easily showing you all these sources, like I've done for the past 10 years. If you want to debunk me, I would suggest go on my channel before you try to debunk me. I would suggest just to learn my argument. You embarrass yourself.
You can't judge a book by its cover though. I have a PhD in anthropology. So how did you know I didn't have a PhD?
Like I said, Misery just be talking out of his ass.
What you have a PhD in archaeology?
Anthropology.
Oh, I didn't say that. I said geology and archaeology. You have a PhD in those fields?
Well, damn, anthropology is close to that. What are you talking about?
And what is your field? And what is your field? And what is your field?
Ancient findings.
Ancient findings. And what do you do?
What do you mean? What do I do?
What do you do?
I work at a museum, bro. We look at fossils.
In this field, what do you do?
I work at a museum. We study fossils, ancient fossils.
Okay, with what?
What do you mean with what? With science? What's your point?
Brother, if someone's to ask me, Jose, how do you paint cars? How do you paint cars? You know what I'll tell them? Well, I have a spray gun, and in my spray gun, I put this hardener that I mix with paint, and I spray the car.
Misery,
if you ask me my job, Jose, how do you fix all these? I'll tell you. Well, I'll tell you step by step how I do that. I'm asking you, sir, about your job, sir. You're a fucking liar. You have no PhD in shit.
Misery, what
things that you use?
Why are you thinking it so?
What is the mechanism that you are using to test it?
Misery, why?
You don't even know your own science that you use.
Why you acting so passionate, bro? It's not that serious, dude. You're taking it over the top for no reason.
He's that serious because he's a liar and he knows he's lying and he's caught in so many lies, so he gets mad. He's like a little child throwing a temper tantrum right now.
Misery, I hope you take me up on my challenge, dude.
Nah, he mad. He done ran off. He mad.
Uncle Chucky, what's good?
What's good, man?
Now you been getting that deal right?
Oh yeah, man. You see, he done ran off. Like, god damn, he just be mad to see me, man. God damn.
Wait, but to be fair,
hey, 8777. I've been sitting there watching your comments. I ain't never know you was racist, bro. I ain't even know you was racist, gang.
Say it was racist? Yo, Wavy, I asked what's his name? A simple question. Misery was saying that America has more pyramids. I just knew that Sudan has more, and this is just fact. And we're going back and forth, and he looks it up, and he sees that Sudan has more ancient pyramids. So I'm still confused on the argument here. Like, we're claiming the North America has more stuff and all this and that, but that's fact. That's
they don't got no pyramids, gang. They got, hey, look, and they want to talk about step pyramids. We didn't spend too much time on step pyramids. Once we got the step pyramid right, we started building them motherfuckers full throttle. F-350s with the diesel motor. We ain't spent too much time on no goddamn step pyramid. Khufu probably. We ain't spent too much time on those step pyramids.
In
America, they ain't got no goddamn pyramids. They got mounds. They got goddamn mounds.
You know the funny part? why Nains probably built the step pyramids? Because they had time to build them. Black folks didn't have time. We got caught and sent to slavery. That was the problem. So if black folks were left alone, I guarantee you, bro, we would have probably been bigger and better. 100%.
Of course, I mean we introduced
Black
the
Wall
world
Street.
into civilization, man. We give the world all knowledge. We give the world all the knowledge of everything that they have today, man. We gave the world civilization. You feel me? So
Misery know goddamn well they ain't had no pyramids in America. Misery know goddamn well they ain't had no pyramids in America, man. Them damn
that's all I'm gonna
mounds,
tell. That's all I'm gonna tell. Man,
concrete mounds.
You know what's so funny?
he switched that
Hold on,
bitch up
You
and
know,
started saying
Wavy.
step
You
mound.
know
That threw me
you know
into
what's so
wild territory.
hilarious, Wavy? You know what's hilarious? You said they had no mounds, but
Take that
Chucky
part out.
just hold on.
Take that.
But Chucky just read for you how many pyramids were in North America, South America, and things of nature. He said there was what 25 and something in North America, something.
Yeah, that ain't no goddamn pyramids.
Yeah,
Ain't
they
no
are.
goddamn
Yeah, they
pyramids.
are. Yeah, they are.
Misery, but you have
20
you have to
pyramids.
Yeah, I'm actually talking
misery.
about.
You
Misery,
bragging
but
on
you
20
have to give
pyramids.
me my props there, bro. You literally said that North America has the most pyramids in the world, and I didn't believe that.
But brother, I'll give you $1,000. Go back. Hold on, go back. That's what I'm saying. You demons are only saying one thing: pyramids. I didn't say that. I said we have the most mounds, pyramids. That's what I said. The most mounds and pyramids.
Why the fuck would we be bragging about
I
having the
literally
most
said,
mounds? Why the
I
fuck would we
literally
be
said
bragging about having the most
I'll make
mounds?
a
Y'all hear
PowerPoint
this
just
shit?
for
Those are
you.
Nigga is a
those are
barbarian.
temples. Those are basically those are basically temples. That's why.
Misery, and I said I'll make
It
a
just shows
PowerPoint
how
just to prove you
unintelligent they
wrong.
was, and he's still bragging about their unintelligence to this day.
What are you talking about? You know what history's gonna show? You know what history's gonna show? That you stinking Africans, you stinking Europeans, you stinking Asians. Hold on. All you could do
Hey,
before
read
you
this
guys
comment.
bumped into
Read this
us,
comment.
before you guys
Read
bumped
this
into
comment.
us, before you guys bumped into us, you guys only invented the wheel. Okay, you guys only had chariots and bows and arrows. Until you guys, hold on, sir, I don't care what you say. 500 years from now,
Y'all
you know
are
what they're going to be
ants.
teaching? You know what they're going to be teaching you
Y'all a
stinking
bunch of
Africans?
ants.
You know what they're going to be teaching you stinking Europeans? You know what they're going to be teaching y'all and
You
your
know a bunch
children?
of
You're
ants,
going to
dog.
teach your children 500 years in the
Start building them
future
ant
that
mounds.
hold on, that you damn Eastern hemisphere animals were living primitive all until you bumped into the Americas. Now all of a sudden, hold on, for the 16, 17, 1800s, technology has skyrocketed 1,000%, over thousands of percent. Now we have spaceships, rockets, all these things. That's what history is going to show, boys.
Misery, hold up, man. You wasn't even here. You came out of nowhere. What was y'all talking about before y'all talking about?
That's how advanced we were. That's how advanced we were.
You crashing out. You crashing out. Hold up, brother. What was y'all talking about before y'all talking about pyramids, Misery?
I don't know what they were talking about. I always trying to get my point across. Misery was crashing out.
Before a pyramid, he's still talking about the same thing. He would talk about plants. He's still trying to prove America is. I don't know what he's trying to prove America is.
You already know it's the land of milk and honey. Like I said, that's why you're here, bro. Stop it. That's why you're here, bro. Stop it. I would at least have respect for you if you would move to Africa. All you Pan-Africans in America that are on social media talking about Black Power, we got to go to Africa, Africa this, Africa the motherland, but yet all of you Pan-Africans in America are still in America.
Okay, Misery, but you never.
Hey, I went to go. Hold up. I went to go eat my food. What y'all did to Misery, man? Y'all got to talk crazy.
Misery. But Misery, you never gave me my props though.
Hey, Misery. Let me tell you
never
this.
gave me my props. I'm not a Pan-African.
I know that. I already told you. I said the only person who can speak about Africa is you because you live there. That's what I said. But I'm talking about. Hold on. For the brother on Jesus Lover, like I said, in America, since you don't live here, in America,
I live here. I live in Houston.
Hold on. All we see on social media, we have platforms like Sinetta and all these major platforms, right? Of what you call these Pan-Africans. So you have African Americans teaching about Africa this, Africa's the motherland, this and this and that. But all of these leaders of these movements live here. And you know what even the bigger contradiction?
that you have a lot of these Pan-Africans talking about
Nigga,
pro-black,
nigga, we got kidnapped.
and they have white
Nigga,
wives.
we got kidnapped.
And you got and these guys, and a lot of them have white
Nigga,
wives.
hold up. This nigga sound crazy. Nigga, we got kidnapped and sent 20 hours away. A 20-hour plane ride. We got kidnapped and sent a 20-hour plane ride away. Imagine how much that is on the cruise.
Misery, you got to agree with me at this point, right? He listen to my theory. I get your whole movement with North America and all that stuff, but this makes more sense to me. Why the Native Americans were able to build more mounds and all these stuff? Not because they were tech savvy better than everybody else. It's because the white people didn't want them as slaves because they died off so easy. So guess who they went and go capture? The black African people who, if they were never captured, they probably would have built mounds and all these things too.
Brother, you are so ignorant of history. It's fucking hilarious.
Hey,
how was that?
We ain't bragging about no mounds, gang.
I'm gonna show you.
We ain't bragging about no mounds, gang.
He said that we were killed off easily, right? This is crazy. Do you know who Lois and Clark is? Do you know who Lois?
I'm talking about slavery, bro. That's actual fact.
Brother, we're talking about no. You said that the Native Americans were easily killed off. That they had to take Africans as slaves, right? Okay.
Yep, there's a bunch of Africans.
I'm debunking. Hold on, I'm debunking the part about that we were easily killed. This is what I'm asking you. Hold on. This is why I'm asking you. Do you know who Lois and Clark is? Lois and Clark are basically the people who basically discovered the West Coast of America. That didn't take place until the mid 1800s, brother. Meaning, brother, you could go on Google right now. You can see Native Americans fighting thousands of battles against the U.S. Army. And a lot of those wars lasted 30, 40 years.
No, Misery, that's not my point. My point, I'm talking about slavery. You're talking about
well, brother, Native Americans were...
Hold on, Misery. I'm not talking about colonization. I'm talking about slave trade. And this is fact. Native Americans were left alone because they could not survive the hardship. They could not survive the illnesses. They were getting killed off by the European sicknesses and the flus. Who did they go? Who did they go?
What is that? Hold on. If they were getting killed by these diseases, what did that make the Native Americans?
What do you mean?
Again, if you knew their culture, hold on. We had aqueducts over here. Not only aqueducts over here, but we bathed in rivers and things of that nature. We were a very clean people. This is why you were so cool for those Europeans.
But that has nothing to do with immune system, bro. There are people who are clean have weak immune systems.
But the point is that that is the reason why they were killed off. Not even that, but they were purposely killed off by giving them smallpox and things of that nature.
Man, let me explain something to you, man. We went to slavery, came from another land in a slave trip, in a slave ship, treated harshly. And today went through all types of shit, 400 years worth, and we still make up 14 to 16% of this nation's population. Y'all didn't go through shit, and y'all make up 3% of the population.
Yo, that is the most craziest shit, bro. He said we didn't go through shit, but yet you're on our land, a land that was taken over by these people. Hold on, sir. Throughout history,
what about?
No. So see that we didn't go through shit.
You ain't go through shit, nigga.
The most ridiculous
Chuck.
I'm a man, y'all can't tell me shit about what
about
now. Okay,
I'm a black man.
Chuck, what about the buffalo? Hold on, bro.
The first slaves were actually natives, the Arawak people and things of that from the islands. They were actually the first fucking slaves. Not only that, sir, but we were hanged and burned by the stakes far more than any Negro. When they used to burn natives,
brother, it's in
the U.S. It's in the U.S. history. You don't live in the U.S., sir. Jesus lover, you don't know this. You don't know this information.
What are you talking about, bro?
Hold on,
Misery.
I
live in Houston, bro. I went to high school. And I graduated college here too. What are you talking about?
The biggest massive hanging on U.S. soil was done to Native Americans, not Negroes.
Okay, let me debunk something.
That is written in the history books, sir.
I live in Texas. I went to elementary, junior high school,
Oh, I
college
thought you were.
here.
I thought you live in Africa. I thought you were.
I
African.
live right by Jesse. I could go to Jesse's house right now, knock on his door,
Oh,
and drink some matcha with
so
bro.
you live in America?
Yes, bro. What are you talking about?
You say that you live in Africa.
No, I said I lived in
He
Africa
said
as a kid.
he was born in Africa and stayed there till he was 12.
Yeah, and I
Oh,
moved here.
you don't know nothing about Africa.
What are
does
you
a 12
talking about?
know about Africa? You never traveled nothing.
Chuck.
Now I lost
Chuck,
respect to you.
Chuck.
Now I lost respect.
Hold on, bro.
What do you mean I never traveled?
Hey, Chuck.
What do you mean I never
Hold on,
traveled?
I'm gonna
I
ask
go to
Chuck
Africa.
a question.
What if I go
I'm
to
gonna
Africa
ask
every
Chuck
year?
a
What are you
question.
talking about?
Hold on, Mr. Africa.
Hey.
How come you're in my land, Mr. Africa's this, Africa's that, but yet your stupid ass is in my land? Shut your ass up. Now you're in the same boat as this clown Chucky.
Well,
You
Misery,
love America. You love America, boy.
it's
You
not your
love
land.
America, boy.
Technically,
And
it was taken from natives.
you will never move back to no stinking ass Africa. Point blank, period.
Right. Number one, Misery, you kept on saying why everybody is staying in America.
Hey, Chuck.
You love it.
Chuck.
You love it here.
Chuck.
You're not a slave.
wait,
No one's
let me
stopping
answer
you
this,
from. No one's stopping you from getting a
Let me answer
passport
you then.
and
So
moving
let me
your ass
answer you.
back to Africa.
So let me
You are not a
answer you.
slave, sir.
So let me
You're
answer you.
first of all, many of you guys never came as slaves. Many of you guys came here as indentured servants. You guys are going to learn this history. You had
Indentured
the
servants.
first. Hold on. The first the first slave masters to ever sue another slave master for their slave back in 1630. Just 13 years after 1619 of you guys coming here, was an African man. His name is John Anthony or something like that. Anthony Johnson. Look him up. He was a black African who served,
Are you talking about a mulatto guy from
years of
Louisiana?
slavery.
It sounds like a house nigga to me.
He became a slave master himself, and he sued another white man for his slave back.
Misery. Are you talking about a mulatto, the mulatto slave owner from
Hey,
Louisiana?
Chuck.
Is that who you're talking about?
No mulatto, brother. You didn't hear what
bro,
I just said?
to be an Israelite.
1630. These guys weren't taken to North America to
Hey, Chuck.
1619. That's what I'm saying. 12, not even 11
Chuck.
years later, you have this African man who was a slave master. He was an African. He was a slave master who sued. He was the first slave master to do this, to sue another slave master in 1630 to get his slave back.
Didn't natives sue each other in the courts and kill each other and enslave each other?
Yeah, just like every single nation on the planet has done.
Okay, but what's your point
wars
then?
on the planet has been fought, most wars on the planet has been fought with people of their own race.
Okay, so what's your point? What are you getting?
What is your point? You said that the natives were over here fighting each other. What was your point? As what?
My point is you're not an Israelite. You're not even fucking close. These European Jews that are no fucking Israelites, they're not even fucking close. Only Africans are Israelites.
No, they're not but damn Hamites and some damn Canaanites like you. You African Americans are Canaanites, bro.
Deuteronomy 28 and 31. Deuteronomy 28 and 31. What does it say, Chuck? What does it say on Deuteronomy 28 and 31? It says that your ox will be slain before your eyes.
Aren't you Puerto Rican?
So who did that happen to? Who did the curse of Deuteronomy 28 and 31 happen to? About the buffalo, all the fucking piles of buffalo.
We can show you our llamas. We can show you our buffalo. We can show you bones stacked as high as 3-story buildings of our ox being slain before our eyes.
Misery, answer my question. Aren't you Puerto Rican?
Black people and it's still going on.
I'm not too versed on Puerto Rican history, but I know Puerto Ricans got some black in them. So I'm so confused why you're trying to rip up black culture. I can show you Puerto Rican right now who's blacker than me.
Misery knows all this. He's really black. He's
Misery. You're trying to fight that, but that's history.
Hold on, if you actually knew that, if you knew the history, hold on. If you knew the actual history, like I said, a lot of these black Puerto Ricans that you're saying, those were the black Spaniards that came with the Spaniards. Brother, did you know that?
The point is, they still mixed with Puerto Ricans, didn't they?
Sir. Did you know, sir? So-called black people came with the white man to conquer my people.
Misery. Answer my question, bro. I'm asking you a simple question. This is like an actual simple question. Didn't the people who came over with the conquistadors, didn't they sleep and mate with with natives, so-called Puerto Rican?
No.
Not really. No,
Oh,
not really.
stop it. Stop
No,
it,
no.
Misery.
Hold on,
Stop
brother,
it, dude.
brother. At the end of the day, you know the differences between me and you. I could actually go to the first-hand accounts saying the complete opposite. I can show you right now a friar that came with Christopher Columbus. I have the books right here. I can show you these books, and it tells
Misery,
you. Hold on,
Misery,
no,
but
no.
I'm
You know what
asking
these books tell you,
a
sir? No,
logical
brother. These
question
are
though.
first-hand accounts, and you know, no, sir. I'm gonna say something, and it's gonna be facts. I can show you first-hand accounts of when these Spaniards came. They had before trying to capture our women would kill themselves before they got captured, so they wouldn't be raped and things of that nature. Okay, now hold on.
Like most
Now,
cultures
hold on,
like that, though.
no.
Not
I know,
just
because I know
natives.
where you're going with this, sir. I know where you're going with this. Okay, you're trying to say, well, you guys were conquered by these people and they were mixing with your people, right, brother? Then what were the slave masters doing with the so-called Africans on those bottom of the ships?
Yeah,
For
but
months
no,
end.
no,
Hold on,
Misery, no one has
no.
disputed
For
that though.
months end,
That's not my
for months
argument.
end, sir, for months end. And then once these Africans got off of these slave ships, they went to the plantation. Now, out of the two instances that we're talking about, which one would the white man have easier access to actually mix with? These Tainos who they're warring with and have to chase these women up these mountains. And like I said, they would kill themselves. A lot of them would kill themselves before being raped and things of that nature. Or some Africans that were tied up in the bottom of boats. What would be more easier access?
Misery.
I believe the easier
No,
access would be
Misery. Listen. I'm trying to make a logical
the Native
argument here.
Americans would be the easiest access.
No, you guys
Misery,
were, brother.
Misery.
They were
Soft
bending your
people,
women
of
and
course,
running
they're the
trains
easiest
on your
people.
women, brother. They
Misery,
were
hold
running
on.
trains on your
Hold on.
women on those boats. And then
Misery.
once they got on those plantations, they were running them trains and making you carry their babies and creating mulatto babies and things of that nature, brother. So
Misery,
what the hell are you talking about?
hold on.
They had way easier access to your women than my women by
Okay, cool.
far. You know
Cool.
why? Because we were actually a warrior race. Hold on, we were actually a warrior race that was actually
DNA
fighting
still
the
dominant
Spaniards.
and yours is
While you
gone?
guys were
Why is my male
slaves.
dominant still?
You guys were
My
easy
main G still
access
dominant and
because
yours is
you
gone.
guys are not a warrior race.
Hold on.
So explain to me why is
Ask
your
you
male,
a simple
why is
question?
your male Native
So
American gene gone in the Puerto Rican man? You have no native male paternal line in the Puerto Rican man.
Brother.
Your
If
male
you
paternal
get
line
your
is that of the
DNA,
European.
your DNA is gonna say that you are mixed with like 7 different nations. If I do a DNA,
Nope, it's gonna
let's say,
say
hold
I'm
on,
African.
let's say no. Let's say that you're right, and my ancestors were by Spaniards. Then you know what my DNA would show? That I have part Spaniard and still Indian. That's only 2 nations. You, sir, would be mixed.
That's
Hold on,
correct.
your
It's not from
DNA.
your, it's
Hold
not
on,
from,
sir. Your
the
DNA
Indian is from
will
your
say
mother's line. It's not from
several
your father's
nations.
line.
Hold on, your DNA will say several nations, brother.
No,
I
it
have
was
seen over and
hold on,
over
Misery.
Garfield,
Misery. Can I
all
ask
these
a
Pan-Africans who have taken their DNA test, and you know where their DNA always show that they're mixed with like 6, 7 different nations.
Misery?
10%
Hold on.
this,
We
50% that,
traveled in and out of
70% that,
Africa plus slavery.
60% African, and things of that nature. You
Misery,
guys
hold on.
are the
We
most
traveled in and
mixed.
out
If
of
you want to talk
Africa.
about
But we
DNA,
traveled in and out
Hold
of
on,
Africa. Like
Misery. Can
we
I
the
ask
ones who started
can I
all
ask
these
a
other connections. So we
hold on.
traveled in and out of Africa. Yeah.
Hold on. Let me ask it, Misery. Can I ask a simple question? So, do you know for certain that not one slave or not one black person who came with the conquistadors ever slept with any Taino woman ever? How can you logically
I'm not
prove
saying
that?
that. I didn't say that. You just
He's
that's
just
what I'm
talking
saying.
shit.
I just told you. Listen, maybe some of them did, but a lot of them committed suicide. Okay. Then I
But
made the point. Who would have easier access to be
no,
these?
but Misery, that wasn't my question to begin with, though. My question was this: how can you prove for certain, like for example, your bloodline? How can you know for a fact that this is before people recorded stuff or people even hell, people probably burnt books and all this other stuff. How can you know for a certain that no one in your entire bloodline, going back to natives, going back to conquistadors, for a certain that no one ever slept with a black man? How can you know for certain? That's almost that's impossible.
Okay, I'll tell you like this. Like I said, you talk about I'm a Puerto Rican. I've dated many Puerto Rican women throughout my life, right? And most Puerto Ricans do know their ancestry. Meaning, yes, I have dated Puerto Ricans who know that they come from the Spaniard stock. Dated Puerto Ricans that know that they are from the Taino stock. Dated Puerto Ricans that know that they are mixed from either maybe a Taino or a Spaniard with a black stock.
Me, myself, my great grandmother from my mother's side was a Negroid woman. This is why I look mixed.
So you're black then? What the heck? So
No, I'm not,
what's the
brother. Did you not hear what I just said? If hold on. So if both of my grandfathers and grandmother, right, hold on, or Taino, and one of them of my grandparents is black, 3 against 1, and you're telling me I'm black?
No.
Brother, shut the fuck
You're
up.
not getting.
Brother,
You're
I
not
am
getting my
majority
point.
of still of my ancestors of the so-called Orawak.
According to American
Misery.
standards, yes, brother, you're black.
I'm
Oh,
asking.
the one blood
I'm
rule, right?
asking you.
The racist white.
Misery.
Yeah, what is the racist white man shit, right?
I'm
The
asking
one
you a simple question.
blood rule.
Back of
I'm
the bus.
asking you a
Back
simple
of the
question.
bus with me.
So the fact that you still have, do you know what a one drop rule is? If you were born in the
And again,
50s, there is
yes,
no
I
way
do.
in hell.
That's a racist term that the white man came up about
No,
about
but
this whole
no,
thing.
Misery. I'm trying to
Hold
use
on,
historical facts, though.
and again, sir, if we are speaking in biblical terms, you are what your what is, sir? Your father. So what the hell does my great grandmother have to do with my biblical nationality?
No.
If both
Misery.
my
I'm talking
grandfathers
about
are what you call Taino
historical
men,
facts, dude.
so or Taino men. So that me, according to the Bible, right? You go by the father's lineage. What would that make me, sir?
See, I agree with you. Misery.
Yes,
Except
exactly. I will be a Taino because hold on,
no,
because we
no,
see in
because
the
you don't have
scriptures.
Taino. That
Hold on,
DNA
we see in the scriptures Israelite men mixing with other nations, and we clearly see that their children were called after the house of the father, not the mother, even though the mother came from a different nation. It was still determined by the father.
Misery. We're agreeing though. That's my
So
point
then,
is
why
I
did you say I'm
hold on.
black? Then why did you say I'm black then?
You're not letting me talk though. That's the thing. You're talking. You're not listening. That's why we're clashing.
Brother.
My thing is I'm talking about history. If you were born in the 40s, if you're born in the 30s or 20s or 1910, are you gonna argue a white man and say, "Oh, I'm Taino"? You're gonna be a slave just like the rest of them. That's my whole point. My point is you be on the fields just as the other brother who's darker than me be on the fields too. So what's the bickering in the? I'm not understanding, bro. You look like my freaking
I'll tell you the
my
difference.
mother-in-law's boyfriend, bro. Regular black mulatto dude.
This is my issue, okay? Like I understand the plights of the African Americans, right?
You say Misery look like a mulatto?
Yeah, you looking like a
mulatto. I understand the plights of the African American and the plights of the Native American. I don't look at us as the same, even though we both suffered. Okay, so my issue is this: according to the Bible, we have 2 specific nations that were cursed: the Canaanites and the Israelites. Okay. Now, my point is this: either one of us has to be that, because no other nations on this planet has gone through the shit that the so-called natives and the so-called African Americans has gone through.
But which one?
I don't want to make it an argument about who had it worse or anything like that, because trust me, y'all don't want to go down that route.
No,
but we are the 2 most.
We don't want to go down that route.
We are the 2 most.
I
would say,
Misery. What do you mean we don't want to go down that route, dog? What do y'all
either has to be Canaanites, and one of us has to be.
We don't want to go down that route with Native Americans. What the fuck you got to say, dog?
Now we have to.
Please let me know, dog.
You have to determine.
What the fuck does a Native American got to say to a black man about fucking slavery? Please let me know.
Okay, that's great. Okay, and again, brother, I agree about your slavery. You know why? Because Genesis 9 tells you that the Canaanites were cursed to be the lowest of all slaves. So yes, I do agree with your slavery. Nobody on the earth has served to be the lowest slave other than Negro men. This is why I teach that you guys are Canaanites. Okay? Because that's just what the Bible says. They are the lowest. Hold on. Unless you can show me another nation that serves slavery worse than the Negro man, then I would love to see it. And if you can prove it, and hold on, and if you can prove it historically, and you know what? I would stop calling you guys Canaanites, and I would be like, you guys make great points. Yeah, these guys must be the Canaanites, because you're right. They did serve slavery on worse than you guys.
Misery. Wasn't Abraham from the land of Canaan? Didn't God tell him to go back to his
Yeah, well,
and
he's not from
did
the
he
land of
hold on hold on
Canaan.
hold on hold
Abraham
on misery
was
hold
I
on
believe what you
hold
call
on
not modern day Syria or something like that,
okay
or
hold on. So didn't he? Isn't it a possibility he had a wife from Canaan? He has multiple wives. Isn't it a
yeah,
possibility
I'm
he
very
probably
sure
got her
he did.
pregnant?
Yeah, I'm very
So
sure. Yeah, and Israelites was from
technically,
Canaanites also.
okay. So if you're gonna call black people Canaanites, then I can say yeah, I'm from Israel because my fourth great grandfather was a Canaanite.
Okay, so no. What? Your great grandfather was a Canaanite? And hold on,
My
if your
four
great
forefathers
grandfather was
Abraham.
a Canaanite,
Hold on
that
hold on
would
hold on.
make you a Canaanite.
Okay, so that means so don't you uphold the Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses?
Yeah, brother, and none of them were Canaanites, even though they married, maybe married a Canaanite like Judah.
But you
I
just
believe,
but
hold on, I believe Judah
misery. You
married a
just said you are
Canaanite.
what your father
Judah
is, right?
married a Canaanite, right? He married a Canaanite, but his children were still called by the house of his father, meaning he was still from Judah.
Okay, perfect point, misery. But you said you're what your father is. So what if he married a black woman, impregnated her, and they happen to be black, but they're what the father is? So, boom, there goes their Israelites, but he just might have darker skin.
Yeah. And you know what? And again, this is what me and Sergio said earlier. We have no problem saying that Israelites can look white, black, Asian, and things of that nature from these mixing throughout the centuries. But technically, if you want, I can bring up the account of Ezra chapter 9, Ezra chapter 10. Right when the Israelites came back and they had to show their paperwork about being Israelites, right? Blah 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 blah. But the people had a problem with the Israelites who mixed with the Hamitic nations. Ezra chapter 9 mentions what I believe like 4 or 5 Canaanite nations, and then it mentions the Egyptians, right? So what was the problem? The problem was that these Israelites mixed with these Hamites, and what did Ezra do? Ezra and the people, how you say, excluded them or kicked them out. What's that called? When you cut something off, whatever, you know what I mean. He kicked them out, sent them away, right? Because that's what the Israelites wanted, because they didn't want these mixed people to be dwelling with them, specifically these people that mix with these Hamite people.
All right, but you say that specifically, but at the same time, Moses came down, grew up in Egypt, a Hamite nation, learned the ways of a Hamite nation of Egypt, freed the Israelites who were slaves of a Hamite nation, and then took an Ethiopian wife.
But I find it hilarious that you skipped the part where after the Most High did this, he tells his children to separate from those nations that you just mentioned and not to do what the Egyptians and what the other nations were doing.
But that's the thing. That's what I'm saying, misery, where it's like yin and yang, because you're going to say that, but then I just said Moses' wife was an Ethiopian. Now you're not going to say when Aaron and his sister talked against it, like God cursed them for talking against the Ethiopian woman. So you can't really talk about Hamites.
God cursed them because Miriam made the comment and said, does God only speak to Moses? Does he not also speak to me and Aaron?
No, they talked against his wife. No, you want me to read it? Because it specifically said because he had an Ethiopian wife.
Brother. That was brother. I agree with you. Hold on. I agree with you. The beginning of the chapter, it talks about how Moses takes the Ethiopian wife and how Aaron and Miriam spoke against that, right? But then afterwards, it says Miriam said, "Well, does God only speak to Moses? Does he not only speak also speak to me and Aaron?"
That's not what they got cursed for.
Read that verse.
They got cursed for speaking against his wife.
Not only okay, I'll give you that. Maybe that was one of the reasons, speaking against the wife and also saying what I just said. They were trying to go against Moses by that statement. And after she made that statement, what did the Most High do? He plagued her with leprosy.
And that's another thing. Like, why would God be plaguing white people with white skin?
I agree with you, brother. I agree with you. I don't believe that the Bible is about white people. Cool, but do white people suffer from leprosy?
I don't know what white people suffer from.
Yes, you have white people that suffer from leprosy. Of course they do.
I don't know, but that's the thing. I don't know if what they call leprosy today is what leprosy in the Bible is? Or
okay. According to you, what is
all
leprosy?
white people are just naturally leprous right now?
According to the Bible, hold on. According to the Bible, according to the Bible, leprosy is basically your skin turning white. Correct?
All right, that's what I'm saying. So aren't all white people just
okay? Then, like I said, so white people do suffer from leprosy. They can even become more white, brother. Yes, they can.
I know it. Even white people have different.
I know it seems like you're saying that white people can't do that. Like what? White people can't.
I'm saying white people are already leprous. They have white skin already. That's what I'm saying. They already suffer from leprosy. Who cares if they get whiter? They're already suffering from it.
Well, I wouldn't say suffer from it because, well, I don't know. Like I said, because even like I said, the scriptures talk about this leprosy, takes over all your body and you become completely white. You're hold on. And again, and again, when you talk about that yin and yang, right? About that yin and yang. Like I said, in one instance, we can see this leprosy as being like a curse, but yet in Leviticus 13, leprosy turns into the positive. Meaning that if this leprosy, this white spot, consumes all of your body and you become all white, you are pronounced what? According to the priest, you're pronounced clean, not cursed. You see that? See the yin yang in that?
That was spiritual symbolism in that one,
brother. It's talking about leprosy, and then it talks about all different types. Hold on, brother, and it talks about all different types of leprosy, brother.
Symbolism to cleaning your vessel. It's using it as spiritual symbolism, teaching you how to clean your body, clean your vessel.
Yes, and by cleaning your vessel and this plague, right? This white thing is still spreading. It's not going away. It's spreading.
The leprosy in that verse represents the Spirit of God, and yes,
spreading. Right, and if you become this white leopard, you're supposed to be pronounced clean.
Yes, brother. The plague, the leprosy that represents the Spirit of God, spreads and covers your whole body.
Crazy. That's crazy, bro. Ain't nobody talking about that, brother. That law is specifically talking about leprosy, bro. It has nothing to do about those spiritual matter.
I know you don't understand, dog.
Inner type of cleansingness or something.
I know that's what should let you know it's symbolism because it's talking about cleansing.
Okay, so you know what? Brother? The whole story of Miriam turning leprosy, brother. What are you talking about? She never turned white, brother. That's symbolism, bro. That's symbolism.
What's that?
That's symbolism.
Say that again. I hear you.
Yeah, Miriam turning leprous is symbolism. She never turned white. I don't know what you're talking about. That's symbolism.
Well, that's the actual story.
That was talking about her inner being. That was talking about her inner being, brother. Spiritual marriage.
That was actually a story of somebody talking.
Oh, that's a story.
It wasn't a priest giving symbolism for a law of how to be clean.
Oh, yeah.
You see the difference? Because if I come to a story of how to be clean, if it was a literal thing, why would I use the plague to teach you how to be clean unless I was using it as symbolism?
Okay.
I mean, it's common sense stuff, man. I know a lot of people's brains are turned off. You gotta use
like I said, there's always yin and yang. There's always yin and yang. Now, fine, if you want to say it's a spiritual matter, okay, cool, yeah. So all this blood sacrifice, when they're talking about it's all spiritual matters. Hey, cool. All right, no physical. Okay.
The blood sacrifice stuff. Well, you know that blood sacrifice is spiritual.
But then when you go into the book of Deuteronomy 28, not only does it say that it is a curse to have white skin, it also says that it's a curse to have black skin, or the botch of Egypt, which is black leprosy. That's according to Deuteronomy 28.
Yeah.
So again, the yin and yang. White can be a curse, black can be a curse.
Well, you have to read what you just said. They're talking about a sickness. They're not just talking about your skin.
Yeah, you're going to be plagued with this. Exactly. You being turned white, because that's what we're talking about leprous. That's exactly what happened to Miriam. She got turned white, so she would be fitting the curse of Deuteronomy 28, which I'm discussing. But you guys don't know that there was also a black leprosy that they were cursed with.
A sickness. Yeah.
Yes. That's what leprosy is. Isn't that what leprosy is today? Is that not a sickness or disease, whatever you want to call it?
Yes. That's why.
Okay, then.
That's why the same thing I was going to explain to you earlier, where you could say white people do have leprosy, because I mean, at the same time, nature is God, and the sun is the living force of everything on this planet, and white people die in the sun. So it's either they're leprous or they're aliens, and they don't belong on this planet.
So let me ask you something.
Drives on this planet that gives life to this planet. It kills them. So
the melanin blocks out sun rays, correct? Or
No,
protects you from what?
no,
What
no.
does it do?
The
What does it do?
melanin absorbs the sun rays. So people
It,
don't know that. They think that's what white people do. They put sunscreen on, and if you put a UV on, they're actually putting on black skin. You just can't see it, and that reflects the sun. But our actual black skin, it absorbs the sun.
absorbs it. Okay. So, and this is something, I've always noticed when I go to the beach and stuff like that. I've always seen mostly African Americans basically acting allergic to the sun. They're the ones that usually you'll see under umbrellas and things of that nature, and they really don't like to be in the sun. But yet, all you see on the beach are these Caucasians and all these other people laying out, getting the sun.
It's a backward thing. Just is kind of like what you were saying before when you were saying like what race of people are like practicing a whole bunch of cultures. It's like us, the people in diaspora. We're over
Brother,
here in America.
brother, you being in the sun, how is that a culture?
It's a bunch of people
Brother,
don't
you
know
just
who they are, so they're practicing everybody else's cultures. So
what?
you have
No,
white
what
people
culture,
that
brother? What
have a
culture are they
culture of,
practicing?
they have a culture of sunbathing. So white people do that. They sunbathe. You have to understand, black people, they come from slavery. They have no culture. They've lost themselves. They follow everybody else. They're trying to find themselves in this world. They follow white people. They follow
Then
Irish. They
why?
follow
Okay, well, brother,
they
I
follow
understand
anything that
I
feels good to them.
understand your culture argument. Okay, that's cool. But what does your culture have to do with black people being in the sun? If you're saying that we absorb the sun and whatever the case may be, meaning it's natural, right? That it should be natural for you guys. But yet, like I said, my life experience, because I live in Florida, I live by a whole bunch of beaches. I go to the beach all the damn time and these lakes and things of that nature with my kids and stuff like that. What I have noticed throughout the years is that for some reason, African Americans seems like they're the ones hiding from the sun more than everybody else.
Yeah, that's what I was explaining to you. Because you have to remember that Black Americans have gone through 400 years of slavery and they have lost themselves. You speak about Black people as if there are people who know themselves. There are people who are lost, have no nation, did not lost their culture, lost their language, lost their names.
And what were
So
they
you can't
forced to do? What were
you
they
can't
forced
look
to
at that. So you have to understand
Were they
this should
forced to follow the other nations?
huh?
So you guys were forced to follow the other nations, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then. So like I said, but yet when I go to these beaches, all I see people that are laying out are the oppressors, right? Then why aren't you guys doing what the oppressors are doing? Laying out in the sun.
Because there's a Black culture now, isn't there? It's a Black culture now, right?
So you're saying, so hold on, let me get this straight. So you're saying that, hold on. So you're saying that there's a black culture going around that you guys decided to hide from the sun?
I mean, I'm trying to explain it to you, Misery. You keep on asking more questions. There's a Black culture of hating yourself, Misery. You know, that's what I keep on trying to explain to you. You're talking about people who've come out of 400. I'm trying to explain it to you, and like you're not getting it. Out of 400 years of slavery, and have got everything taken away from them. They practice self-hate. So you're looking at a people who are everything that is supposed to be natural to them. They're going to be doing the opposite because somebody has told them to hate themselves. That's what you need to understand. So
Misery. Have you?
not naturally doing the things they are naturally supposed to do because somebody has taught them, stop doing that, Israelite. You're no longer that person.
Brother,
Misery, I have
one
a
breath
question for you.
you're telling me that they stopped you from doing your own culture. Then I asked you, so then I said specifically, so you're saying that they made you follow their stuff, right? And you said, yeah, they made us follow them. But yet, why aren't you following them? And I gave you beautiful examples. If you're saying that these African Americans lost their culture, who they are, blah, 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 and they're following their oppressors, hold on, and they're following oppressors, then why are they doing the complete opposite of their oppressors? If these people are forcing them to do their cultures, then they should be out there sunbathing also.
No, that's not, no, that's what I'm saying. Y'all don't understand real life. It's not gonna go like that. It's gonna go. Listen, Misery, I'm explaining it to you. Misery, I'm explaining it to you. Let me explain it to you. Because Black people and white people are two different cultures. So when you go to somebody and you're trying to force them to do what is not natural to them, they're not gonna do that. That's why I say. So what you're actually doing to them is teaching them to hate themselves. That's why I told
Okay,
you. This
brother, I agree with you. I agree with you.
So you
Okay,
can,
brother.
so you
Okay,
can
brother. I
explain
agree
this.
with you.
So
Okay,
listen. So listen. So
I
listen.
agree with
So
you.
listen.
That,
So listen.
I
So
agree with
listen.
you
So
that
listen though.
your statement
So listen though.
about
So
these
listen
people
though.
teach you
So
about
listen though. So
self.
listen. Let me explain it to you before you ask the same question again. Let me explain it to you before you say ask the same question
I'm not
again.
gonna ask the same
So
question. I'm
so
gonna go
understanding that now I'm getting somebody's teaching me to hate myself. I'm not gonna follow them because that's not my thing, and I don't know myself. I'm lost. That's what
Okay.
I'm telling you. We're talking
Okay.
about a lost people. You're not going to
Oh,
get people who are going to follow this person and follow that person. It's a person who doesn't know themselves. If you can't show me myself, I'm going to be lost out here. That's what black people are in America. That's why they're out here doing all this bullshit.
Okay then.
I
I
don't know
understand
who I
that.
am,
I
and
understand that.
nobody's
So
telling me who the fuck I am.
in one breath, you're telling me that they took your culture away and they forced you to do their culture, but now you're saying that you guys are being rebellious now. All of a sudden, you're being rebellious. Hold on, I'll let you
What
speak.
was the culture?
I'll
What
let
was the
you
culture
speak.
supposed to
I'll
do?
let you speak.
Misery,
I
no,
let you
stop.
speak,
I think
Chucky.
you getting it
I
confused, dog.
let you speak,
You getting
Chucky.
confused. You getting
I
confused.
let
So we
you
didn't come over
speak,
here. We didn't
Chucky.
come over here and we were put in the government seats. So when we say
Okay, that's great. Great point.
so listen. When I say their culture, I'm talking fucking slavery. I'm talking slavery, misery. That's the culture we got from them.
That's great. Okay, that's
Slavery.
great about slavery, brother.
Because you talk about something else every time you talk about their culture,
We weren't talking about slavery.
Their
We
culture
weren't
was
talking
slavery.
about slavery. I was talking about why is it that when I go to the beach, so I'm talking about today. I'm not talking about slavery days. I'm talking about today. And then when I start questioning about this culture, in one breath you're saying they took your culture, they forced us to do their culture. But then you're saying no, but now we rebelled in doing the complete opposite of their culture. But yet, hold on. Then you start saying about this self-hatred. Oh, they taught us that we must hate each other. Okay, so if they taught you guys to hate each other, who were you guys mimic? Hold on. Who were you guys mimicking? And this is why you guys were mimicking your oppressors. When you guys started wearing suits back in the 50s and 60s, you guys were trying to perm your hair, trying to look like the white man. Even today, you have African American women who wear weaves, blonde hair, and straight hair, which we all know they don't grow. Trying to be like their oppressors, like I said, right? So we all know that you guys do try to be like your oppressors, but yet when I make the point about why you guys are not being like their oppressors when you guys sunbathe.
All right. Now you listen to you heard what you just said. You said a whole bunch of stuff that we're doing to be like the oppressors. Okay.
And why not the sunbathing?
You have one thing that the oppressor does that the black people are not doing. Why?
Brother,
why?
Why? They're supposed to be doing, just out of your own mouth, they're supposed to be doing what their oppressors taught them. Hold on, what they taught them, because the oppressor didn't teach them, hey, stay away from the sun. Right? If I'm your oppressor, then you gotta do what I'm doing. Right? You gotta change your hair and perm your hair. You gotta rock that suit and rock that business. You gotta do what I'm doing. But all of a sudden that changes when it comes to the sun.
Dog. I don't know. It's like talking to a child like you don't know what went on in life, dog. I don't know if you did
brother,
something.
I gave you, brother. We're discussing.
Damn, are you gonna let me talk, dog? Are you gonna let me talk? Or are you gonna keep on talking?
Brother, you're trying to say about life, but brother, I was discussing about my experience. Brother, we started this discussion talking about my life experience.
Misery, but I don't see Puerto Ricans going to the beach to suntan.
Brother,
what are you talking about? Your life? You don't even want to say you're Puerto Rican. What do you mean your life experience?
When you go to the beach,
your life experience on what? What are you talking about?
Brother, you see Asians laying out, you see Hispanics laying out, you see white people laying out.
So
but my life experience, like I told Chucky, because you weren't here when I said the statement. I don't believe you were here. My life experience, because I live in Florida, I go to beaches, lakes all the time with my kids and everything like that. My life experience as 44 years on this earth, when I go to these places, all I see is every other race laying out in the sun. The people I see hiding from the sun the most are African Americans. That's what we were discussing. You know what I'm saying? Then he started talking about following the oppressors. I'm just showing him the contradictions. He's in one breath, he's saying they're following, they got rid of their culture, following the heathens' culture, but now he's trying to say, well, no, now they're rebelling against it. So which is it? Are they rebelling against the oppressors, or did the oppressors force them into their culture? That's what I'm saying.
Dog, we're human beings.
Well,
Complex, dog.
we have more than enough melanin.
If you keep on trying to do this cut and dry every time we're talking about human beings, you're not gonna understand misery because we're not just cut and fucking dry. I try to explain to you, but you want to keep on like cut and dry. You're supposed to follow all the oppressors' fucking rules. That's not what I'm saying, dog. We're fucking human beings. We went through slavery. We follow a lot of shit from the Europeans and some shit we made up ourselves. They call it black culture now in America. We're not called European Americans. They're called African Americans. So black Americans have their own little way of doing things.
Thank you, brother.
Brother,
And
you're following
again,
one thing, but you're not following. What the fuck are you saying? We're not robots. We're people. We're not fucking robots. We're people.
Brother, and you're basically saying that a part of black culture, because you guys have your own culture now, right? Like you said, is hiding from the sun. That's black culture.
Americans? Dog,
that's black culture.
Hey,
brother, I want you to realize what you just said, brother. I want you to realize what you said. In one breath, brother, in one breath, you're saying that the heathen taught you this. Hold on, in one breath, you said that the heathen taught you this to act this way, but now you just said, no, we African Americans, this is why we have our own black culture, right?
Number one.
So now I'm saying, so what? According to what black culture, you guys are taught to what? Hide from the sun at the beach? Like, I don't get it. Like, what?
All right, misery. Number one, you keep on forgetting, bro. I'm not no African American, bro. I'm from the Caribbean, so I can give you a proper perspective, especially since I'm not an African American. Yes.
Okay, so you don't have the same problems that we have in America. Then
are you listening to me?
You don't have
African Americans are scared of the sun. African Americans are scared of animals. You feel me? African Americans do a lot of things that Caribbean people would be like, okay, let me explain something to you, man. You know the difference between Caribbean people and African Americans? All the difference between us is like after slavery, like African Americans still had to fucking deal with white people. Like us in the Caribbean, we just went back to doing our own African shit again that we could remember to do. So we just kept on doing the African shit that we remembered and built up some little fucking islands. See, American people, American blacks, they had to keep on fucking around with white people. They had to keep on trying to prove themselves to white people, get over slavery.
How long?
They had to try to incorporate themselves.
So you don't have to. Okay, so you guys didn't have to deal. So you guys didn't have to deal with the white man, like you said, right? For how many years that you guys didn't have to deal with the white man?
I'm talking about his culture. I'm talking about the acceptance of
their culture.
Culture.
Okay, because you said that the difference between you is that the Negroes in America are still being oppressed by the so-called white man, right?
No, that's not what I said. I said they had to go through a stage where they had to keep on trying to prove themselves to white people after slavery. They never really got out of slavery. They went out of slavery into a place of having to prove to themselves in a white society.
Okay, so and you said you're from
their mindset is always trying to prove themselves to the white man. That's what that's what their mindset always is. That's what mindset is. My mindset, Caribbean man, our mindset is different. We be like, fuck everybody, because I'm a fucking man. I don't need to prove nothing to you. See, so it's a little different conversation when you talk to us, because we're fucking men.
Okay.
We look at you as men, and that's all you fucking is.
So in the island that you come from, who runs your island?
The prime minister.
What is he?
Dominican.
What's that?
Black man. The island. That's the
okay,
island I come from.
So you guys aren't being oppressed by the white man right now, right?
Oppressed, not like Americans.
No, but brother, but how can you be being oppressed if you just said that the leader of your country is a black man?
Because the whole world is ran by the American type of way.
Can I ask you a question? Does your island have soldiers?
No.
No, they don't have army. Jamaica has army. I know that.
Jamaica
has an army.
I come from a real island. I don't come from Jamaica or Trinidad or these violent ass places. Okay. I come from the Lesser Antilles. I come from small
places like Haiti, Jamaica, and these places where these Africans or African American or Africans, whatever, are living, they have their own armies. They even have their own currency, right? Their own money, and their faces on the money and things of that nature, right? So they're not going through. The specific ones.
The Queen of England on their money. People don't know that.
I could agree with that, but they also have black people on their money. Also, they have their own banks and things of that nature, right? So they're not really being oppressed by white people. They have their own.
We don't have our own land.
They have their own leaders. Hold on. They have Haiti, Jamaica. They have their own leaders. They have their own money, armies. They have their own money, things of that nature. How would they be Israelites if they're not suffering the curses of being oppressed, like you said, your island or
the African Americans in North America?
Well,
How
none
would
of those islands are free.
how would they be Israelites?
Well, I'm explaining to you, like, none of those islands are free. All of those are still ran by the colonies who oppressed them. French colonies, British colonies. They're still. That's like I told you. The Queen is still on the money. You feel me? In Jamaica, every single morning when you go to school, all the kids say a prayer, and they still say the graces to the Queen. You feel me? So you need to understand. Even though these islands say, oh, they have their Independence Day every year and shit like that, none of those fucking islands are independent. They're still all run by the Queen. Jamaica is worth nothing because Jamaica's money is like $200 to each dollar of fucking America. You feel me? They just had to get like a $50 billion fund from IMF. You feel me? The International Money Foundation. So I mean, it's things like that to let you know that these islands are just money laundering places for America. They're not real nations.
Misery. I have a question.
Hold on. Are they? Hold on. So are when you say they're not real nations, but do like the UN or the Olympics or boxing on all of these platforms, do they look at Haiti, Puerto Rico, Jamaica as their own country? Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Yes, they
Puerto
do.
Rico is not a country though.
But brother, but they're acknowledged as one. Brother, in the Olympics is about what? Countries, right? Everybody, the best of everybody's country representing their country. Puerto Rico is recognized in the Olympics as their own people, just like Jamaica, just like all these different places. They are recognized as their own country or nation of people.
That's the thing, though. Before World War I and World War II, we had the League of Nations. You feel me? And these are just a bunch of nations coming together trying to make peace in the world. It really don't mean shit.
I agree, but to say that these people are not nations, are not recognized as nations, is a false statement. Because according to the boxing Olympics, I could go through a plethora of these things that consider these people to have represent their own nations. This is why you have Mexican boxers. Hold on, this is why you have Mexican boxers. This is why you have Puerto Rican boxers. This is why you have Haitian boxers and things of that nature. And when they go into the ring, they're representing their country. Hold on, they're representing their country and their flag.
What you're saying already. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Ray. But I'm just asking you a question. So you trying to say just because the UN recognizes them and they can play in the sport that it's a nation? That's what.
And they have a seat on the nation. What are you talking about? These people have a seat on the nation.
A nation doesn't consist of a stable economy. You don't think that's what a nation consists of? Not just having a flag.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, because we have a thing called third world countries. And many of the islands is considered third world countries. Exactly. Many of African nations today are considered third world countries all throughout the planet.
But see, that's the thing, though. You feel me? Just like I said, I'm a Caribbean man. I know people be thinking it's a third world country and we some slow ass people, but nah, we really first acknowledge and we know our nations. That's not no fucking real nation, man. We're a third world country because we're some proxy nation for some other fucking big nations who are fucking us over. We're not real nations. You feel me? Like I just explained, Jamaican money is $200 Jamaican for every fucking American dollar. That's y'all laundering money through that fucking.
That's okay.
So we're not no fucking fools. We're not no fucking fools, Misery. Y'all in America might sit down.
Let me ask a question. I ain't got to talk yet.
This is so by your logic. Hold up. So by your logic, right? The islands and these things were conquered by the colonies, and they shouldn't be recognized as nations because their oppressor has them, whatever, under their foot, whatever. So then you would have to say the same. Hold on, brother. So you would have to say the same thing. You would have to say about the same thing about many countries of Africa also. So yes, yes. So okay, wait. So places that are controlled by the white man, you're saying that they're not real countries?
How the fuck can you be controlled by a white man and be a real country? Explain that to me. How can a colony be in control and it be a real country?
Japan has been colonized. Asia has been colonized. And you know what? Japan is still Japan. China is still China.
But they're independent, though. They're not attached to them.
And you're right. They're independent, but they still got colonized.
Everybody got colonized. Most countries.
You know what? And China is still a country. Just because they were colonized, according to his point, he's saying, but since these people have been colonized, they shouldn't be labeled as a country. That's a false statement. Just because somebody's ruling you doesn't make you as a people or a nation disappear. Because that would make many countries in Africa, meaning they're not real countries. Japan, China are not real countries. Stop it. Yes, they are.
They're
Misery.
still
Okay.
considered countries,
Okay,
and they
Misery.
still have a seat in the UN, things of that nature.
That's
Hold on,
fine.
I have
Let
a
me ask you a
question real
question,
quick.
Misery. Is America or Europe or any other white nation in China robbing out the resources?
Or Americans,
Is
Europeans, and
Americans or any
Chinese
European, is any American or European nation in China or Japan robbing them of their resources of the land?
robbing who?
China or Japan. Is America and China robbing them of their resources? Is
No,
Europe,
not
Europe or
not
the
America,
UK?
not
Is Japan,
America, but I believe what it was the English that did that.
but they're not there right now doing it. Okay, so they're present all over in Africa doing that shit right now,
And they're
robbing the
not
resources,
present, and brother, and they're not, and brother, and
robbing the
that's how you
resources,
say how they're
robbing
not
the
present in
resources. So
Japan and
don't sit down.
China.
So don't.
Then
So
you just
misery,
admitted they're
misery,
not
misery,
present,
misery,
and they're not
misery.
Hold on,
present
hold
in
on.
the
Can I
Stop
can
it.
I
islands,
can I ask a
and they're
question?
still not present in
You
the
sit down there and
islands.
tell
You're
me.
making that you're
Don't.
backing up my argument.
Yo,
There is
yo,
no
misery, misery. Let me
in
let, let
these
me let
places
me
are
ask
not
you a question
nations because
real
they're
quick
still
Go ahead,
before I
under
go.
colonial
go
rule.
ahead. Answer the question. Ask me a question.
So going back to what we were talking about before I disconnected. If your do you have a daughter?
I have 4 daughters.
Jeez. So I can understand now. So, if all 4 of your daughters were to marry a black man, what would be your verdict?
I would tell them no, and I
You
would say, and not just because he's black. It could be a white man. It could be a Chinese man. And this is something that a lot of us natives teach. Now, I'm saying like me specifically, I'll tell you what I was taught my whole life by my mother, father, and grandparents. Right, I was always told this by my parents, especially my father. He said, "Jose, when you get older and you start dating, listen, you can date whoever you want, but when you get married and you have children, do it with one of your own people." That is what I was taught. This is why I married my wife, who is a Puerto Rican also. I don't believe in mixing. I believe if you teach to love yourself and self love, that has to be with you mixing with your own nation. I believe that it is self hatred to try to mix with another nation, meaning
but
that you're trying to make your children look different than what you yourself looks like. You see what I'm saying?
but misery. This is 2025 though. How realistic is that? Like, if your daughters are in love with someone, how can you force your child to marry you? That's kind of weird.
It's
This is not 1950s.
it's not weird. If my daughters were here, my older daughters were here, they'll tell you this because they've heard me say it all the time. I tell them all the time. Listen, I'm going to choose your husband. Whoever you bring in for to bring forth towards me, I have to approve of him. What I'm
Yeah, but
not going to do,
that's
what
different
I'm
though.
not going to do.
Approving and like then telling somebody you have to marry this person. Two
Yes,
different things.
that's exactly. Well, hold on. Like I said, let's say that again. Let's say it's not even about race. Let's say that my daughter, right, has a Hispanic husband, or that she wants to be engaged with, right. If I don't approve of him, I'm not going to let her marry him either. My job as a father is to make sure that my daughters are going to be set up in their life the same way that I have provided and protected my daughter. I have to find an individual who will do the same. Meaning, if my daughter comes to me with a gangbanger, hell no, you're not marrying
No,
that
no,
mother.
no. But that's not my point though. So what if it's a stand-up man, but it just happens not to be a Boricua or whatever the hell you want to call him,
I would not.
or Puerto Rican?
Again, I would not. I would not approve of that. And if she decides to marry that man, I would let her know that I don't approve of that. You
So
see what
what
I'm
is
saying?
so I'm trying to understand your mentality. So what is the difference between you and a white supremacist in that sense? Because they think the same way you think and say, well, maybe
Hold on, brother,
not as like
and
you
again, you
killing
say you're
people and
in
stuff.
America, so you should see in social media all the time, brother. Black people say that all the time too. Matter of fact, there is no other race on the planet on social media that talks about what we're talking about more than blacks. I can show you video after video of blacks people saying, "Hey, marry your sister, marry your brother, love your people." They're the ones saying that. You know what I don't see on social media? White people saying that. You know
Oh,
why?
that's
Because they would
stop
be
it.
because they will, brother. Yeah, brother. That happens all the time. If a white supremacist was to go online and make videos telling white people, hey, mix with your own people, mix with your own people. You know what would happen? He would be banned. Not only would he be not only would he be banned from social media, the people would make sure that he doesn't get hired. Meaning a lot of people stalk these people and make sure that they don't get hired.
But you gotta
that does not
understand though,
transpire
it's
against the
completely
black.
different because
It's
it's
not
completely
different.
different. Yes, it is because it stems from history though. If I guarantee you, if it was the other way around and black people were doing what the KKK was doing, it'll be the same. It'll be the same go around. It's just
Okay,
like telling it's just like telling me that. Hold on. Let me
white
make a
people,
point, Misery.
brother, the white people that are saying that to mix with, if a white person was to say to mix with a white person today, there is no different than if a black person says to mix with a black woman. There is
Yeah,
no
I
difference.
mean, I
There
don't
is
see. I
no
mean,
racism in that, brother. There is nothing wrong
no,
with loving your race.
it depends on how it's said, and white people have a history of not. If you say mix with your own people, that's fine, but there's a certain way a message is said. Like this is basic history, bro. White people have said certain things and defamed someone. That's two different things. You can go on social media and say, "Hey, I want you to marry your own race, mix with your own people." That's fine, but it doesn't end there. Most of the time, most racist people take it a step further. They call black people names, call them whatever they want, and they
Brother,
defame
brother,
black
brother,
people.
brother, brother, brother,
It's
brother,
two different things, bro.
brother. Again, the number one race right now on social media that is disrespecting races of people are blacks. Brother, they'll call the white man the devil. They'll call him a rapist. They'll call him a colonizer. They'll call him all of these things. They'll call Native Americans $5 Indians, you spics, and blah blah blah. They will literally say these things, brother. There is nobody on social media who has more of a mouthpiece to be racist and say racist things than African Americans. They do it all the time. Oh, you
Well,
mongoloids, you this,
I
you
mean,
Siberians,
personally,
and
I
they're
ain't really seen that.
open about it, brother. They're so open about it.
But
I have never,
but
brother. I
it
have
depends
never,
on the
brother,
group,
brother.
though.
I
You
have
can't generalize
never
all
on
Black
social
Americans,
media.
though.
I've never been on social media and see a white movement, a Chinese movement, a Arab movement of them saying racist, crazy shit, and them saying, "Oh yeah, fuck you, you blacks, fuck you whites, fuck you, this and this and that." I don't see other races of people on
But
social
Misery,
media doing that.
that's not true, bro. First of all, you live in Florida,
Who?
and second,
Who?
I live in Texas. I could take you to a few towns in Texas
Who?
right here
No,
that
brother.
will
I said
happen.
social media. I said social media, brother.
On social
I said
media
there's
too. It
no
also depends on what group you're in. You gotta be real.
who, who,
Hey, Chris.
who. Show me. Show me. Hold on. Name one person so I can look on YouTube, right? That's on social media. That's openly on social media, TikTok, Facebook, whatever the case may be, saying, "Oh yeah,
Well,
black people are this,
I
Asians
guarantee
are
you,
this, blah 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 blah," stuff
probably
like
not
that,
YouTube.
brother. Those people get
Yeah,
canceled,
but probably
brother.
not YouTube
They
and
get canceled.
Facebook, bro, because those are censored. But X,
YouTube.
definitely, you probably find some on X. X is uncensored. I guarantee you could find some. And
Yeah, you know what? You know what? Maybe you're right. You might find some. Like I said, you might find some. But the majority of the racist things that are going on social media is being done by
Hey,
blacks.
Chris.
They're not just going against. Hold on. They're not just going against whites.
I,
They are going against Native Americans. They're going against Mexicans. They're going against all of these different people. Chinese. Oh, the Chinese, man, they're all in our neighborhoods selling nails and hair, taking advantage of our black queens and making money off of our. They'll talk shit. All those chinky ass motherfuckers go back to fucking China. They will say these most
okay,
outlandish things.
but
But if
Misery,
hey, hold on, no. But if a Chinese man was to go on social media, talk about, oh yeah, the black man comes to my store, he steals all the time, and he's a this and he's a monkey, and I don't see that.
Misery,
I have not
but
seen not one Asian, not one Chinese on social media saying these type of
hey,
things to be like, damn,
Chris.
these Asians are fucking wilding
Hey,
out.
Chris.
The only people I see wilding out on social media are so-called
Hey,
African
Chris. I
Americans.
think what Misery trying to say is like, you know what I'm saying? Both sides are racist. White people, black people, everybody could be racist. He just saying in America, black people have more leeway to be racist, where they can say whatever they want to about anybody, and like there's no consequence for whatever they say about anybody. But like as soon as anybody who is not black say the word black, is like, oh my God, they're at you, they're at you, they're at you. So it's not like a fair balance in this country where like black people have been so traumatized by racism that they are actually the racist people in this country right now.
Thank
Well,
you.
yeah, I mean, I get it. Looks like I said, I've dated a Puerto Rican girl, and their family was pretty damn racist. So I could say Hispanics are just as racist as black people, just not
Hey, brother,
Hispanics
It's not
don't
about
just
it's not
just
about
not as forward about it.
hey
you
Chris,
say
it's
that
not Chris,
your
Chris, it's not about
girlfriend was
who's
Puerto
more
Rican?
racist, brother. It's not about who's more racist. It's about who's getting more leeway to be racist. That's what it's about.
Exactly.
It's about who's getting more
Yeah,
Exactly.
leeway
I
to be
cannot,
racist.
brother. I
but I
cannot,
wasn't
brother.
talking
I
about
cannot
race
go
though.
right now. I cannot go on Facebook, brother. If I was to go on Facebook and start saying, the black man is the devil, the black man is this, the black man is that, brother. The community, not only would the community attack me, they would cancel me. I would no longer be allowed on Facebook. But yet
Well,
you have people like
misery is kind of
but then
different
you have
because
people
you could
like
get away with
Dr.
it.
Umar, whatever his name is. He goes online and says the most outlandish shit, but yet nobody can do anything about it. It's not a fair playing field, like the brother Chucky just said. It's clearly not. I
Yeah,
have seen
man.
so many people. I've seen you may see how many white people I've seen who have gone on social media crying because they said a racist statement and crying on social media talk about how these people stalked their jobs and got them fired from their jobs and how they went on these interviews and how they can't find another job because the people are harassing the people that they're applying for and they can't find work anymore, brother. So not only that, just for saying one racist thing, now basically their whole financial life is ruined because of it. They're losing their houses, they're losing their cars over one racist statement.
Well,
But
but
yet Dr. Umar could do
can
a
I?
whole hour, 2 hours calling the white woman snow bunnies, crack whores, whatever the fuck he calls them. That's what I'm saying. It's crazy, brother. It's crazy. The double standard is going on social media. It's crazy.
Snow bunny is not a derogatory term though. Like white people call each other snow bunnies. It's not
I know,
something
but
like a.
okay, I'll put it like this. Okay, but you know what? But if a black person was to call a white person a cracker, you know what's going to happen? Not a damn thing. Do the reverse. If a white person in the mall, walking down the street, in a corner store, says to another black group of people the N word, what's going to happen?
Well, but that. Well, I mean, there's history behind that though, so it's a little bit
Oh,
different.
you're right, brother. But okay, oh, you're right. There is history. It's disrespectful, right? Just like calling that white guy a cracker,
I mean, I don't.
snow bunny,
I mean,
whatever the
I
case
can't
may be.
relate because
That is
I
still,
don't do
yes,
those
you
things. I
still
don't believe in those
trying.
things.
Hold on, brother, the intention is there. That is you still trying to disrespect somebody.
I mean, I get
The
it, but
intention is there.
I get it, but
So what's the difference? What's the difference? Why don't see? I've seen so many times black people call a white person a cracker, and you know what? The white people just rub it off their fucking shoulder. They don't like whatever. Then they might say, "Oh, whatever, you damn N word," right? And then what ends up happening?
but see,
They end up
misery.
getting jumped
The
or
difference
whatever, or fight
is
happens or a
look,
brawl happens over the stuff.
the difference is
That's
this
what I'm
though.
saying.
Like
That's the double standard.
I'm not justifying each side, but this is not, you can't really compare it to. I mean, I guess you can, but imagine someone
It's
growing
just
up seeing TV shows defaming black people. People can't even walk to the store. Like you basically treat like lower than an animal. So of course it's very much different. I mean, it's the same thing, but it's still different, bro. You can't compare a white European American to a black person who came from descendants of slaves. Two different people.
and again, I'm not making a comparison. Like, I'm just making a comparison about being disrespectful. It's still disrespectful. You see what I'm saying?
But
And the
at the,
intention is to disrespect, regardless of if it's trying to do a deep or what or surface. There's the disrespect and the intent is still there. It's still racism. But yet the
but
white person will still rub it off his shoulder. He don't care if you call him a cracker like that. That's
but
all I'm
at the
saying. He wouldn't care that much.
at the end of the day, too, Chris, that's what I'm saying. This right here be a hard conversation to have with black people because I've been trying to tell them, man, it's 2025. So what you say right there, like we can't compare. like it's been a long time, man. It's time for us to like start comparing and taking responsibility for ourselves, because we can't sit down here and be pushing out negative energy into the world and
No, I feel you.
expect positivity back to ourselves. That's just the realities of life.
But okay, answer me this question, and I get what you're saying. I agree, but answer me this question, Misery. Why is it that most, not just Puerto Ricans, like Latinos in general, Dominicans, whatever, they're more likely to accept a a white man versus a black man into their family, like versus like if someone's to intermarry or dating, the white guy usually gets less. I don't know how am I gonna put it? Less strays than like a if a Boricua or Latina is dating like a black guy. Well, what is that within the Latino community? I feel like black people are just hated across the globe, no matter what country you go to.
Because we're the children of Israel, sir.
I would say, like I said, because all that basically stems from society. You know what I'm saying? And what we basically see and compare to. So when you say Hispanics that they would lean more towards the white man than the black man, the reason being is because we see the civilizations that the white man has built, and we see civilizations that black people have built, which is would be in Africa or whatever the case may be, and then we make the comparisons, right? And we see that the most what people will call the most civilized nations have been produced by the so-called white race. You see what I'm saying? They have the best societies according to today. They're the richest. They're the powerful. They're this is and that.
That's funny.
What? That's the truth. They are.
That's what
They are, brother. Brother, you go, brother. Brother, brother. That's why they call
what I'm
African
saying.
countries. That's what they call Caribbean. Hold
When
on, Mexican, South
civilization
American
going
countries.
on
They
in
call
Africa,
these things
like,
third world countries. Why? Because they feel that they're not as advanced as America, as
and
Europe, and these other things that the colonizations did. That's
I
all I'm
understand
saying.
all that.
And this is why, brother. I'm just telling you why
Y'all wouldn't
you
think.
say
I'm
Hispanics
saying
will
y'all
lean
Hispanics,
more.
wouldn't think that they achieved all that by negative means, by shedding
It's
all
not
the
about
blood
achieving,
upon
brother. It's not about achieving, brother. It's not about achieving. We're talking about what we're seeing with our own eyes.
yeah,
Basically,
what they've
more
achieved.
people
That's what
feel.
you're
Hold on,
seeing.
hold on, wait,
You
wait,
see what
brother.
the
You would have
Europeans
to
have
agree,
achieved.
brother. Hold on. You would have to agree, brother. You would have to agree that most Hispanics would rather go to a place like the Americas, right, than to go to a black country. You have to ask
That's
yourself
fine.
why.
I'm not saying that most people in the
Because
world would be fooled.
they compare to Jamaica or Haiti or whatever, and they see how the Haitians are living, they see how the Jamaicans are living, and then they see how these American or this white nation America is living. So they're making a conscious decision. Hey, if I'm going to dwell, hold on, if I'm going to dwell with somebody, who would I rather dwell with? The people, basically, we're third world country, basically in the same boat as us, right? But we're basically in the same boat because we're third world countries also, right? Or this what we call advanced civilization, which is the Americas, the first class
So
whatever nation.
they're making their decision basically just based off of the present, not based off any history or any future events to come.
Yes, because
What
yes, of course, according to the president, because we're living today. I have to agree. This is why it feels safer in type of civilizations. We have better laws. We have a better army. We have better policing than most other countries. Most other countries, whether it's black, Hispanic, Asian, they're more corrupted. Meaning that's why we have cartels that can pay off police officers and things of that nature. We don't really see that in America like that. Matter of fact, we have
No,
things
you,
that
you do have
protect us.
corruption.
Hold on. We have
the
different.
word
Hold on. We have
delivery.
different
You don't see
branches.
it.
We have I don't know, but we have different branches to try to protect us, right? You have the police, you have the FBI, you have the CIA, you have all the National Guard, you have all of these different branches, basically all watching each other to make sure that this type of corruption doesn't happen. And we see it, and we've seen this throughout history that every time the police was corrupted, who brought down that police was most likely the FBI or CIA. When the FBI was corrupted, who had to bring them down? Most likely the CIA, bringing out information. When the crack era happened in the 80s, and it was proven that itself was responsible for that, right? Who had to expose that? Other entities, right? Other whatever, a branch, whatever, had to expose that. That's what I'm saying. So we don't really see that type of corruption like we see in the in the other countries. I can go to Mexico, whatever. You'll see a cartel. They'll pay a police officer, hey, turn the other way because we're about to spray the hell out of this block and we're going to be chopping heads off. That's a big difference. No, there is no power in America that can ever force the police to do that, to turn away, give them amount of money to turn away so that they can destroy, let's say, my whole neighborhood. That so a group wants to come here and burn down all the houses, kill everybody, and chop off our heads. There is no political movement in America that would ever turn their back for that, no matter about how much money you give them. But we can see that corruption happening in Africa. We see that corruption happening in South America. We see that type of corruption happening in Asia, in all of these different places.
That's not always accurate because I could make raise the argument that when the mob basically owned America, they owned everything. They were doing that. They were killing people at will. They were slaughtering people
They
at
never,
will.
brother. They never owned America. They never owned America.
Yes, they did. It's been
no,
proven.
brother. If you ever watched a mob movie, right? Notice who they were paying off. Who are they usually paying off? The police, right? Then you have movies like Untouchable and things of that nature. Who had to go against the police? The FBI. No, they didn't have everybody in their pocket, brother.
Have you seen
This
the
is
thing?
how. This is
Have
how.
you
Hold on,
seen
brother. The FBI. Hold on, brother. The FBI and the CIA, basically went to war with the mafia back in the 80s and 90s. This is why you see many mob bosses started getting arrested because at one point they were using the police, the judges, and the cities that they were living in to conduct their organized crime. That it took a bigger branch, the FBI, to come into that state and regulate.
Yeah, but have
You
have
see
you
what I'm
have you
saying? They put a
seen
stop to
have you heard how the mob literally funded politicians? Even someone like JFK, there's theories about JFK
yes.
being
And what
connected.
again? And what are their governors, their mayors, and things of that nature? And again, who had to expose all that corruption? The FBI and CIA. They had to. They went to war with the mafia, just like
So
they went to war on the war on drugs. You see what I'm
is
saying?
it is
Because
it
I'm very
is it
sure.
fair
Hold on,
to say
because I'm
though?
very sure. Hold on. Like I said, the crack era, right? This is why you had the war on drugs, because you had the crack era that was proven that was by the government bringing these drugs into these neighborhoods, that it had to take a higher branch to basically scold all of the corrupt politicians and judges, whatever, that was involved with the traffickers that were bringing these drugs, and they were all brought down. So when you see these stories about these mobs being brought down, brother, it wasn't just the mobs. Many lawyers, judges, and things of that nature, police officers were also a part of that, brother. They were all put in jail also.
So is it fair to say that some people who were in the CIA, who were in the FBI, who are probably connected to the mob, um, instead of knowing that they're going to get caught, because we got to be realistic, bro. Everyone is human. I'm sure there's a guy who was probably at the top of the totem pole in the CIA or the FBI or the government who was getting paychecks from the mob, and then all of a sudden tries to turn around and act like he's a hero, and he busted a mob, which the whole time he's probably getting paid on the low. I mean, people lie all the time. So how can we just?
But,
I get the whole
but
structure, but I won't be surprised that if that
so,
happened.
so you're saying that the mob would pay these people off so that they themselves would get arrested, but to
No.
make it
I'm
look
saying, in a time when the mob was really powerful, I said I'm not surprised if some higher ranked police officers like in CIA, the FBI, some of these directors were getting paid by the mob, and then obviously when the guys started getting pinched by local police people, all this other stuff, they act like, oh yeah, we have nothing to do with the mob, we're good people. But you because there's so many stories I watch that
no,
people.
but that's usually not how it happened though. That's what I'm saying. If like I said, when you talk about this mafia history, like I said, the only people that they were really paying off were politicians, police, and stuff like that. They weren't really paying off FBI agents, CIA agents, and things like that. Those were the people that they were always looking out for, being cautious about tapping phones and things of that nature. This is why mob bosses never talk business and things of that nature, because you had and things of that nature trying to capture them. not police, because they already had the police in their pocket. This is why they were so free to move their drugs, to move their organized crime around the city, wherever they were at, because they had them in their pocket. It had to take a higher power to knock them down. And that's why they were always worried about what? Their own capos and stuff like that being what? Wired, right? That's one of the main reasons my bosses used to say, hey, oh, we hate rats. We hate rats. Well, there's obviously there's an opposition, brother. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's always have been an opposition. They never have taken over the government like as your initial statement was, how they basically the mob boss ran the United States. No, they didn't. They never did. They
Well,
just ran their cities
there's
and their.
there's an argument that JFK's family was in that in the pay scheme or whatever for years, and even there's also conspiracy theories that JFK himself was in the mix with the mobs and stuff. That's what got him killed. The whole conspiracy theory with that, and I actually believe that because it makes a lot of sense. Why would the guy who killed JFK just magically get killed once he goes to jail? Like, to me, that's too many. It's too coincidental to
You
me.
said the guy that killed what you say? Killed JFK? What?
He got murdered too in jail. Like wasn't like the
No, he
same
didn't.
day or the next day. Yes,
No,
he
he
did.
got murdered. He got murdered in public, brother.
Yeah, but still my point. I'm saying that doesn't make any sense. Why would they just kill him? Why just kill the guy who just killed JFK? A random person. It doesn't make any sense. It's all to me that's all connected. I don't think that was coincidence. Personally,
I'm gonna ask Misery that you think like the government really run this country.
You asking me?
Yeah, you think the government like really run this country? Like when we see the president and all these people, like they're the ones that are really making
Yes,
the decisions.
I would say yes, the government actually runs the country. Again, of course, the powers that be that run the country. You see what I'm
So
saying? They.
you don't think the richest people in the world run the country?
No, I think that the richest people in the world have interest in the Americas, but no, I don't, because if any of those countries were to ever cross America, which we've seen throughout the world, this is why we have wars throughout the past 100 years. We have multiple wars.
I'm not talking about outside of America. I'm talking about like Americans themselves, like just rich Americans. They're the ones that's really running the country. It's not.
Oh yeah. So that's what I said. The powers that be. Yeah, of course, the powers that be.
It's like know what I'm saying, the different banking families and shit like that has been doing this shit for like the 1800s. Like they're the ones who really.
Yeah, the oil companies and all that. Yes, the oil companies, the bankers, and all this stuff. Yes, they run this country. Yes.
All right, no. That's a lot of people know that. You feel me? When they see all these people in front of you, like they don't really run the country. They really don't make the decision.
And back to the point about how they run this country, right? Because we have this thing this big uproar about the Epstein files and stuff like that, right? The Epstein files, whatever, about how these people of power, how Bill Clinton, Trump, Obama, all these people went to this island, right? The Epstein, whatever, the Epstein island. I forgot what they call it, right? The Epstein Island, I think that's what they call it. How they went to this island, and I thoroughly believe that they were doing human sacrifices, especially child sacrifices and things of that nature. I believe that the powers that be still do worship their pagan gods, and this is how they stay in power. And they have to do these things. You know what I'm saying? And one of my biggest points about that is those 2,000 Mexican or Hispanic children that went missing on U.S. soil, that they can't account for 2,000 missing children. Where did they go? What I believe is that either they were human trafficked or used for sacrifice. Point blank, period. They have to.
I believe that. I'm almost certain that's what happens. It just, to me, it just doesn't make any sense. And then when you start to dig into to me, when the government tries to cover up stuff, I think it's question marks everywhere. Like with the Epstein file stuff, like Trump is trying to push at it not to be released, and to me, it's just too many question marks everywhere, bro. And I'm sure dark things happen. It's like even like with sex trafficking stuff, like how people just go missing. It's like I 100% believe. I don't know if y'all heard about the story about how they have this island where they do like this rich people go in and they hunt people, like they put them on an island and just let them run loose and hunt them like like for fun. That's
Yeah,
some
there's
crazy
movies
stuff.
on that. There's even movies on that.
It's literally some crazy stuff, and I 100% believe it, bro.
Let
I'm
me
not.
let me tell you something, man. You see what they call movies in this country, man. Them shit ain't movies, man. That's what's happening in real life, man.
Oh
Let
yeah.
me let me tell y'all, man. If you see y'all know God. If y'all know God, then y'all know man ain't got no imagination, yo. He got an imagination, but everything he can imagine, like God said, he'll be able to make that shit. So y'all understand when these crackers showing y'all movies and call that shit this and that, that shit is real, man.
It is.
All
You know what's you know what and you want to know what's so real about it too? And I want y'all to really think about this, right? Because you're right. They're using these movies to basically show us these things, right? So why do
Yep.
you think hold on, why do you think back in especially in the 90s, this is where it really kind of started with movies like Independence Day and things of that nature about alien invasion, alien invasion. You want to know why they're showing you guys this? They're basically showing you Christ and the chariots. This is what it's all about. They're really showing you that. Because you think about it, in that day, that's exactly what it's going to look like. It's going to look like an alien invasion. If Christ is coming down with his army with 1,000 chariots, what does that look like? That clearly looks like a alien invasion. And this is why they're showing us these movies and how we
You
need
know.
to and how we
You
need
know.
to defeat these aliens and how we need to defeat these things. They're telling you
Yeah.
that we
All
need
right.
to go against Christ. We
and
need
that's
to
the
go against Christ.
and that's the whole reason when you see Christ come down like that, you see all the nations gathered together in the valley of Jehoshaphat to go fight a war against Christ because they think it's some alien that came down from the sky. You feel me? I know all
That's
this
what I'm
already.
trying to tell you. This is what these movies are teaching us. They're trying to, they're subconsciously, this is what they're teaching us. They're teaching us the Bible. They're teaching us Isaiah 60, the nation that in that day, that nation that rises up against me, I am utterly going to destroy. Why? Because when he comes down, what's going to happen? It's going to look like an alien invasion, and nations are going to ignorantly go against Christ and the angels, and they're going to be destroyed.
Yeah. I don't know if Wavy knows about this, but like it's probably I'm sure Chucky probably knows something about this in the Caribbean. Like when you see like zombie movies and stuff, people think zombies like oh just stage. Nah, bro. You go to Trinidad Tobago, oh you see some real. They be doing that stuff like it's practice, bro. They really be doing that stuff over there. Haiti,
Like what?
Dominican Republic.
What, they act like zombies?
No, they do this thing called zombieism where it's like some spiritual stuff where they like a person is dead, like someone passes away, and like these santeros and like all these guys in Trinidad, these witch doctors, they can possess the body and make the body animate. Like it's a dead body but it's moving. Like it's crazy. Like it's a big thing in the Caribbean. You should look it up. It's fact.
Man, like I told you, man, I come from the Caribbean. Like I said, that's the big thing between us and Americans. Like we just went back to straight to our African culture. So like all that voodoo, all that ghost, all that witchcraft stuff that people probably don't think that shit is real. All that African culture, that shit is real, man. I don't think people know that. Like that's another thing that let me know. Like we the children of Israel, because if you read the Bible, that's what the children of Israel are doing too. A bunch of witchcraft. That's what all the priests are doing. A bunch of witchcraft, man. The same thing we still doing.
And what are Native Americans known for doing a lot of witchcraft?
But
Hey,
neighbor,
Puerto Ricans are known for that too.
exactly.
That's what I'm
I've heard
saying.
some
We're
Puerto
known for
Ricans say some. Well,
what people would consider witchcraft.
well, I think actually I think they say Dominicans and Haitians are like probably the people who do it not doing the most, but they're in Latin America they're really
Yeah.
known.
I would say they because it's mostly like voodoo, what they call voodoo, right? You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? But then you have like Dominicans and Puerto Ricans. They do what's that called? Santa Maria, some sort, whatever that thing's called. What the hell is it called?
Yeah, Santa Maria.
Yeah, all that stuff, bro. All that stuff. Like I said, it's all like witchcraft. What you would call witchcraft. You know what I'm saying? Actually, my grandma used to do that Santa Maria stuff. You know what I'm saying? My mom even told me about stories about that.
But that's the thing. When you read in the Bible, look at Moses. What is Moses doing? Moses is doing witchcraft.
Yo, if you really think about it, Moses, if you close your eyes, right, and you picture Moses, right, you picture this guy in a robe, right, holding a staff, that right, the staff that he had, right, he has a beard, right, that's an Israelite custom.
Mhm.
Doesn't he kind of look like Zandalf
I know you're
from
gonna say
Lords
that.
of the Rings.
I know you were gonna say that, bro. I was just gonna tell you, we were just talking about movies and the psychology. And the psychology with the Europeans, they call it a wizard. And when you look at a wizard is actually a prophet. He has a robe on. He walks with the stick. He has a long beard. He has a hat on his head, and he has long hair. He's a prophet, and he does magic with the stick.
There it is, right? That's what I'm saying. That, and it's funny because I used to think about that shit all the time. Where people talk about, "Oh, Moses, well, Christ is like who's practicing witchcraft." I'm like, bro, if you close your eyes and picture what Moses would look like, you would think he looks like a damn wizard. What the hell are you guys talking about? You know what I'm saying? It's like it's crazy.
That's exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
That's
you know
where they get it from, and they try to show it to you like that. Oh, that's just a wizard. That's just a wizard. Like, nah, man, that was like the prophets in the Bible, man.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yep, I agree with you about the movie stuff, bro. The movie stuff is they're literally showing us. It's like they're trying to synthesize us. You know what I'm saying? Like, so when we see these things, we won't panic. You know what I mean?
Exactly. It's the type of thing where it's human consciousness, and even with God, even before God does something on earth, he prepares human consciousness first in the generation before Jesus Christ came. He had to send John the Baptist to prepare human consciousness to accept Jesus Christ. Feel me? Before Rastafari came, he sent Marcus Garvey to prepare the minds of the Israelites that were in slavery to accept the king again. You feel me? So it's always a prerequisite to prepare your consciousness as a human being to accept something. See, that's why I tell people, like, all this stuff that's happening right now, like COVID and 9/11 and all these little shits you happening all in the world. These are like signs of bigger things to come. You feel me? These are just like little hints of bigger things to come.
So when we talk about his Israelite customs and stuff like that, when we talk about how the Most High commanded them to wear fringes, um, jewelry. We see jewelry. Why say like again? Why did the Native Americans fit that? And I think it was my debate with Yah. I was showing pictures how Native Americans were ignorantly not only wearing fringes but had like a ribbon of blue, above the fringes, and how they were doing this ignorantly, right? And then of course I showed you brothers about the brothers in South America that have been teaching that they're Israelites and how they rock their fringes and things of that nature. So why do we see a lot of Native Americans doing this cultures of Israelites? Good example. They used to bathe in rivers. They used to carry a ark at war in warfare. They used to uh, separate from their wives when she had her menstrual. She would have to go to another tent, whatever, and things of that nature. Like, why do we see so much Hebrew customs being ignorantly done in America? And when I mean ignorantly, I mean if you ask these tribes, are they Israelites? They'll probably tell you no. But the cultures that they're doing is Israelite culture.
Well, to me, like I say, is like we're all one people, and we all came from one people, like I was saying earlier. And the Bible, what everybody's calling the Israelite customs, the Judaism, the Hebrew customs, is the original culture of man. So coming from the original culture of man, this is all what man knew. So if you look at all the first men, they have a version of that. So it's even the same thing
Like
how you'll be like, oh,
I'll put it to you like this. What I was bringing out, especially about the fringes, right? Like if I was to ask anybody on the planet, what people or nation of people are known to rock fringes? Chinese, Russian, whatever the case may be, the first nation they're gonna actually say are the Native Americans, right? Right. But now when we talk about ancient times, right, we see on the Assyrian walls how the Assyrians also had fringes, right? So we can see Israelite have fringes, we can see the Assyrian have fringes, right? But of course, the difference is what? Atop of the fringe, this is what the Most High said a separation, because obviously there must have been another nation out there rocking fringes. He said you're commanded to put a ribbon of blue above that, right? So we don't see that ribbon of blue in the Assyrian whatever drawings, whatever. We don't see the Chinese, Africans, or Europeans in their ancient drawings or whatever or artifacts of them actually rocking fringes like that. You see what I'm saying? And this is why I say that the Native Americans have to be the Israelites. You know what I'm saying? And that's just one of the major points because we all know about, even in the New Testament, how powerful the fringe was, that people were grabbing on Christ's fringe and they were being healed just by grabbing on his fringe. But yet, again, anybody would say that in the globe. You know what I'm saying? Well, who are the people who are the fringe wearers in ancient times, even to the present times? And the answer is always going to be the Native Americans.
To me, like you said, they'll say Native Americans, but like a lot of cultures wore it, or just like you said a minute ago, like ignorantly. Because that's why I tell people a lot of time when they read in the Bible and see like, oh, these people were pagans or these people were heathens. It doesn't mean that they weren't following the law of God. It means they didn't understand why they were mostly likely doing the things they were doing. So they're probably like following the law and didn't understand why they were doing these things. It was just a cultural thing that was passed down in oral tradition from generation to generation. So that,
And you're right, but again, it goes back to my point. Why don't we see that in other cultures though? That's what I'm saying. Whether they're doing it ignorantly or if they knew the Torah or not. Like when you go to China, Japan, look at their artwork and stuff like that. You don't see them rocking fringes or especially rocking a fringe with a blue. That's what I'm saying. Same thing with Russia. Same thing with many African nations. Same thing with a lot of the European art. We don't see that. The only ones I've seen, like I said, were the Assyrians, according to their old texts, and we can clearly see that according to their ancient walls and stuff like that. Yes, they had fringes. So Assyrian, but today those Assyrian people don't practice that. You see what I'm saying? Their ancient walls show that they did, right? But nowadays they don't. But yet Native Americans have always been doing that in ancient times, even to the present time. And they're the only really nation that's really doing it.
yeah,
That's all I'm saying.
that's probably one of the things as the human culture got came from God and it kept on getting diluted more and more through oral tradition. That's most likely just one of the things that the Native Americans helped held close in their oral tradition to keep on passed from generation to generation, and a lot of the other tribes of the earth lost the oral tradition of the fringes. So, I mean, it's just oral tradition that ran as we migrated throughout the earth. We kept the oral tradition, and through oral tradition, we lost a lot. Some people kept
Okay, I could agree with that. Okay, I could agree with that. So the other nations lost that custom, as you say, right? I could, okay, maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. Okay, but it still would still prove that the Native Americans would still have to be the Israelites, though,
but that's a
because they're
like at the end of the day,
because there's
I've been trying to tell everybody.
because they're the ones that are still doing it. You see what I'm saying? And like you just said, that they whether they do it ignorantly, but they kept that custom, right? Whether it's from ancient times, they still kept it. But that these other people, they just lost it. And hey, I could agree with that. Maybe from being over there, they probably lost that. But there's still no artifacts or drawings of them actually doing those things. That's what I'm saying. So there is really no evidence of that. You know what I'm saying? So if we're talking about an Israelite custom, and then I point out a clear custom that's commanded, and we only see one nation on the planet that's doing that, you know what I'm saying, have been doing that, are the Native Americans. You see what I'm saying? They have to be the children of Israel. Because the other nations, none of them are doing it. You know what I'm saying? So, but again, I could agree that there are Israelites in those nations, and they probably lost that custom. Fine, that's cool, but still doesn't change the fact that the Native Americans are the Israelites.
That's the thing I try to tell everybody, man. Like at the end of the day, like when I say black people are the, are the children of Israel, I try to tell everybody like if black people are the children of Israel, y'all need to understand everybody's the children of Israel. That's what I'm basically saying when I say that. People don't understand that. I'm not saying okay, oh, because everybody come from black people, man. So if I'm your father and I'm a child of Israel, how can you not be a child of Israel? So that's what everybody need to understand when it comes to everybody think like we're actual separated or something like that. Not like nah, man. We came from one man and one woman. We're one human race. So like like we were saying, like the culture of humanity got diluted. God stepped in.
How?
God stepped in because we lost it because God, remember, we got kicked out of the garden. Because remember, when God created human beings,
Well, I'll talk about after Noah. You're saying that we're all the same people, right? But we would have to be talking about after the account of Noah.
I mean
Because
humanity wise, yeah, after the account of Noah, yeah, because after Noah, all of us come from the CT branch, and all of modern day humanity is from that DNA branch of CT that came out.
But how? That's what I'm trying to tell you. But how?
How what?
Because okay, I'll put it like this, right? Because like you said, you were studying DNA, right? Okay, then. So, and I think I saw that chart that you put up on the back chat, right, showing all these different DNAs. Now, again, this is why I keep telling you that this book is only about one race of people, bro. It has to be one bloodline from Noah. If Noah was A, let's go by your chart that you showed. It was beautiful, like I said. So let's say that Noah was that A, right? What would Ham, Japheth, and Shem be?
I believe that's E.
Brother, it would have to be A. They are what their father is, Noah.
But that's exactly what I'm saying. Everybody still has a little bit of A and B in them. That's what I'm saying.
No, brother. In order, brother, the reason why you have that Y haplogroup is to show you the difference between the DNAs. This is why you have E, H, J, and then these haplogroups includes these races of people, right? The Asians are like Q, whatever, R, whatever the case may be. The Europeans are like what, J or P or something like that. Then you Africans are like E, whatever. That's what I'm saying. In order for that to happen, brother, that means that there had to be an originator for the E haplogroup. There had to be an originator for the J haplogroup. There had to be an originator for whatever else haplogroup. You see, haplogroups don't change, brother. It doesn't change. So my issue is this: we all cannot come from Noah, because if Noah was A, and you are what your father is by blood, that means that his sons also had to be a haplogroup. But then later on, how do we now have E haplogroup? You would have to say that the A haplogroup, one of their children, which most likely had to be a girl, married a different stock from E to now that children starts the E line, right? This is brother. That's what I'm trying to tell you. These things, there has to be someone introducing these different haplogroups, brother.
That's exactly what happened though, because we all do come from one haplogroup. That's what I'm saying. The A and the B, they stayed inside.
Brother,
they stayed inside.
Brother, okay, but according to science, hold on. According to you're talking about what's that thing called? Like evolution, whatever they say, right? What's the word I'm looking for?
Migration.
Well, migration is just showing locations. But basically, like the evolution part, they say that a haplogroup can change, but slightly, right? And the process can take up to 10 to I think 20,000 years for that to occur. You see what I'm saying? So again, so from A all the way to R had to take a long time.
Yeah, it did. And that mutation happened twice. That's all.
But brother, hold on, brother. Okay. So A to B, just to get to B, would have to take 10,000 years. Let's say we'll go to the low end. So from 10 to 20, we'll do low end. It took 10,000 years from A to basically evolve to B. Then it would take B to get to C or D, right? Another 10,000 years. By the time it gets down to R, brother, you're probably around almost 100,000 years. The Bible does not go back that far, brother. Noah only lived like 5,000 years.
I understand it. That's why you got to have a little common sense when you read all this stuff. Because I mean, when you actually research it, they tell you like the first DNA, the A is like 300,000 years old, and then when they go to B is 100,000 years. So you don't even have to go to the whole chart. I mean, when you go to B, it's 100,000 years later again.
But brother, and again, So what is this is why I keep telling you, stop using DNA. This is why I told you forget it. That's why I don't believe in it. Because according to DNA, brother, you cannot be an Adamite.
Yeah.
Adam only goes back, hold on. Adam only goes back 7,000 years ago, according to most biblical scholars, right? He goes back around 6,000 to 7,000 years ago. But yet you're here discussing people that existed 300,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago. I believe the E haplogroup came out, I believe like 80 to like 65,000 years ago. What you call the Asian stock, the JR, I believe that came out like 30 to 40,000 years ago. So what science is teaching is that we have to be basically pre-Adamites according to the Bible theology, because it doesn't mix, brother. It don't mix.
Oh yeah, I mean,
there was no
what?
There was no Adamites 300,000 years ago. Adam only goes back 6. Make that make sense. That's what I'm saying. The science is basically going against the Bible. This is why I keep telling brothers, stop bringing DNA into a biblical discussion, because you can't prove anything with that. And not only that, just like I said, even with the evolution, even if people want to say, oh yeah, you can haplogroups can change, it still takes tens of thousands or tens 10,000 years for a micro change to change in that haplogroup.
But that's the thing. When you see the haplogroups and the time span, I take it as actually the time span of a generation. So if I see haplogroup A, it lasted for 100,000 years before it evolved into BT. And it took 100,000 years to evolve into BT, and BT, the first evolving, it did evolve into a mutation, because it evolved into a BT that evolved into a B and a CT, and all of modern humanity today comes from CT. All of humanity, even though
and again, like I said, I could agree if we were having a science debate. If we were talking about science and I actually believed in it and believed in DNA, like I said, I would take this information. That's cool. But this information goes against my belief. It goes against the book that I believe in.
But
that's my biggest issue.
It kind of,
you see what I'm saying?
It kind of lines
because
it kind of lines up with it, just like you said, we're pre-Adamites, because that's what I was saying. Like, you have to understand, like, yeah, these were pre-Adam days, so people were living a longer time, and these are the generations before.
But we're talking about after the flood and Noah.
After the flood, I don't think after the flood started until CT, like I told you, because CT is where you branch off to every person that you have today in modern humanity, and that's where you also go to E, which is
so again. So you're saying that according to the biblical account of Noah, that account happened 100,000 years ago.
I gotta look at the time. It's probably even longer than that. How they got the timeline going,
brother. Okay, okay. How do biblical scholars come up with the timeline of Adam only existing going back to 6,000 to 7,000 years? What did they go by to get this number?
I have no idea. What did they go by?
The genealogies that you read in the book. This is what happens. They go from the genealogy and going by counting generations. This is how they determine from New Testament all the way back to Adam. They came up with 6,000 to 7,000 years.
I don't know. It might be way more than that. Then if that's what they're using, did they take into what's the name that one day is a thousand years to the Lord?
Well, yeah. Well, again, just like you said, one day is 1,000 years to who?
The Lord. So one day to us.
To the who, not to us.
Not
to the Lord.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, a regular day is a regular day to us, but like one day is 1,000 years. So like 1,000 years is nothing but a day to God. So that's what it's thinking.
You're right. You're right. To God, all right. You're right. To God, I agree with that. What the scripture says about that. One day to God could be like 1,000 years. Okay. Exactly. But what I'm saying is that in
God's word, he needs to actually look at things through God's eyes and not through man's eyes. That God might not be talking about 6. It's even like the story of creation, where everybody be like, "Oh, God created the world in 7 days." I'd be like, "Nah, man. God created the world in 7,000 years, and it took 1,000 years. Every day was 1,000 years for him to evolve what he created in that generation. That's the reality of it. It wasn't really 7 days.
Yeah, you're and I agree. I agree with that. But again, but we're going back to the point about how do biblical scholars come up with how old Adam is and how he goes back. And the reason and what they use is they go to the genealogies and bringing it to that time period. This is how they even came out with the point of Noah. Most scholars say that Noah goes back 45 to about 4,500 years ago. How do they determine that? By reading the bloodlines and counting the generations.
But that's even the thing, because then we have to take all the geology and everything we've gotten over the years, and all the things they're saying, like the earth.
But brother, you would have to agree with geology, right? Egypt, Mesopotamia, Syria, Brazil, and all that, right? The oldest civilizations, they only go back around 4,000-5,000 years ago.
And that's the thing, because they'll say and they'll probably be correct about that. They'll say the Egyptian civilization only goes back that far, but they'll say the pyramids.
So hold on. So if we know that this is why, that's what I'm saying. This is why the biblical scholars are coming up with what they're saying. So we know that the Egyptians were going back 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, and the Bible mentions the Egyptians and how Israel went through that. So what did they do? They take around that the time period, and they just go by the genealogies, and this is how they're getting to that number. So if Egypt existed 4,500 years ago, then you have to admit that Adam and every Adam and all the other biblical nations had to be around that same time period, whether 2,000-3,000 even years prior to that. I'll even say that going back to 7,000 years, where Adam was born, from 4,500 from Noah to Adam is 3,000, almost 3,000 years.
Well, I don't know about Adams. I'll go back to the flood. I don't know about pre-flood, because pre-flood people were living close to 1,000 years, because that was their time of living. I don't think they can really know how long it was before the flood. I believe people just started living shorter days after the flood. Because that's even why I say I can even mark the flood on the DNA haplogroup, because right before the flood is where BT comes, is where the first mutation in humanity happens, and the first time humanity is non-Africans. And that's when the Bible talks about the sons of God leave heaven and goes on to the daughters of men. They have the giants. After that, there's the flood. After the flood, now you have CT come. CT is the father of everybody. CT has E. E has all the generations of Ham. They have both Kemet, Ethiopians. They'll have that line. All African Americans and Caribbean people have that line. All Libyan people have that line. So I can see that line right there where it comes from. E is the beginning of after the flood. That's the beginning of Ham right there.
Yeah, I know that. That's what I'm saying. But according to DNA, that shit goes back way before Noah.
Yeah, that's
because like I said, if I could let's say this, I could even agree that pre-flood, maybe Adam goes back further. Okay, cool. Maybe 10-20,000 years. All right, cool. But the reason why scholars are saying that Noah goes back to only 4,500 years ago, on 4,500 is by going by genealogy. We read genealogy all the way in the New Testament. We could read Matthew's from Christ all the way to Adam, right? There you go. You see what I'm saying? So they're counting these genealogies, and this is how they're coming up with the number. But back to the point about the mutations. That's the word I was looking for. The mutations. There you go. The mutation of these haplogroups still takes anywhere from 10 to 20,000 years. So A and B, whatever the case may be, had to take a process. So if you're saying that the CT is after the flood, right? Which is Noah stock, it has to be Noah stock. In order for the CT to change to that next level of mutation would still take how many years? 10,000 years. But Noah only goes back 4,500 years. So there couldn't have even been a mutation since the time of Noah. And this is you know who used to teach DNA and try to do it with the Bible, and I had to point this out to him. That guy Jay Shub. You know what I'm saying? He used to be an ex IUIC member, and he used to, after I made him drop the One West doctrine, he started doing his DNA and stuff like that. And he was talking about how DNA works and these mutations and how long it took. So I was actually learning a lot of this stuff from him, right? And I was listening to him. I was like, oh yeah, it's interesting, interesting. I was like, so now explain to me, how are these people Israelites if you're saying that these people, their bloodline goes this far back and mutations take this long for it to even happen? So how is it from the time of Noah to today? Why do we have all of these different haplogroups? It's impossible according to the timeline of your science.
What I see as we got into CT, and CT was already the mutation. That was the mutation that came out of Africa that created all peoples around.
Okay, and brother, and again, you said that the Egyptians, Ethiopians, right? These Cushites go back how far back? Like 5,000 years ago. First civilization for Egypt was like what, 4,000 years ago. That's what I'm saying. That's not 150 or 200 or 300,000 years ago.
But that's the thing where I say, like, we have to take everything in totality, because I know what they teach us in history, that humanity only has 6,000, 10,000 years of history. But that's what I'm saying. At the same time, we find a lot of things on Earth that are way older than that. So we have to explain that. We can't just sit down and be act like, okay, we only have 10,000 years of history, but we're living on the planet and we keep on finding things hundreds of thousands of years old. We have to ask ourselves,
and again, and that's and you're right. And this is why I tell brothers, either you're gonna believe what science is saying or what the book is showing you. You see what I'm saying? That's why. That's why. And you know what's a beautiful point? Because I use this point to prove the flood, and I'm gonna teach you something. And to prove the flood, do you know, according to science, right? Where does oxygen come from?
Yeah.
They say that oxygen. They say that 60. I think it's like 67% of oxygen comes from basically the sea, seaweed, and all that stuff. Right? That's what usually most of the oxygen comes from. And then they say that 33% of oxygen comes from what? The trees. Right? Do you know what are the oldest? How old are the oldest trees in the world? Is They only go back 4,000 to 5,000 years, brother.
Yeah.
The oldest tree in the world is Methuselah, which is located in California, and it goes back almost 5,000 years. Do you know what the oldest tree in the Middle East goes back to? Not even 3,000 years ago. Same thing with many of these other continents, brother. I implore you to look it up. Right there is proving your flood, that the flood happened 4,000 to 5,000 years ago. In order for humans to survive, you need trees. But yet the oldest trees go back. So what it means, that a restart happened, the flood happened, and now these trees, the Most High brought forth these trees again, and now the oldest trees that are in the planet today only go back around the same time that we're discussing the flood, 4,500 years ago. So that's just why I believe that the time period is correct when it says when scholars say that Noah goes back to 4,500 years ago. That makes sense.
It could be correct. Like I say, it's all about, trying to put it together and see what makes sense, what you can understand. Because, like I said, they're finding things here. They're saying DNA is hundreds of thousands of years old, and then the Bible's saying, yeah, we only have 10,000 years of history. So it's all about finding out who's lying. Somebody's lying.
Yeah, I would say that science is, and I believe the Bible. That's what I believe. That's what I say. That's my thing. I stand on the Bible and what makes sense to me. You know what I mean? And that does make sense.
Okay.
You know what really got me interested in the Bible. Finding out basically that I don't believe in space, bro. I don't believe in universe. I don't believe in that stuff, bro. I don't. I believe that this is a firmament. I believe that this is a firmament, and I believe that the reason why science teaches space is to take away God. Because think about this: if it was proven and shown to the world that we are in a firmament, right? That would prove what? That there is a God.
Now you see what
That would be the most ultimate proof. That would be like you ever seen that movie, the Truman Show? The Truman Show.
Yes, I seen it.
That's basically that's how you would compare it to.
Yeah.
How the Truman Show was a world that was built for this one man, and everybody was playing their part, right? And being watched from the eye from the sky.
Exactly.
It's the same thing. So if we find out that we're in a firmament, what does that say? That there has to be a God. Point blank, period. And that was one of my major things that, because I never really believed in space. I was like, because I saw videos about, I always found it interesting how we never been back to the moon, even though our technology, and they claim that, well, we don't have the technology now to go back to the moon. I'm like, bro, how the hell did you guys have the technology back in 1969? And you're telling me 50, 60 years, 70 years later, with all this advancement of cell phones, microwaves, and all that, yeah, you guys can't go back up there. You know why? Because you guys never did. You know what doesn't make any sense? Explain this. In order for them to leave the Earth, it took them this big ass rocket ship with all this fuel and fire spitting out, right? And gravity, right? They talk about this gravity, right? Then once they get to space, they start floating, right? And they're floating to the moon. The vessel breaks apart again. Okay, now it was according to the news, whatever the report, it was I forgot the name of it, but it was in two parts, right? It was two parts, right? Once it got to the around the moon, it broke off again, which we see is the so-called footage, right? Of that little ass. You see the footage of that thing that lands on the moon, right? So while that lands on the moon, this other part of the rocket is still hovering around space around the moon, right? You're trying to convince me that little thing with little thrusters had enough power to shoot itself off of the moon and perfectly find the other shuttle that was in space somewhere, connect back to it, and float back. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Y'all gotta start thinking, bro. That don't even make any damn sense, bro.
It definitely don't. Like I said, just like you said, when you said they never been back to the moon because they never been there, man. I believe. Well, the moon landing that was fake, number one. But I think since that time, they've actually went to go up there, and they realized like we're trapped. You can't go nowhere, and they won't tell everybody that we're trapped down here. That there's a firmament that we can't leave. That we're actually stuck.
You know what they call it? You know what science is calling it? The Ray Allen belt. They're saying that we can't pass the Ray, and this is how these idiots prove that the moon landing was fake. Mm-hmm. They told you that there is a radioactive field around, right?
Yeah.
The Ray Allen belt that they can't go through because the radiation is so high that if they try to attempt, they would die. Everybody would die in that thing, right? From radiation.
Exactly.
So explain to me how the hell did they pass the Ray Allen belt to go to the moon?
Exactly.
That doesn't even make any sense. Mm-hmm. That don't make any sense. But but that's what they're calling the firmament, people. I want you to realize that. That's what they're trying to call the firmament, the Ray Allen belt. We can't get past it. Yeah, you know what you can't get past? The damn firmament, you motherfuckers. That's what the fuck you guys can't get past.
Hey, you know what the firmament is? I know you remember in school, Misery, what they used to tell us about the ozone layer. The ozone layer, we're destroying the ozone layer. All right. They used to tell us about that shit all the time. The ozone layer, we're destroying the ozone layer. And what the Bible says when God comes with judgment. What happens first? The firmament falls. Because it's the firmament that's holding all the stars and everything in the heavens. And the firmament falls. And after the firmament falls, which is the ozone layer, now we're exposed to the heavens. Now the stars come crashing into the earth. Yeah, people don't see that these are the disasters that are about to happen, man. But it's only happening on 1/3 of the earth. It's not happening on all the earth, man. I tell people that 2/3 is straight.
You know, because like I said, I even though we were talking about the time periods about 6,000, 7,000 years ago, whatever, you know what I'm saying, I do believe that is almost like a matrix. My whole life I've always had the same dream, right, of basically a flood. And in every single dream, I'm in a different circumstance, whether I could be in a city, country, whatever the case may be, a beach, whatever the case may be, a helicopter. I remember I was even on a helicopter, witnessing a flood type shit. And I believe that that's just my mind reminding me that the Most High has repeatedly destroyed this thing. I believe that once we get to a certain high consciousness, we always get, it's almost like a reset. Every time we get to a higher consciousness, there's always some kind of reset that's stopping this higher consciousness from to be achieved. Like I said, I kind of believe in the Matrix a little bit, because that the way when I saw the Matrix, I was like, yo, but that shit makes fucking sense, bro. That's the reason why I feel that a lot of people have a thing called deja vu.
Yeah, it is. I was gonna say that because when we're studying shit, like there's nothing new under the sun. So what we really doing, we're trying to remember. Feel me? We're not really learning anything new. We trying to remember the shit that we fucking already knew. And it is just like the Matrix, because shit, when you come out, like you said, the truth will set you free. Once you know the truth, it's like you outside of this shit, man. You in the Matrix. You feel me?
Yeah. I joke about this, but it makes sense too, because what happens with a computer, right? When it's when something hasn't loaded, right? It lags, right? A computer can lag, right? Brother, I believe that is the reason why a thing called traffic exists, bro. Because you have people who are trying to travel from city to city, and they have the matrix hasn't uploaded yet in their consciousness that it has to create a thing called traffic until it lags up until that actual thing comes into the person's consciousness.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's what I believe.
It's the same thing, because then we're computers, man. Your brain is a computer. You're being downloaded. These people are downloading program. They tell you it. What a TV what's the name calls? They're called programming. You're watching programming. That's what you're doing from you're a child. You're being programmed like a computer. Your brain is being taught to think and act a certain kind of way. That's why I tell people, like,
and it's not, I believe is I even take it even further. I believe is even more than even a physical aspect, right? I would say even our words, or vibrations. There's this beautiful YouTube videos that talk about this, right? About these vibrations, and they put like this like sand on a speaker, right? And they put certain frequencies, right? And each frequency that they put it is like the sand starts making shapes, like flowers or whatever the case may be, right? So we know that there's our vibration can cause positive and negative. There was also another video of a guy who did an experiment about how he took these two plants, right? And one plant he would talk negative to it, calling it ugly, whatever, blah 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 blah. And the other plant he was speaking nothing but life into it, saying how it was beautiful and stuff like that. Basically, weeks went by, and you know what happened? The plant that he was talking negative died and withered away, while the one he was speaking positive to flourished and was beautiful. Why? Because again, the vibration. If you're speaking life and thing, what's going to happen? Life. If you're speaking destruction, what's going to happen? Destruction.
Jesus said, "There's power in your words, man."
It's all frequency. That's what I say. We're like everything right now. We're everything we're seeing and we're walking through frequencies, brother. That's what I'm trying to. Everything like it's like a computer chip, whatever you could call it, computer frequencies, whatever. All of this is all that. Everything that's coming out of our mouth, frequencies. This is why, and this is why. Hold on, and this is why in the Bible, what do they call it, right? Because we're talking about these words that are coming out, right? Speaking death, that are speaking life, right? According to the Bible, what is that called? Casting spells.
Yeah. Exactly.
Casting spells. This is why you hear them go, that's what basically it is. It's you're basically casting spells. If you're speaking a certain way, lies, deceit, and things like that, and you're speaking as if it's true, what happens? You have people that will actually believe you, and you're leading these people astray into darkness and whatever the case may be. That's what I'm saying. Like they're spells. So either you have to be careful about what these things that are coming out of your mouth. That's all I'm saying. This is why when it comes to when it comes to, like I said, back to that thing about the plants, I kind of got that once I saw that video about how that brother did that. It helped me treat my daughters a certain way, meaning like I don't care how mad I get at my daughters, or they could come with bad grades, whatever the thing. I would never speak negative things into them or call them out their name, call them dumb, stupid, whatever, any type of negative thing. I do not do that to my children. When I address my children or speak to my children, I always speak with endearment. Hey, baby, sweetie, things of that nature. Hey, baby, come over here, whatever. I never I'm just a big believer in that. You know what I mean? I believe that if you speak life into something, it's going to flourish, and if you're going to speak destruction of something, you're going to perish. This is why you have a lot of degenerates that are growing up, because you have parents that are neglecting their kids. This is why we're seeing this epidemic of people just wilding out, murdering, raping, things of that nature. You don't see good people doing that. Why? Because if you're good and you're teaching your kids morals and good things, the majority of the time your kids are going to rub off on your kids. You see what I'm saying? And if they go against you, right, like I said, they want to become mass murderers and stuff like that. And this is why I believe that men are so important in a family structure, because we can separate ourselves from our children. A woman really can't. Her son could be a mass murderer or rapist, and she will still visit him in jail. You know what I mean? Whatever the case may be. Not me. If my son became was a mass rapist or a mass pedo, I'm not gonna say that word, pedo, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I would disown him. You are dead to me at this after this day. You see what I'm saying? I'm not gonna visit you. I'm not gonna give you no freaking money. Don't expect, even after you come out of jail, to come to my house. Just like if my daughters were ever to become lesbians, right? Yes, I would disown them. I would not allow her to bring her and her lover in my house, right? Not only because it's a sin, but I don't want her, if she's the oldest daughter and she's doing this, I don't want her to influence her younger sisters. You see what I'm saying? And and as men, we are strong enough to disown our children or step away from our children because of that, because we'll stand on our business. While as a woman, she won't stand on her business. She'll go with her feelings over her morals when she knows that morally she should not talk to this individual anymore.
And mom knows she gonna be mom forever. They tell all their children that no matter what you gonna do, I'm gonna be your mom forever. You feel me? But like we said,
And this is why, brother, this is why you have all these damn sassy boys nowadays, man. Because you have all these sassy boys, all these guys talk about let's go 50-50 or looking for sugar mamas. Yep. You know what I'm saying? And then you have an epidemic of women complaining about it.
But it's like that's their fault, man. I've been telling my wife, me and my wife been talking about this for the last 5 years. I've been telling her, like, man, the women are shooting themselves in the foot, man. They're gonna turn all these men feminine, and then they're gonna start complaining that there's no men out here when they're the ones that turn all the fucking men into faggots. Like, come on, man. That's what's happening right now. And it's even that, like, not just feminine men, like, y'all forget, like, men are men, like, men are stoic, men like to take care of you, men like to protect you. Like, these were how we felt naturally as men, and y'all taking this shit away from men. So like, you have these assholes out here now, they don't give a fuck about women. You feel me? They're disrespectful. There's no more chivalry. There's none of that shit, and women are complaining, but it's like, y'all did that shit to yourselves, man.
because they want that they want the benefits from the government. They want that child support. They want that alimony. That's all they really care about. But what I'm a real thorough believer is that no woman should be raising a boy. Meaning, I'll give, let's say that if a woman separates from her husband, right, and she takes the son as a baby, let's say they separate and the kid is 3 years old. She only, in my opinion, she only probably has 5 years to raise that kid. After, I believe, around age 8 to 10, that child should go with his father at that point. If you are separated, point blank, period. Because as a woman, you can never teach a boy how to be a man. You know why? Because you're a woman. It's like a video game. Your life is on easy mode. No one's trying to compete with you. No one's trying to kill you. No one's trying to rob you like that. No one's trying to take your job. No one's trying to do whatever the case may be to you. You have life on easy mode. You have no idea the life of a man and the struggles of a man.
I tell my stepson that all the time. My wife got a son. He just turned 18, man. I raised him ever since he was young, man. I tell him that in front of his mom, man. His mom tells him some shit. I look at him right in front of his mom and say, man, don't listen to your mom, man. You feel me? Your mom is a woman, man. You feel me? She's gonna give you advice from the perspective of somebody who's being taken care of and who is being expected to being taken care of. Like, you're a fucking man, dog. Ain't nobody taking care of you, dog. Ain't nobody ever gonna take care of you. Nobody's not gonna give a fuck about what you're going through. You're the one that's gonna be taking care of shit, dog. So
and I tell you know what, and I tell people this too. I tell people like men are the only ones who actually really care about their children's future. Okay, and again, like how you say, women are more nurturing, right? And I make this beautiful example all the time about basketball, right? Like I said, if you have a son that try out for the basketball team and he gets cut, right? And he comes home upset. What is the first thing a mother would do? She would try to console him. Baby, it's all right. Hey, here, I made you your favorite dessert or your favorite dinner or whatever the case may be. Okay? She's going to mother him, smother him, right? And that's not the way to do that, because that's not how life is. If something happens to as men as in life, we're not gonna have somebody to give us hugs. We're not gonna have somebody to feed to give us our favorite meal and make us and give us this good feeling, right? Now, when if your son walks in your house and tells you, Dad, I got cut from the team, and you ask your son, well, did you try your best? He's like, yeah. I don't know, maybe this is not for you. And your son tells you, no, Dad, I love basketball. I want to become a basketball player. Blah blah blah. This is my dream. Blah 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 blah. This is what I want to do. Hey, you know what a father would do? He would take his son in the backyard and do some drills, or hire a basketball coach to help you achieve your goal. You see what I'm saying? That's the difference between a man and a female. A father would help you get to your goal. Why do you think when it comes to college, who usually pays for the college? The father. Why? Whether they're with the mother or not, and the child goes to college, who's paying for it? The father. You know why? And he has no problem paying for it most of the time. You know why? Because he wants a better future for his child, and he's going to work overtime for it. He's going to sweat. He's going to sacrifice. Instead of playing video games and doing social things, he's going to put in extra hours to pay for your schooling. He's going to make that. A woman's not going to really do that. You know what I'm saying?
A woman ain't meant to do that, man. That's why I explained to my wife. If you remember, wife been with me for like 10 years now. I had to break it down to her, like, let her know, like, it's all right, man. Like, just be a woman. It's okay to be a woman and have an easy life, because that's who you are, dog. Ain't nothing wrong with that, because you're not meant to lead. You're not meant to pay bills. You're not meant to be in the stress of the fucking world. That's why y'all always breaking down, because you're not meant to do that shit, dog. You're supposed to have the kids and like chill in the fucking house and like raise the kids and like help me so I can do shit easier. That's what let your life be fucking easy. Like let all that shit be to me, because I can handle all that shit. You feel me? You can't handle it. You're gonna get stressed the fuck out.
Exactly. And what happens when they get stressed the fuck out? They start arguments, right? And start carrying masculine traits.
Yep.
And like you said, they need to stay in their feminine. And I tell my wife all this. I tell my wife all the time. I'm like, yo, your superpower is you being in your feminine. If you was to ask me, if you were like I said, you had a bad day, right? And you can control your feelings. And I walk in that house, right? And you say, babe, I had a long day. Can you wash the dishes for me? I gotta go wash the kids with quick, blah blah blah, right? What would most likely happen? Yeah, I would be like, all right, no problem, babe, got you. But if I walk in my house and my wife says, damn, motherfucker, shit, man, the fucking dishes have been sitting there all fucking day and all fucking night. Is that going to motivate any man to wash that dish?
Exactly. You feel me? That's real, man. That's just what it is. I explain that shit to my wife too, man. That's what it's like. We were just talking about a minute
Your
ago.
superpowers is your feminine. Your superpower. If you, that's what I'm saying. When these women talk about, oh, my man wants to be stingy with money. You know why? It's either because you're bad with money, or you're just not asking right. If you were to ask nicely in a feminine way, you can run laps around your husband. This is why I keep telling women, you can run laps around your husband and make, because and I tell them this, and this is why, and back to my point about them coming home and they're trying to start this argument, right? And they'll be like, "Oh, but if you was to do this, I would do this." Listen, men don't start shit. We just respond to what we get, right? I don't believe this is why I don't believe in domestic violence. I don't believe in any of that. I don't believe no man wakes up talking about, I want to beat my bitch. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I can't wait to get home from work to beat my bitch. No, it's because that man is going through verbal abuse. Right. And I believe that and to me, verbal abuse is way worse than physical abuse.
For a man, yeah.
Yeah. In the instance, because it's not fair.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because we all know, if a man was to say something disrespectful to another man, we all know it could lead to a physical altercation. But yet, a woman can tell you, fuck your dead mother, fuck your dead father, and what? You're basically hands behind your back.
That's what
your hands behind your back.
That's why
that is way worse, because that if any other man was to say that about your mother, you will most likely probably even kill him while you're fighting. You might stomp his head to the ground to the point where you might kill that man for saying that, right? But yet, the woman that you're supposed to love, cherish, and do all these things is literally saying something that no other man would ever get away with on the planet.
See,
that is verbal abuse.
It's more than verbal abuse, and that's what makes it worse. Is emotional manipulation. And I explained all that shit to my wife already. That's why my wife is so chill, because I have to literally break down to my wife what the fuck women are doing out here, so she stops doing that shit. To understand like what's really going on, what women are really doing. It's not just you being a woman. Like, y'all are really fucking shit up out here, and y'all need to stop, yo. Like, you feel me? Like, that's emotional abuse, yo. Because just like you said, imagine somebody telling you they love you, they care for you, and like, believe it or not, like, men are more emotional than women. Like, women just show their feelings more, but men are more emotional. That's why men are more guarded with their fucking emotions. Because women are out here talking about they love you and they do all this shit, and they come and do the most horrible thing to you. Like you said, the person who just says they love you. Now, you as a logical man, you're a thinker because you're a fucking man. That fucks you up now. Because this person is saying that they love you and they're doing such horrible things to you and saying such horrible things to you. But it's the same thing you were just saying, Jose, when we talk about like when we speaking to our children. And you were talking about like, yeah, is the way you're talking to your husband. Like, yeah, is the positivity, man. If you're talking negative things, negativity is going to come out of it. If you were talking positive things, positivity will come out of it. But since you have such a negative mouth on you, like negative things come out of it. A nigga might beat your ass because you're talking shit. You feel me? Like,
that's it. That exactly. It gets to that extreme. And I tell a woman, if you stay in your feminine, you will run laps around your husband. Meaning, if you and I tell women this all the time, you don't wait for your man to treat you right. You treat your man right. Because once you treat your man right, you know what that's going to ignite in him to give you whatever you want.
Exactly.
She's giving me what I want. Oh my God. Damn, she's sexing me every day. She's rubbing me down. She's doing it. Hey, babe, here's some money for you to get your nails done. Here's some money. It would be so much easier for the male to basically, he would basically please you more by the way you treat him, because that's how we are. We only go by how we are treated and respected.
Exactly.
That's what love is to us. Love is respect. Yeah. The love is to us is not feelings. You know what I'm saying? Love is respect, meaning you respect my decisions, you respect my boundaries, you respect who I am as an individual, and you respect my beliefs and things of that nature. If you do not respect, how can you love me if you don't respect me? Those two don't even go together.
So women like they rule the world, man. They lie out here and be like, this is a man's world. This is actually a woman's world, man. Like a woman, like all the kings, all the leaders of all the nations, they were born from women and taught by women. You feel me? And they're the ones who lead the world.
No, Chucky, I believe that 90% of men that are in jail are because of women.
Yeah. I believe so.
Think about it.
It's a woman's world.
And people don't want to say this. You know what I'm saying? But they talk about Chirac, they talk about California, and all these shootings that are happening. And I'm telling these people, I guarantee you, most of these things that are going on are all started by a woman.
Yeah.
Why? Because you know what, Maria or Sandra wanted to walk around the neighborhood in her little thong or her little short shorts, right? And then Pedro or Tyrone went up to her and smacked her in the ass. And what does she do? She runs back to her gang member brothers or cousins and tell them how Pedro and then these dudes down the block smacked my ass or disrespected her or called her out of her name. And now what do we have all summer long? Shootouts over these women.
Yeah.
You have dudes in jail for beating their women probably because they caught them cheating, whatever the case may be, or just like I said, even just putting hands on women, raping women, doing all these things. It was mostly all about women. When hold on, these drug dealers, why are they locked up? Why are they drug dealers? You know why? Because they're selling drugs to provide for who? Their family, their wife and kids and things of that nature, right? So they're risking selling drugs for his woman, and now he's locked up because of it, right? It all goes back to the women.
Well,
I'm telling you, bro.
I try to explain to women that's where their power lies. When it comes to civilization in total, like civilization was created for the woman. You feel me? Like man don't need shit. Like man was made to serve God. If it was just for man, man would be look where
in the woods.
Yes, exactly. Well, look where God put man. God put man in a fucking garden. You feel me? Man was good in the wilderness, just chilling in the fucking garden, chilling with God. He didn't need no fucking civilization. He didn't need no buildings or no houses or no clothes or nothing. It's the woman.
Who needs those things? That's what I'm saying. Who needs those things? And this is what I tell women all the time. When I hate when women say that men ain't shit. This is. I'm like, girl, what are you talking about? If it wasn't for men, you wouldn't live in a house with AC, with a toilet, with a shower. You know what women were doing just 500 years ago? They were shitting in the woods.
Yep.
They were walking a mile or two to a river to bathe.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? It's because of men. Hold on. The reasons why we have mansions, the reason why we have yachts, the reasons why we have fast cars and stuff like that, it's not because of men.
It's for women.
It's because men are trying to impress
Women.
women.
See, that's the
With these nice cars, with these nice houses and stuff like that. Because, like you just said, a man, if I could live in the woods, go fishing, go hunt down a deer or whatever. If I need to eat and things like that, we can do that if we wanted to. Meaning that if women were to disappear tomorrow and there was nothing but guys, these houses would probably be burning down. We'd be like living so simple.
Yep.
We would be living so fucking simple. It would baffle us. We actually built a society specifically made to protect and provide for women, not men. But yet we get disrespected on the daily, and we get called monsters. Oh, I would rather be in the wood with a bear than a man. But listen to me. The thing is that yes, I agree with women when they say there are bad men. Yes, there are bad men. But you know what God did? He created good men to protect you from these evil men. This is why we come up with prison systems. This is why we punish murderers, rapists, pedophiles, and things of that nature to protect you women, to protect the children, and come up with laws and a judicial system to help you. What are you guys talking about? And you know what the worst thing is that if there was nothing but women here, it would be nothing but chaos because women like basically popular, right? Popular. They're like social creatures, right? They'll gang up on certain people over dumb shit.
Yeah.
Oh, she doesn't wear heels like the rest of us. Ooh. Oh, look, she doesn't does this like the rest of us. Ooh, and they'll use that, and we see it all the time. So how is it that if men was to disappear, we all know that society will crash down? Because first of all, who's gonna keep up the skyscrapers? Who's gonna keep up your bridges? Who's gonna keep up your oil rigs? Who's gonna keep up all the things that everybody relies on in your society? Without a man, you guys would not. You know what the difference between men and women is that men can humble themselves down and to make a society work. while women try to tiptoe around each other, not to piss off each other.
Yeah.
Meaning that if we go on the island, let's say you, me, Wavy, blah 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 blah. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna find out of the 5 of us who's the best hunter, who's the best fisher, who's the best carpenter, who, you know what I'm saying, who's the best gatherer, and we're gonna all get to it. Boom, 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 boom. Women are not gonna do that. Women are gonna tiptoe. Oh, I want to cook. Oh, no, I want to cook. Oh, but I think I cook better. But you know what? Even though the bitch can't cook, you know what, Barbara? I want to step on your toes. I don't want you to hate me. Okay, I don't want to start an argument. Okay, you can do that.
I just watched the show just like that, Misery. Exactly what you was talking about. Men and women on the island. All the men came together. They were like, okay, whoever is best at whatever they want to do, whoever's best, you do this. And the woman was over there just talking about what everybody wants to do, and they all got fucked up because nothing got done because everybody just wanted to do what they wanted to do. I'm like, but the Bible say, man, a woman,
and you know why that, right? You know, and not even there was another study of it wasn't about the island, but they were basically showing how oh yeah, about the playground, right? And they were talking about how you know how like how you said how when we get in an island, we'll pick the best person for the position, right? Just like in the playground, we men understand patriarchy in sports, right? There's always a captain. You have the star player, forward. Everybody plays their position. Then you have the bench, whatever. Everybody can play their position. And if we come to a disagreement in the game, what end up happening? We can shoot for it, right? All right. Oh, it was a foul. No, it wasn't foul. We'll shoot for it. We'll shoot for it, right? We can settle. We can come to a compromise and settle that matter, right? All right, let's shoot for it. Boom, boom, boom. But what you learn about watching women at play, right? They play games that doesn't require patriarchy. It's all about friendship. They like to play dolls. You can't win in dolls. You can't win in hopscotch. You can't win in double dutch. You see what I'm saying? It's all about the experience of all. It's about experience of all of us experiencing a good feeling. But once any type of contention happens, you know what they found? That they stop the game altogether. Meaning that if they're playing hopscotch and 2 of the people are arguing about turns or whatever, instead of arguing and coming to, like I said, oh, like how men would do it, they'll shoot for it. They'll be like, you know what? I don't want to disrespect you. I don't want to fight about this. Let's just end the game. And they'll end the game completely.
You see, that's the thing. Women are social. They play social games. You feel me, man?
Exactly. It's all about the experience. Exactly. It's all about experience. And if I'm not feeling good, let's just end it.
Exactly. That's how they always do.
Right. But men, hey, I might disagree with you. Hey, I believe I was fouled. Oh, I don't believe you were fouled. Well, instead of like fighting over it, we can still keep the game moving. You see what I'm saying? We'll shoot for it. Well, whatever the case may be.
That's why it's so hard to talk to women too. I had to break my wife out of that. Like, you feel me? Every time we have a conversation and I say something she don't like, she get mad and want to run off and stop the conversation and shit like that because I done said something she don't like. But like, yeah, that's women, man. You feel me? Women, they're not very contentious. Like men, we're raised to be competitive. Like you said, we're on the hierarchy. So the best person is gonna be on top. Easy. You feel me? You prove yourself in competition to be the best person. Can no other man say shit to you? You better than him. That's how men live. Plain and simple as that. Logical. Women, they be on some social shit. You feel me? And that's the same reason why they can't lead, because they're not logical. They're not leading by who's best. They're leading.
It's funny that you just said that, because I don't believe that women should be even able to vote just because of what you just said, because they're so easily manipulated and things of that nature. They can just go off of like you said, feelings. Just like this whole Donald Trump and stuff like that. If you ask most women, you say, "Oh, what about Donald Trump? Well, he's a racist. He's this. He's that." But then you ask them, "Well, can you mention any of his policies that you're mentioning that he's going to do that?" Crickets. It's always crickets, because, like you said, they're social creatures. They go by what they hear. They go by what their inner circle is all saying. Oh yeah, he's just racist, but nobody in that inner circle are speaking logically. You know what I'm saying? And I always tell people this. You know what I'm saying? I look, and whenever I have discussions speaking logically, like men play chess, women play checkers. You know what I'm saying? They're on easy mode. While we think three to four steps ahead.
Have to.
You see what I'm saying? And again, and this is how we usually come up with our logic. Like I said, we're thinking 3 or 4 steps ahead, meaning, well, if someone tries to attack me and my doctrine, I got this, that. That's what I'm saying. We're thinking ahead to protect something. Like I'm saying, we're able to do that with our minds. I don't believe women do that. I don't believe that they always go by their emotions. That's what I'm saying, and I think that they're that if they were to think logically, that life would be so much better. You know what I mean? Like why leave your baby daddy? Why leave your husband? You see these women literally saying that they're leaving their husband just because they fell out of love with him or whatever the case may be. Like that's to me is crazy. That's crazy.
And that's the thing, though. It's a trickle down effect. That's like I said, the man is here to serve God. So the man got to have an understanding of himself and an understanding of God, because he gotta teach the woman who she is, because the woman don't know who the fuck she is. So even from the very first woman, that's why I tell him from the very first woman, like the devil or the snake, he couldn't come to the man. He had to come to the woman to deceive her, because like I said, she's easy to manipulate. So even though she heard something, she still believed the devil, still listened to him. So a man got to teach the woman who she is, and she got to be like they be saying, the man is the sun, and the moon is the woman, and the moon shines only when it reflects the sun. If people understand nature, because we're just part of the environment, we're an example of nature. So the woman has to be the reflection of the sun. She has to be the reflection of the man. So she can only be what the man teaches. You feel me?
Yep.
That's a,
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we're the leaders.
Mhm.
We're I'll put it like this, we're the leaders. I'm 100% against feminism, and the reason for that is because these women don't know their place. There's a thing called forced doctrine, right? Let's say, and this is how I debunk feminism or any women that try to say that they're equal to men or any of that nonsense. And I tell them this. I said, if God was to snap his finger and put in the mind of every man that when he wakes up in the morning to put the women under subjugation, what could y'all do?
Nothing.
Nothing.
They keep you
Nothing.
under
So
subjugation.
how are we equal? That's what I'll say. How are we equal? If we wanted, this is why I keep telling you, this is why I keep telling you, it's the good men that's protecting you from evil men. You know what I'm saying? This is the power of men. This is why we're so special. Because if God just created all men to be evil, we would just put all you women under subjection. And there's nothing you can do about it. You can't start no wars. You can't stop no rebellion. You can't do nothing because we're
But
physically stronger. We're better with weapons. We're made hunters and things of that nature. We're built for this. We're built for what's outside. Women are not built for what is outside. The number one killer, other than wars, since time has time started, has been nature. Okay, and we men have mastered it, as you see. Without us, y'all would perish.
what is it? But man, women just got their rights with black people in America during the civil rights, man. It be sometimes I be wondering if they forgot that. And
What rights? What rights?
the,
I believe what rights?
the,
In my
the
opinion,
right
I
to
believe
work
that
and
women
vote.
back then had way better lives.
Hell
Like you
yeah.
said, back in the day, what were they doing? They were at home raising kids and making beautiful families.
That's all.
There was no divorce. There was no divorce. Divorce was how you say was shamed at, what they call it,
Yep.
right? Was frowned upon,
On.
right? Exactly. So yeah, I believe it was way better back in the day.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So we say women earned their freedom? No, they didn't. All they did was earn the freedom to become hoes. That's what feminism has taught. Oh yeah, we're gonna get back at men by sleeping with a bunch of men.
Yes. That's the crazy thing about this world, though. When the world says it's giving you freedom, or where America says we're giving you freedom and liberty, they're actually telling you they're giving you more room to sin. That's what they're actually telling you. We want you to kill yourself. That's right. That's
Exactly.
what we say we're giving you freedom. We're giving you all the opportunity to destroy you.
So let me get this right, Chucky. So since we gave these women freedom, you know what these women did with their freedom?
Yeah.
You know what they did with their freedom? Since the beginning of time, right? When it comes to warfare, men have probably killed maybe 1 billion people in war, right? Just in 50 years, women have committed more abortions than men have killed in warfare in just a 50-year span.
Crazy, man.
Who are the monsters? And this is why I'm trying to tell you, if there was no such thing as men, it would be chaos in this bitch.
That's
You know what I'm saying?
I told my wife, like, you know why it's like that too, Misery? I told my wife the real, like, I'm like, like, these aren't these women children. Like, y'all women are having my children. It's not your children. That's why y'all are able to do all these wicked, evil stuff to the children, because it's the men's children. It's not really your children. And
That's what I'm saying.
that's why everything
That's what,
they have
it's just crazy. To me, it's crazy that you have feminism talk about freedoms when the only freedoms they have really taught people is to murder babies and to have unprotected sex and to leave marriages, bro. That's all feminism has ever taught, and we have to get rid of it. And I think it's already too late for that. The only thing left to happen is shit has to hit the fan.
It's going.
China, Russia are gonna have to start doing a land invasion to the point where these women they're gonna have to learn their place, and they're going to learn their place in that day. And I believe that it is too late. There is no talking anymore. There is no discussions trying to get people back on the same page. No, feminism is so indoctrinated in these women. You can't get it out of their mind. You cannot get it out of their mind to become wives and put family first. That's not their mentality. Their mentality is a career, having money and whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's the mentality of the modern woman in the feminine mind. You can't change it. It's already a wrap.
But that's what I know, Misery. That's like I was explaining earlier. God does things in a way where he prepares the human consciousness before he does shit. And it says like in the end it's gonna be like 6-7 women begging to be with one man. So I know it's gonna be like a terrible thing that's gonna happen on earth to make women realize that they're just women again. I know it has to happen because y'all have to come back to that consciousness that, oh my God, I need protection from a man. And if y'all come back to the point where y'all like, oh, I don't care if you have 5 women, I still want to be your wife too. I know something terrible has to happen to women on earth. I know it.
Exactly. Exactly. That was a beautiful point. Like I said, because the scripture does say that how in that day 7 women are going to cleave to one man. You know what I'm saying? Why going to cleave to one man? Because it could be like the times of like the Book of Eli, or like most of these shows like The Walking Dead. That when shit hits the fan, there's going to be different groups of people of wickedness all going around, and you're going to need righteous men to fight all of this wickedness, because people are going to be fighting over food. People are going to be fighting over resources, because it's going to be such little once this destruction happens, there's going to be barely any water, barely any of these things, healthy water, whatever the case may be, plants, all this is going to be destroyed. It's going to be scarce. We're going to be fighting tooth and nail for it. And you're going to have to be with a righteous man to go against all these wicked ass motherfuckers that are going to be looting, robbing, and killing you for these things.
America is a crazy place.
They're gonna cleave. That's what I'm saying. In that day, they're gonna recognize, bro. They're gonna recognize real hard, bro. All this feminine shit is gonna go so far down the window in that day. It's not gonna be funny, bro. They're gonna be kissing our feet. And if they lived in the time of this feminism and they go through this destruction, trust me, they're gonna be kissing that man's feet. They're gonna be like, oh my God, I can't believe I ever thought the way I ever thought. Just look at us now. There's no AC. There's no food. We're living in fucking hell, basically hell on earth. And you, strong man, are protecting me. You're not raping. You're not robbing. You're not doing anything. You're a righteous brother, and you're strong. And we see you destroying your enemies, whatever the case may be. Yeah, that's gonna be a beautiful fucking day, bro. I can't wait. That's what I'm saying. That's what it's gonna take.
I'm trying to tell you
It's gonna be
guys, it's gonna be a beautiful day, man. Everybody's gonna be back in their rightful place.
and and again back to the about the native theology. You know what I'm saying? Because I grew up with the mindset that when it comes to taking care of Mother Earth, the animals, and the people, there's only two movements on the earth that I can think.
I think you done froze up, Misery.